just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
DNS 버스 화이팅! 팀원 화이팅! DNS 버스 화이팅! 승용 만들어줘 팀원 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here today as we bring you two more fantastic best of threes. Starting off with T1 versus DNS, and then after that, I'm going to have BFX taking on HLE. Second in the LCK Cup versus dead last.
Yeah, I am really curious to see how that matchup goes. That's definitely the matchup I'm most interested in today. But today we do have T1 taking on DNS, and both of these teams, I think, not really hitting exactly where we expected them to at the beginning of this tournament.
No.
For better or for worse. For DNS, I think doing, in some ways, better than some expected. You know, looking pretty okay here. Middle of the pack right now. I mean, dead middle at 1-1 and 0 here at 5th place. For T1, having a tougher strength of schedule, but sitting down at 7th place right now. A 2-0 win would put them actually at dead 0 here at 2-2 and 0. So they're looking to equalize, go up to 2 wins. I think they're the expected favorites coming to this matchup. Most would agree with that, but the drafting has still been a little bit of a question mark for this squad here in 2026.
Yeah, there's certainly been some ups and downs for what T1 has brought, and it does feel very similar to early season T1 in the past, right? Where it is a slow start. But let's have a look at the match record here for our points of the match. The DN Supers have not really been able to win very much against T1, but have a look at the date for the last time they met. Yeah, 2025 LCK Round 2. And that was before Legend and Rise split. So it was about a year ago now since we've seen this matchup.
Just over, or just under rather, a year, I'd say. No, it's just over a year, to remember correctly, as T1 did almost lose to DN Supers in that game too.
Yep.
You know, it was a big throw from the DN Freaks at the time, as their roster was called.
They were very good at that stage.
Yeah, it was,
if we remember.
Not great, but T1 coming in today again as big favorites, but we have questions about the draft. We have questions about the top lane as well, as Doran has really not been performing very well here at the start of the year. I should say at the start of LCK, because in LCK Cup he was looking pretty great overall. And it's a meta that kind of suits him as well. Like, I remember when Tank Jace was a thing, when he first joined this roster early last year, we were like, man, he's the best one. He's really good at this. And it's not Tank Jace right now, but Jace is at the forefront of the top lane. Dudu is not performing. If Doran struggles here, I think we really do have to raise eyebrows at what it means for the rest of round one and potentially the split moving into Rise and Legend.
Yeah, exactly right. And we've also got Dr. and Peter taking on their opponents in the World Final as well, which is kind of cool. Looking forward to seeing what they can do here. Of course, not against the same bottom lane, as Pays has now made his way over. As Dudu, 400 games. Actually kind of crazy. Like, look at the players that he's now just behind here on this list. Like, Cube's still there, Smeb's still there, which is absolutely fantastic. But, I mean, he's catching up. And Dudu has been around for, feels like a really long time now.
Just past Morgan, and was sitting on 399.
Maybe he'll come back.
I mean, a lot of players do. Pioshik did.
Yeah.
He's right there.
There we go. I mean, he never really left, though. He just took a hiatus. And there was a guy that looked like him called Mark that popped up on Team Liquid. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
One of the things I'm really curious about here for this matchup is Owner's had some up and downs. Not to say that he's performing consistently poorly, but he's had some good games and some less good games. Pioshik has really been quite consistent, which is weird to say. Like, he's been very good in almost every single game here for DNS. So maybe that's an in. You know, laning phase or Faker also a little bit suspect so far. Closer, decent performances in the lane if he gets a pick he likes. I don't think it's impossible for a DNS to upset tonight.
No.
I think it is absolutely on the table. So T1 really need to play well, and I hope they are prepared well.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that Pioshik has a little bit of an extra buff against T1 as well. In the past, he's certainly overperformed when it comes to this exact matchup, but you just never know. What we're doing is we're stacking up expectations, and we know that Pioshik is allergic to those. And as soon as they start to stack up, it gets to critical mass, and then he kind of implodes. So let's just expect this to be T1 favored and be surprised if that overperformance does actually come in once again. Because like you say, every series so far has been a pretty good one for Pioshik this stage of the year. And if they can keep that up, this could be a team that could challenge for a Legend group spot, which is just kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is really quite undecided right now who's going into Legend group.
I feel like there's like 7 teams that are vying for it, and so it's very, very hard to exactly lock anyone in. As there's Odin looking pretty jovial here in Chijijik Lol Park right now.
Looking clean, like nice haircut.
And Tom looking worried, as per usual. It's just kind of his way.
Well, I've said it before, but I think the weight of the T1 jersey is heavy. I couldn't tell you like how much polyester and nylon's in it, but
it's the coach's jersey as well. That's the one that comes with all of the extra like metal bars in it.
Somehow the makeup of the jersey does not actually add up to the mass that you feel when you're wearing it.
Yeah, it defies physics. All right, here we are into the draft for game number 1. The DN Supers taking on T1. Let's see exactly how this one is going to go. The draft going to be a very interesting one, as well as we've seen a few adaptations throughout this week since the patch. We are, of course, on 26.7. There have been a few things that have changed around, but things are largely staying the same. I think the Pantheon priority is the biggest one that teams have figured out this week. That champion is Busto.
We have certainly figured out that the Pantheon Rise win rate was not because of the Rise.
No, it was certainly not. However, it's still getting banned,
Yeah, Faker's very good at this pick. Very iconic champion for him. As are pretty much every mid-champion that's played across the years. You know, any champion that has a high presence, basically no matter what year it is, Faker's iconic on it.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
That's kind of how it goes.
Let's see, I guess Yunara, you know, is going to be available if they ban the Seraphine here. We'll see what T1 want at first pick. The Rumble's gone, the Rise is gone.
Karma is up and available. That's a LeBlanc. So
looking like
T1,
an Azir angle.
Yeah, that's what it's sort of feeling like for now. Although Orianna is available as well, so it could just be that trade of the 2 champions. There is a Nocturne up and available as well.
When DNS played against Nongshim and Closer got that huge lead on LeBlanc, they couldn't figure out how to close out the game, but he was able to completely destroy Scout in lane on the Azir. So I think this is a good read and good job by the coaching staff to figure out This guy is really good at this matchup into Azir, and we just don't want to give him the opportunity. And so I think Faker will get his free Azir first pick. Any other team, and you consider a few options here, but it's T1, it's Faker, it's going to be an Azir. It's got to be.
Orianna as well. I mean, both of them are very strong at the moment. I think Faker has been leaning towards the Orianna a little bit more.
The problem with the Azir is you give Orianna Nocturne.
Yeah, that's an issue.
That's a bit of an issue, and I'll take a few steps back with that in mind, and we'll feel much better about this Orianna pick you mentioned. Bard.
Oh God, okay.
It wasn't banned, so you better grab it.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we weren't talking about this the entire time, because Carrier's Bard is a huge deal. We saw Duro do this in the Gen G T1 matchup, picking it away from Carrier to make sure they couldn't get that one. The priority on the Orianna is now, I mean, I know I predicted it, but I feel like I'm a bit dumb for doing so. I think the Bard could have been a first pick option for T1 just because of how incredible Carrier is on the pick. Still, not going to happen. They're going to deny the Ezreal Bard as Pays is looking to pick that one up.
What support does Carrier want to play with this? Okay, the Nico.
All right.
Should have been kind of a given, as the Azir will come through here. I have not really personally been a huge fan of Azir, nor have I really enjoyed Azir Nocturne as a combo here in the LCK so far. The Tempered Fate can help set up the Azir, but it's so situational and so difficult to pull off that I'm really liking what T1 has put together here, because there's a lot of comfort and there's a lot of safety in these first three champions.
Yeah, I also like the amount of engage that they have, and the bottom lane feels pretty strong. Nico in lane is pretty good. Ezreal can always hold his own. The Jarvan going to be taken away from Owner, as we don't have a jungle pick yet for T1, so it does make sense to focus on that lane.
Maybe you just ban Sivir here now, because Sivir is a lot more powerful. Yep, they do that with the Jarvan gone, because Sivir also works really well with Bard and is great wave clear and great scaling in this draft here for the supers.
I was about to say, let's just write down the Xin Zhao.
The thing is, when you ban these champs against Owner, he probably just laps and he might play Lee Sin.
Kha'Zix.
He might play. He could just play Graves and lap as well.
Every time it's been Kha'Zix into Nocturne. Every single time. And I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for it this time around.
Nocturne just cannot challenge, as it's going to be a Caitlyn Bard lane here for the supers. So DNS hoping they can go toe-to-toe in this 2v2 matchup. Going to be about the support play, I think, more than anything else. As Sion, bit of an interesting choice here.
Sion Kha'Zix. I'd be kind of into it, because the Kha'Zix Orianna is something that's also being played almost every single time as well.
It's a great ball carrier with the leap.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether Owner does pull the trigger.
He can still play Lee Sin if he really just feels like it. But with Owner, sometimes when his main picks are gone, I find it difficult to predict. And I guess I did anyways. I don't know.
I mean, Lee Sin does basically the same thing when it comes to synergy with Orianna, as that's a Gwen for
That's our
Dudu.
first of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think Keen played it yet.
We did see her banned, but we haven't actually seen her picked, if memory serves. So that's an interesting one. Dudu has been pretty good at running with scissors so far. Throughout his career.
It's also a great counter pick to Sion, and Doran's individual performances have left us a little bit disappointed, I think is maybe the safest way to say it so far this season.
With a composition like this that doesn't really have that much of a front line, what they could have done is go for the tank handshake to give them that front to back, but instead what they've given themselves is a big 4-1 opportunity.
Sure, the side lane power is incredible, because you have honestly even like 1-3-1 power here in this one, because you have an Azir that's great at side laning, but it can just leave a Sun Disc up and then go join the 4. And you have, you know, when you get either of these AP side laners, the Nashor's Tooth, they just take turrets out so quickly. There's such a big threat in sides, and you can protect them and shadow them from so far away. As soon as you have your level 2 ultimate as Nocturne, you are really going to be able to turn the lights off and make it very difficult to challenge. And a Sion ain't doing anything to defend those side lanes. He is just really not going to have any defensive power here.
No. Well, he's going to be building a lot of defensive stuff, but like you say, not going to stop the Gwen from being able to get that shove over and over, and shouldn't be able to challenge, unless something goes absolutely wrong. And you mentioned it earlier on, this is where Doran's going to have to start the upswing, right? And into Dudu, this could be a good opportunity to find a little bit more ground, because he's no pushover, right? We were saying that it could be in the year of Dudu earlier on in the LCK Cup, and we'll see whether Dudu can make his way back to that, or whether it's Doran finally finding that turnaround and being able to challenge. Because, I mean, if Kane's anything to go by, Sion just wins 1v1s. As, okay, Pioshik
So
just
true.
has Nefiri, yeah, in I like
Big dog.
X-ray. That's big dog energy right there.
So I will go as far as to say, look, nameplate's on. I think T1's draft is still playable. You know, feels pretty good here, even though they have the big side lane problem they're going to have to deal with. But I would go as far as to also say that I think if T1 win this game, which I still expect because they are the far stronger team, that owner gets POM, or at least he would have gotten POG in this first game if we had POG still, because he is going to have to be the main character on this Lee Sin because the Nocturne is going to be a huge threat. He's going to have to make a huge impact early. He's going to have to, you know, make an impact before that Nocturne hits level 6. There's some angles for both Faker and Keria to really change the shape of team fights as well, because they have insanely big team fight warping ultimates for Engage, and they have a great ball carrier here, or Keria, or sorry, Faker has a great ball carrier in Owner.
Ah, got it.
Because he's Lee Sin and he can, you know, he's zoomy. He goes forward, he sets it up.
Yep. Does all of those fun things. And then you can get a shockwave into a kick.
Isn't like Ezreal technically a great ball carrier? You know, he's got Arcade Shift.
I mean, it depends who's playing it. If it was Taeun, I'd say phenomenal ball carrier. That guy is always right in the middle of the enemy team. But maybe not.
We have a
Pace.
delay of some
actually,
kind, I guess, is what we have not yet mentioned to you guys, but you guys probably figured out already.
Yeah, I'm a little bit silly because Paze is certainly an arcane shift forward kind of guy.
He has been since he's come back. The LPL changed him.
It really did.
We have a few forward shifters, right? We've got Diablo. Okay, he shifts forward. Aiming shifts forward. Believe it or not, recently Gumayushi shifts forward, then flashes back.
Yeah, Taeun certainly one of those as well. We, in fact, I think the majority of Ezreal players here in the LCK are certainly a little bit more on the aggressive side. And that has been working out, especially with the power of the Karma. That's been banned away in this particular game, so it is going to be a different variant.
You know who the most iconic Ezreal player I feel like who I don't associate with shifting forward? He's just always perfectly positioned, always hits his Q as a max range, was actually Deft.
Yep.
Like, how is he like both simultaneously one of our best and most high ceiling Ezreals, but almost never shifted in to take a risky play unless he like knew?
Yeah, and I
miss Deft's Ezreal.
Yeah, Bang's another one who was always very good at playing extraordinarily safe on the Ezreal.
If you just never miss and you're always in the perfect max Q range like Deft was, it's like, why would I ever shift forward?
Deft wasn't very good at playing Ezreal when it came to respawning inhibitors, though.
Yeah, that was a bit of a problem for him.
That was a problematic situation. Deft is going to be finished military relatively soon as well. I wonder what he's going to be doing next. This is a slight delay once again. But hopefully we will be onto the Rift as soon as possible.
Yeah, we don't have an update as to what occurred, but I do see the players are redoing the draft. Yeah. So may have been a rune bug or something like that. Again, I'm completely speculating.
Yep, spitballing. It tends to just happen when T1's playing.
Yeah,
have you noticed this? There's always a delay of some kind. And I'm not assigning blame or anything like that. It's just a weird thing.
Yeah,
we
sometimes
just get delays when T1's on the stage.
Sometimes I wish we had one of those crazy like Twitter statisticians who like kept all these records about how many times certain teams have paused. Pick Yorick. Well, pretty good chance you'll see that today. Golden shovel for the win.
Heck yeah. I'm not entirely sure whether it's going to be happening in the next game. It depends. The blind pick Jaces have been coming on through.
Got rooted. I got rooted by Zyra. No. Great drawing.
It's actually so incredibly cute.
Well, I'd say, unfortunately, for yours, Zyra, I think the Yorick is more likely.
I do really want to see that as like the splash art for a new Zyra skin.
Make it happen.
And see what that looks like in game exactly that way.
When they get rooted, it says, "Oh!"
Yes! We actually need to get her to like go backstage and do some voice recording so that we have all of the new voice lines for that particular ultimate Zyra skin. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to jump onto the Rift for game number 1, the DN Supers versus T1. Well, turns out T1 fans are certainly plentiful here at Chichik Law Park today. But the DN Supers, not without their volume as well. And let's see how it's going to go as we get into this laning phase. Faker throwing orbs around and Closer throwing soldiers around. Well, not throwing them, but just spawning them.
Yeah, spawning them.
I guess Conquering Sands kind of is like he's throwing them around.
I guess he kind of like throws or waves his spear around. You could consider it throwing it around to get them to be summoned.
Yeah. Well, Faker is getting a little bit aggressive.
He will take a lot of damage, but he gets this wave in, so it works out pretty well for him. And this is an issue here for T1 if the bottom lane goes poorly, because the top lane is pretty winning, pretty smashing for Dudu. So Keria and Pays need to be very careful with how this bottom lane goes. Pays went barrier, which makes a ton of sense into this draft, and so he can combat the Caitlyn directly if Keria hits a few pokes and is able to get the right binding at the right time. So this is not an unplayable lane. A lot of the time when you lane into Caitlyn, you're like, well, that's just a wash. But with this Nico, actually do have a fighting chance, as Owner's going to look for an early gank to shut this Gwen down early. And Doran already has a pretty nice HP set up here.
Yeah, and does have his cooldowns back as well. Getting some grass procs, things like that, as Dudu dashes away. Really nicely done, utilizing that ward in the pixel brush, but had his eye glued to the minimap. If that was me, would have died. Doesn't matter about the ward. I'm just not looking. Not Dudu. Going to spot it out and get himself out of there. Pureshik will be taking the Bramble back here, as Doran is still trading very well. And we were talking about the Gwen as being a great matchup into the Scion. Not yet, right? Yeah. The first few levels, Scion is just pretty ridiculous as a champion. And so Doran should be just fine, at least until, you know, level 6, things like that. A couple of item buys come through for the Gwen.
Not great if you keep getting hit by fully stacked Qs, but still trade back. He's a little bit low on mana.
Yeah, the blue stuff is problematic. Does have that snip stacked up as well, does Dudu. And we'll be able to find it there. Dashes out of the way, but everyone looking a little worse for wear towards that top side of the map.
Faker playing like a man possessed in this lane so far, really putting the pressure on to Closer here early.
Yeah.
One of the players who obviously understands both sides of this matchup more than literally anyone who exists. True. So,
I mean, he's been playing Azir into Orianna for what, 7 years? When was the most recent? So it was Azir that was released most recently. Is that like? It's over 10 years now.
It has been over 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, definitely over. Probably even longer than that. It's probably 13 years or something like that. But that's been how long he's been playing this matchup. Yeah. As Ona comes on over and looks to steal away his Raptor camp, as Pureshik was trying to get rid of that. That's going to even out the camps as well between the two junglers.
TP is already expended here on the top side. So now that some items are coming through here for Dudu, he starts to get these levels in, and his level 6 is closer. Doran is not going to be able to just trade the way he has been, but he's keeping this wave near his turret. He's just being Scion. And the observers are watching this because we have seen already Doran's defensive tank lanes, the Cassante in particular, get solo killed.
Yeah.
So we always got to keep our eye in to see if Dudu is going to find an angle here or if Doran makes a mistake. Once again, Owner is on the top side of the map, but I don't think we'll be going for a gank this time around.
Doesn't have a whole lot of camps right now, so it might have a little bit of time to find some sort of angle, but instead going to be heading southward, even though that lane is well and truly shoved forward. Closer is somewhat pushed up as well into Faker, as we can see, as Peter magically journeying over, finds the Flash Cosmic Binding on a Pays, but the follow-up not quite there, as the Flash was utilized immediately from this Ezreal, not messing around as Peter goes for the play.
That could be something that's really huge when Pureshik hits level 6 later on, so doesn't necessarily mean much now, but that's what flash cooldowns often eventuate into, is because they're so long, a play later on that is actually more lethal. So really good gank here from Peter. Like a wraparound more than a gank.
Speaking of which, Ona moving down as well. Seeing whether he can head through this Tri-Brush. There is a control ward as Needlework comes out from Dudu. Doran taking a lot of damage, but does find that stacked up Q.
Dudu really respecting the fact that Doran was like a minion away from level 6, so he did not want to try to flash or do anything crazy there, just was happy with the trade he got, little tempo ult.
Yep, the turret certainly a little bit of a problem if he does get crashed into by a train. And so, as it all stands, only about a 200 gold difference between the two squads, nothing really to be concerned about on either side. Berserker Greaves picked up for Dr. Just trying to go towards some attack speed early on. But you can see, hasn't really been the Caitlyn lane domination that we often expect from this champion. The Nico, like you were talking about, certainly doing her job in that lane, making sure that Carrier and Pays are just fine.
Peter is trying to be Mr. Worldwide right now, everywhere at once, but isn't going to find anything here in the mid lane. Faker is very prepared for this possibility. Pyoshik gets level 6 before Owner, as you can see the XP bar highlighting right now on the left side of your screen, but doesn't have a great gank target. Even with the Prio in mid trying to push onto Owner, not realistic. And even though Pays is flashless, he's very far away from that lane right now, so I think it won't really matter all too much, but Nocturnes to get out of control, get ahead early, and get that Ultimate Hunter online early.
Yeah, there's also the fact that, you know, Pays, he doesn't have Flash, but he does have Arcane Shift most of the time. And so they do need to be still a little bit cognizant of that. He is still very, very safe. As Dudu and Doran, here up towards his top side, some mist being played around by this Gwen, but otherwise nothing too much to report. So a pretty slow start to this game. And I have to say, probably does bode pretty well for the DN Supers. Probably wanting to get items number 1 or 2 on the majority of their carries. Dr. wanting even more than that to really find relevance in this game. I think Closer and Dudu really, alongside Pyoshik, going to be a large proponent of what gets them into that late game to allow Dr. to then carry. Mid game certainly going to be controlled by them. So eyes going to be glued to where Dudu's going after that first item does come on in, and whether or not Closer can find any headway, because right now he is behind about a wave as this wave is crashing in mid. Faker certainly doing a great job keeping up with the farm.
Any dragon you can get, especially with a late game comp like this, that is going to get, like when it's Infernal as a single Drake, even if you get that just that one Drake, you lose the next 2, that's going to be relevant stats for the whole game. For your scaling composition, buys you time to avoid dragon fights later, so they can use this mid prio here to somehow wrestle this dragon away. It would be huge for them, but they don't have enough control. They have a lot of vision control, but not enough control to actually start this one up at the moment. So it's like it's going to be a bit of a later first dragon here in our first game of this series. A very quiet and slow early game, which has not really been all too much the style here of Pyoshik and DNS, but they just have not found any ins just yet.
Yeah, and also it's not really the style of the LCK after what we had yesterday, which was just pure chaos from the beginning to the end of the day.
Dumb fun.
Yeah, certainly was that. Just a ridiculous experience, as Doran not quite finding the roar of the Slayer there towards Dudu, and will need to go back home to recharge his mana bar. He's taken a little bit of damage from that ace in the hole, but I don't think he's too worried about being taken out or anything like that. That flash cooldown is getting to the point where it might be coming back again, as Peter is just... he is not paying rent at the moment. He's not living there.
No, he's really just fully roaming, but this gives a lot of experience over to Dukdom to catch up here with Pays. And actually, I've been looking at it, he hasn't lost that much compared to Keria. Actually, still dead even.
Yeah,
Peter's slight lead is we are going to see this first dragon go over to T1, unfortunately, for DNS. And Peter's roams have been unsuccessful in terms of leading to
I imagine he's getting a lot of chimes, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a positive. You do like to get out onto the map, as Pyoshik taking a bit of damage from Faker. The train comes out as Pyoshik is going to flash out of the way, still gets slowed, and the Q's charged up. Oh, dearie me. This guy is definitely dead, and it's Faker that locks down that kill. First blood over to the Orianna. Disaster here for the DN Supers, as Faker getting a lead. That's a problem.
And they almost looked like they wanted to give it to Pays because he was true-shotting from so far away. The timing didn't work out. Still, either Faker or Pays getting that kill is massive. And Pyoshik just kind of got owned.
Yeah, losing this entire top side of his jungle as well is a massive deal, because he was power farming.
And this is right after they lost the dragon. You know, they gave dragon, and their cross map was to lose the jungler.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really bode well for how this early mid-game is going to go for this composition. But big win there from Doran, who was able to get that charged Q over the wall, even though Pyoshik was able to flash it. And that means also Nocturne is down a summoner.
As Carrier taking a little bit of damage here, but it's just the plate that the DN Supers were looking for. They will be able to at least claim that. But a 700 gold lead here for T1, as that first blood allowed Faker to have that entirety of the lead to himself.
Dr. is, he's generating some money down here. You can see he's really the only strong gold lead for DNS because he was able to pick up that plate, the second one of this turret here. Small lead for Dudu as well, who picked up one plate with the crystalline overgrowth that was picked up from him earlier.
Yep.
This Pyosik here pushing super deep. Faker calls him out on it, and then he's just unfortunately unable to get away. You know, like Faker sitting on ult here. Pyosik is like, this is rough. Ult comes through here from Doran, and Pyosik can either get ulted by Faker there by going down or flash the wall and try to avoid Doran, but you know, Doran gets the Q over the wall. Faker's still there. He does not even have to use his ultimate in order to take him down.
As Dudu now is some needlework. Doran just looking to try and get out of here. Doesn't have the ulti up and available, and does have to flash. Is now Pyosik in trouble. The smite is eaten by a spell shield, but he's still very, very dead as Faker once again going to take down Pyosik, and Dudu just running away from the entirety of the situation. 0-2 for Pyosik. We were talking about it before.
Expectations.
Yeah. So far, not necessarily working out as Dudu going aggressive, gets the flash over the top as Doran looks to move towards Ona, but he goes down. They now look to try and trade it. They will be able to do that, but a 1-for-1 is not what they were looking for.
Great read by Dudu. He's like, I'm doomed no matter what. I might as well try to go for this outplay and trade a kill back. And he is successful there. Does have to expend his flash, but well worth it in that situation. Still, it's not great here for DNS right now in this early game as we start to approach the mid game, but at least he gets something back and maintains that gold lead.
Yep. I think a little bit worried for what the DN Supers are going to be able to do off the back of this first item spike out for Faker.
This is so, you know, for Pyosik here, he wants to help Dudu get a kill, but there's no mid prio. Faker is all the way up in his river, and so he's like trying to set something up top lane and then just finds himself dead. And Dudu is able to turn this around with a flash over this charged Q.
He didn't even ult, like to just try and get towards his top laner or something like that. Could have just ulted towards Doran perhaps, but didn't pull the trigger. Wonder whether he was afraid of, you know, being, I don't know. I feel like it
have
just
shockwave, so like
would have been away.
Yeah, I don't know.
But,
I kind of agree with you. Maybe, I think he was in range, you know, even with his level 1 ultimate.
It is level 1, so maybe it was just a little bit too short. That might have been the way. Still,
in my head, Nocturne's ultimate is always way further than it is actually.
Yeah, no, exactly. All right, once again, pressing the R button, here is Dudu. Doesn't quite have his first item complete, but he's already having a great time here. Level 11, and is able to make use of that level 2 ultimate. Pyosik moving over towards Ona here as control ward vision for T1. And it was Pyosik with a decent CS lead, getting more camps as Paranoia finally comes out. Pop Blossom is going to put him up into the sky though as he's kicked back, and Ona does manage to follow. Docdom now here as the Tempered Fate comes on down, but it's just not going to really do enough as Docdom is in a whole lot of trouble. As T1 are circling like sharks right now. The wave not quite here just yet, as Docdom looks to just try and chase Ona out of here. Peacemaker comes on through and he knows that he's dead. And he's finished off by a sonic wave of all things.
Yeah, well, at least, is it a good thing that the Lee Sin got the kill and not the Ezreal? I don't know, actually. In this case, probably not, because it is Owner, and here is already has a pickaxe in his inventory.
Yeah, it's just pick your poison, really. It's just not good on either side.
What are you going to do here? I mean, this situation is Owner has full control, and we found out here that Pyosik's R button isn't broken, but he's just instantly kicked back. He used his spell shield to try to block the Pop Blossom, got hit by it anyways. And so just really not much he can do in this situation, has to just leave. Duckdown tries to barrier the Q, avoids it anyways, and then chases Owner down because he knows he's dead no matter what. Keeps the wave away, but just dies to the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, he was busy netting towards Owner as well as he dies to that one, and the minions, of course. But the DN Supers now staring down the barrel of a 5-1 lead as far as kills for T1. 2.8k as far as a gold lead. And with Owner on his Lee Sin, I mean, there are Lee Sins and then there's Owner's Lee Sin, right? He's very, very good at carrying these advantages towards the later stages of the game. It is a Chemtech Soul. Orcs is at work today, but, you know, might have been, I don't know, getting lunch or something like that. Maybe not paying
attention. Just perhaps was really, you know, maybe he was at that moment in time, like trying to go back and look at the Nocturne ultimate range we were talking about to confirm, like whether he was actually in range to ult the top lane, you know, just doing some research. It is what it is, like he would say. That's what he would say, right? You know?
Yeah, he's what it is kind of guy.
So Duckdown wanted to try to help collapse here to maybe try to fight for Prio over this Herald, but it is just not going to happen. I think DNS are in this really unfortunate spot where at least it's Chemtech Soul, but they're down 2 dragons, they're down 3,000 gold, and the scaling argument just really doesn't feel like it's going to hold water in this game anymore.
Well, Pioshik just looking for a bit of an angle here, but it's more of a protection rather than an actual aggressive move. Dudu at least knows that he doesn't have any attention here towards the bottom side, but Doran has been holding his own just fine in this lane. And the gold lead's really starting to erupt for T1 around the map. And this is just, it's feeling like another day in the office.
Yeah,
T1.
This game just doesn't have any tempo vibes for DNS, right?
Nope.
Like you just don't feel like there's any chance, there's any magic that's going to happen tonight, sadly, as maybe it happens here.
Yep, there's the paranoia to come on through. Pioshik already down to half health, though, as we can see. That is a decent Cosmic Binding, as the Tempered Fate is weird, to say the least. Now the ulti comes through from Doran. There's some miss down, so the Gwen is indeed immune. And Dudu will be okay, but for a bit of an angle here. Does find some needlework now, as Doran could be in trouble. Snip comes on through, and does he have another charge? The answer is he doesn't need one. He's going to flash forward, picks up the solo bolo, and I don't know whether it's going to be enough to actually turn this game around, but it's a good look for Dudu.
I mean, if they're occupied on this Herald, maybe he can get a turret here, possibly first turret of the game. I think you probably just risk it. He has TP. He knows where the Ezreal is in mid, and they have eyes on Faker, so he gets the turret off of this kill, so that's a big swing of gold, and he's the only one who has a gold lead in this game anymore.
And he's the most important one to have one.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about the 4-1 win condition. Well, he does definitely need to be strong, as Shockwave comes down towards Closer, taking a lot of damage now. Good avoidance as the ulti removes Ona from the equation, but Faker is still so incredibly low and just walks on out. Okay, never you mind. Use the last of his mana to speed himself up, and Dudu now just going to transition here towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, they'll just trade solo laners here. Closer will go to the bottom lane since he has TP. I thought for sure Closer was just going to greed for the flash to try to catch Faker there in the bush, knowing Faker didn't have flash, but he does not commit.
It was actually a really cute play.
So he goes in with the charge Q because he knows he can get his Q off first before Doran will reactivate. Gets the ult off here. Doesn't have his ult anymore, but has his Q. Just enough mana to use it, and then runs away.
Yep, beautifully done. And that is a massive swing. I mean, T1 were moving towards a 4,000 gold lead. It is now being cut in half by the DN Supers, and it's a 1.2 thousand gold advantage for the Gwen.
Yeah, and it's a Gwen that is going to be a big threat moving into sides, right? They have 3 grubs, so that's part of why he was able to take that turret out so quickly post the kill onto Doran in the first place. And then when he traded spots here with Closer, who went to the bottom lane, actually didn't use his teleport, so he still has that. He went straight for that crystalline overgrowth, and now he's putting work into this top turret. So he might actually have 2 turrets to his name here before you know it. And Closer's going to play very respectfully here and just let this turret go in exchange.
Yep.
And say, look, I mean, there's no way I'm going to defend this.
Yeah. And they also, I think, knew that Carrier was in the area. Ona was stealing the camps on the bottom side.
They have vision everywhere else, so pretty good chance, right?
Yeah.
Like they have vision on the top river. They had Prio in mid. They had that control ward even under the mid lane in that river brush. So it's like, okay, where is he? Probably coming from me right now.
Yeah, this siege working out, though, for Doctom as he grabs a couple of plates.
Yeah, great macro here, honestly, from DNS with this comp that makes it fairly easy to do so. You got a Caitlyn, you got a Gwen, you got a Nazir, but they're playing it really well. They're not making mistakes.
Well, now T1 looking to try and lock down Soul Point. This dragon is up and available. Owner in the area. Does have the Herald as well. If there is actually going to be a fight for this, they can use that to do some tricky things, as Peter in a little bit of an awkward spot, but is able to move his way out. True Shot Barrage going to soften him up once again.
My issue with DNS playing for this is they don't have Closer in the side lane with TP. He's actually just straight up here, so there's no side lane pressure while they try to slow this down. See if they can secure the smite. I mean, that would make it worth it.
Yeah, let's see whether Ona comes over and looks for this. He is certainly going to do so, as Pioshik can use the ulti to reposition, but the pop blossom onto 3. Pioshik gets into the backline, but Carrier has already created so much of a problem. He does go down as they now look for the angle. A double kill for Closer just before he goes down, as Peter just barely staying alive. Pays in a lot of trouble, but Doctom as well contending with Doran as Dudu looking to cut him up. It's a double kill for the Lee Sin, and they manage to take the Drake, and Ona is able to take down
he can
the
stop the
Caitlyn
retreat
as well. It's, oh my goodness. does smite down Shelly as Pyosik looks to try and get out of there, but there's a resonating strike. It's a Quadra, and Ona's looking for a potential Penta angle. He does find the Q onto Dudu, and he's of course going to follow it, but I don't think they're going to be able to take down the Gwen right now.
When I said if we had PUG, Owner would get it if T1 win this game, I didn't quite mean it was going to work out exactly like this, but that Sonic Wave landing on the Duckdom changed the whole equation of the latter part of that fight, because if Duckdom is actually able to survive there, I think T1 just have to tuck tail and run. As this engage here from Keria is great, but the follow-up isn't, right? Like, they put all the damage onto Peter, who survives, by the way, and gets over the wall. Pyosik's on this flank angle while Dudu is doing massive damage, and Faker is out of the fight. And from this moment on, yes, Peter is super low. Doran is going to be able to catch him here, but Duckdom is the main character, right? Like, he and Dudu are the ones who are going to be able to cut down this Scion. So the fact that Owner finds this angle here and hits Duckdom is the real game changer. And then, because he has Herald here, he can stop Pyosik's retreat. Pyosik smites down the Herald, and yet still gets caught here. There's just too much for Owner to use for mobility.
I swear, Pei's Arcane shifted and almost went straight into a trap. If that actually had have happened, if he wasn't that pixel further away, that whole fight could have been different. As Shockwave connects onto Closer, but he is focused on taking down this turret. They should be able to do so. That gold lead moving back towards 3K as Tempered Fate comes in. It catches Pyosik, but not Keria, as the fear is still going to connect. Needlework comes on down. That's Ace in the hole to lock up the kill for Duckdom. But now Owner is making his way in, finds a resonating strike. Dudu, he's able to immune that ultimate coming out from the Ezreal, but Pyosik, not a lot of options. The train is going to pass the station here as Dudu is deceptively tanky with his Riftmaker, but still, Owner is such a beast. Doran likely to fall down, however, survives somehow as Dudu goes into the mist and is able to keep himself up. Closer has a fair bit of damage, but now without the Gwen, this could be problematic. Q connects, the Emperor's Divide doesn't do enough, and it's Pei's that locks down the kill on the Azir.
Some of these fights have just felt too close for comfort for T1, and yet they've still pulled it off thanks to Owner's incredible Lee Sin. But man, I look at how DNS have played this mid game. They had a great macro read with the top and outer and top and the outer and bottom lane right here, finally getting the last hit points of it as they look for this play. But they're playing through this Nocturne and the side lane pressure incredibly well, and they're turning it into team fight situations where it looks like, okay, maybe they can turn this into something big. But Faker still has this turret to operate through, and then Owner shows up, right? And that's the big game changer. Dudu has a really nice mist here to get out, but now you're fighting against this incredibly safe Ezreal. Doran's on the flank. It took too long for the objective to go down. Closer does finally get the turret, but it's at such a hefty cost here. And now everybody's here, and Owner is just going to have his way with them. Going back in here for Dudu, a little bit greedy, a little bit of a...
I tell you what, it would have been really cool if Closer had ult before this moment.
Yeah.
I was wondering why he wasn't using it. It was coming off cooldown as we were reaching this point.
I suppose maybe that's why Dudu went back in, because he was just trying to buy a few extra seconds. Because he wasn't going to be able to do anything there alone, and it felt like on first watch that he kind of just left Closer out to dry, but they were definitely trying to set something up there. But it's these fights like 3,500 gold down, 4,000 gold down that are as close as they are because DNS are playing the map well, that it gives you hope that this roster definitely has something in it, but they are so far behind now.
Well, let's see whether they can find an angle here as the flash in from Dudu gets vision as well as they dive on top of the Ezreal. Pei's just doesn't get to play the game. Pop Blossom trying to use defensively, but Keria will be able to keep himself alive, and now Owner makes his way in. My God, the damage of this Lee Sin, and the Shockwave is able to pick up the kill as well. Down goes Peter, the Emperor's Divide is there, but Closer, I don't think he's likely to survive this one, and Faker says absolutely not. Takes out that golden bird, and DNS are forced to run for the hills.
It's just another almost miracle win for DNS where you're like, oh, how did they out-rotate T1 again? And then ultimately they didn't, right? No. Tempered Fate does not actually really get them a whole lot there in the fight. It actually kind of buys T1 time for Owner to get over there and save the day again, as he is just putting out fires left and right in all of these scrappy skirmishes. As Pei's here, just unaware that Dudu's on this wraparound angle, and Dudu does so much damage. The Nocturne ultimate can follow him so far away, and then Keria is also isolated. From this moment, you're like, wow, T1 might lose this game, right? And then Owner's like, wolf.
You goes in,
takes up Pyosik. This Tempered Fate doesn't really do them a big favor, as
Okay, Dudu teleporting in, does get into the mist in time as Doran is just getting cut apart. They will be able to take out the Scion. The question is, do T1 have anything else? True Shot Barrage is decent amount of damage as Doran is still trying to get work done. Dudu in a lot of trouble, and Pays will be able to take him out. There's the kickback onto Pyosik. The follow-up not quite there though, as he does flash his way out. But the biggest threat is down on the side of the DN Supers.
Yeah, I mean, they have Emperor's Divide here for closer. It's so difficult to actually get in the setup range to use it. Paranoia also available here for Pyosik, but they don't have vision. So they have to kind of slowly leapfrog their way towards this dragon, but I think it's just going to be too late. Oh, closer takes a huge chunk.
Oh, Pyosik. They don't have another Scryers.
Yeah.
So,
well,
a little bit of a shame.
It's just, how many times in a row is it now? Like 4, where you watch the supers and you go, this is a great play. Actually, there's kind of a bit of an angle here as Doran unfortunately does not catch Dudu with his charge Q, so doesn't have his Q. He eats a ton of damage. They're kiting back into the choke point here. And then Pays is able to weave in so much damage. His ultimate comes through. And Owner also, he hasn't shown up just yet, right? Look at this shockwave. Dudu gets finished off by Pays here with a really sick shift there up to make sure he can land that angle. And then DNS Supers the DN Supers don't have any angle after that.
And if that was Docdom that was tagged, like, Pyosik and Docdom were sharing pixels. And that Sonic Wave connected. He flashes out of the way, doesn't get knocked up by the kick. That could have been so much worse. And it already went terribly for the DN Supers. As now T1 move over to take down this inner turret, and they should be able to do so pretty comfortably. Gold lead moving towards 7K. They have the Chemtech Soul as Magical Journey brings Dudu in. They're looking for Pays once again as he does get himself out. There's the Tempered Fate. Pop Blossom is going to connect as Dudu moving all the way up. And now Closer looks for the Emperor's Divide. They find it, and they grab the kill onto Faker. Carrier goes down as well, but it's Owner that is a true carry here. Kickback once again, but the Q doesn't land. It's Peter looks to get on top of Pays, and Dudu is going to assassinate him. Now it's Owner and Doran against the world, and the DN Supers, once again, they find a team fight, and this one it looks even better.
Yeah, this time they actually kind of win it. They actually, in fact, do win it. You know, Owner was still alive, so I kind of had to, I was like, walk a tightrope on my words on this one, because when he's alive, he has turned quite a few of those, but there's just no damage anymore after Faker and Pays are dead. So watch this again. Pays has been pretty greedy with his positioning. He's given DNS so many ins here. The Tempered Fate allows them to try to make an outplay here. Carry is buying space, and now Pays is safe, right? But Closer gets over the wall, gets Faker,
crazy.
As Doran is dying and live, or nearly dying.
Yeah, someone was dying as they look for the angle, the flank opportunity, but the kickback comes through to disengage. Peter is tagged by the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike comes on through as now Dudu is fighting against Owner, and Owner likes those odds. Able to take the double kill as he takes matters into his own hands. A triple for the Lee Sin. This guy is just a little bit too fed. 11-0-6. You were talking about the POG angle. I think this is guaranteed POM, and he can feed the entirety of game two.
There is one player on Summoner's Rift who has no deaths, who has 17 out of 20 KP, who is on 3.5 items, and it is the jungler.
Yeah, I actually think maybe we could petition DNS, like, we don't need to play game 2. Let's just give POM to Owner and move on. But instead, we want as much League of Legends as possible. But what an incredible performance from this guy. Is Doran going to be able to soften up these Nexus turrets straight into the queue? Beautiful shockwave from Faker as the Pop Blossom going to pick them up, put them down. And the DN Supers will be laid to rest as T1 off the back of their jungler are going to dominate in this later stage of the game. One team fight looked like hope. But Owner said, no, not today, my friends. His Lee Sin just as incredible as always.
I was impressed by 6 players in this game. They were the DN Supers and Owner. This was the true, like, actual epitome of a 1v9 performance from Owner. When somebody says 1v9, sometimes it's like, okay, he did a little bit of heavy lifting here and there, but Owner legitimately 1v9 this game, saved so many team fights. Faker had his moments as well. I don't want to take everything away from him. Pays was a liability at times, but also hit the Qs when he needed to. But if Owner did not get that fed, he did not play the way he did, I think the Supers come back and scale up and win this game. But, I mean, you can see some of the dips in the graph here where the fights came through and it looked like, oh, man, they got 2 kills, but then they ended up losing out because Owner showed up. You could see the moments when Owner shows up in those little holes in the graph. Uh-oh, are we losing this fight? Owner's like, no, actually, I out-damaged my entire team. Dudu 50K.
Yeah, Dudu did so much work hitting Doran over and over again throughout that game. Obviously, the Scion's job is to soak damage, but it was Dudu versus Owner, and Owner certainly was the one to come out on top. What an unbelievable performance on his Lee Sin. That's why he was using the skin that he was using. The guy is just pretty good. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back to Space, gonna break that one down, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
지금 즐길 싸움 좋겠냐?
왜 그래?
나 아래 보여줘.
아래 볼까? 오케이, 오케이. 나 괜찮아, 나 괜찮아.
좋을 것 같아 이거.
아래서 봐준다. 어때?
나 괜찮아.
좋아.
웬 너,
오늘 나 5초 뒤에.
너좀 뒤진 가는 듯?
확인.
여기
나
괜찮아.
나쁘지 않아.
깔았어. 나 태볼게.
웬 노공이야?
캐틀 묶어놨고. 캐틀 묶었어. 미드 가면 끝난다 이거. 프리 없어.
확인.
캐틀 해봐. 옆으로 집만 그렇게 돼.
blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
That's right. Just in case you forgot, he has that photo. He has the Lee Sin skin. He also has that one as well.
He's got a few.
Is there one? Oh, yeah, that's right. He's got a third one. That's right. You forgot. You forgot. But now you didn't forget anymore. Owner is that guy. He is that guy. He's been that guy.
He is him.
He is him. Owner took over the game and ran with it and never looked back. He is the POM candidate that everyone should vote for. If they win this series, they are up 1-0 over the DN Automotive Supers. Degon alongside Oxen did. That was such a long intro.
Yeah, but I think warranted, justified. This was kind of just the vibes when you get like a Challenger Smith in a solo queue game. It just takes over. And, you know, Lee Sin's pick and obviously can get a lot of momentum. Sometimes it can be a struggle to get that same value in the later team fights. No, he was taking over those two. It got a little bit messy, I think, at a point for T1. You saw some of the scaling elements for DNS come through. Didn't matter. Didn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the caster's really hitting it. Just such a solid case of POM already. The series isn't over. We've only had one game, but that was, that was an outstanding performance.
You mentioned about the solo queue Lee Sin, but obviously we all know that it's really hard to play the Lee Sin correctly on stage, but also I think getting the early advantage with the Lee Sin is okay, but I think it's really hard to like make it happen like at the end of the game, right? So I think T1 had some struggle moment like in the mid-late game, but he didn't actually like leave his shutdown, for example. Like if he died once, then I think the game would be like so much harder, but I think Honor from the early game, he was dominating.
Yeah, and I think one aspect of it was the teamwork with Faker. You know, Yoshik went for this invade here. It was Faker who tracked him down, started setting up the play so they could move to respond. And it was the team effort of the solo lanes who allowed him to get this initial kill. It was Faker who got it, but tracked him down. And then once again, Faker and Ona moving in and essentially putting a big dampener on the enemy jungler and allowing Owner to get this early advantage.
I mean, this is the thing that you kind of want to have a trade as a jungler. For example, if enemy team gets a Drake, then you have to get something on the other side. But the T1, they were really good on reading the game, and they just knew that Pyojik isn't going to come. And also for the bot gag as well, he's just everywhere to cover this Nocturne, and Pyojik didn't have any single window to attack down the T1 this game.
Yeah, and that's the tough part if you're DNS. Pyojik has been the standout throughout. And so, you know what is going to happen if the other team picks a Nocturne? They're going to try to get to level 6 and ult and do all that stuff. Owner prevented the team from doing that and just stunted on him consistently here, Ox.
Yeah, and I think as well that moment when the Nocturne Paranoia comes in and he just turns up over the wall, that's just like the almost comedic timing for how bad it ended up being. So yeah, obviously not the start you wanted for a Nocturne, not getting that early momentum, but I think the game got a little bit messier as we progressed, and it was the fact that we still saw the impact carried through by Owner, which was really impressive in this game.
And also yesterday, I was spectating Jisun's solo queue game, and she was asking me to, like, how can I play Lee Sin on teamfight? And this might be the textbook of how you should play Lee Sin on the teamfight. So Jisun, I'm not sure you're watching this game, but this is the one that you should do as a Lee Sin in the teamfight. So I think the most important thing is that you are not the frontliner. You have to look for the opportunity and just jump in the right timing.
Yeah, I feel like he's so patient playing on the outskirts. You know, his initial focus obviously is the dragon here, but for a lot of this fight, he's sort of hanging around on the side, waiting for opportunities to burst down targets, using that execute damage. You know, initially gets that kill there, and then
wait for the cooldown.
His team is actually down in members initially here, but he's waiting for the cooldowns, picking up kills where he can, just moving in and finding target after target and using his mobility and that execute damage to pick them off. Even gets the Herald in here. Just great play all around.
Yeah, I think most important thing as a Lee Sin is just wait for the cooldown and wait for the right moment. And it was clean execution by Owner right there.
I didn't know that Jisun was playing it. Chat going with Lee Sun? Or should it be Jisun? Which one? Which one do you think we're going with there? Oh, actually, important news though. Peter is out and Life coming on in. Again, we're kind of playing that rotation on the bottom side of the map for them during LCK Cup. They landed on Peter. It was rolling there. And despite that early lead, I know that we were talking a lot about Owner. DNS were in the fight later on despite being down like 6,000-7,000 gold.
I'm not really sold though. Like I don't think it was really like Peter's issue that they had the struggle. So yeah, we have to see, because like maybe they have some inside issue about the support and the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you know, plenty of things didn't go well in game one, but I don't think it was a support issue, and I don't think that this is necessarily going to stop what Owner did to them. But we'll see if it ends up changing their fate in game two.
Yeah, to me, DNS, they're the underdog in this prize fight, and they had opportunities to counterpunch. They just weren't able to put them away in game number one. Let's see if T1 will be able to close this one out cleaner in game number two.
I can see someone who is expecting a 2-0, but sometimes life comes at you fast, Wolf, and it has happened once again. But I kind of agree with the desk. I don't know whether it was necessarily Peter's problem, as I don't know what that fan sign was like, but it looked a little bit Petery.
There were some weird moments for Tempered Fates in that game, but you know, Peter has been pretty up and down on the Bard. It's been a while since we've seen Life. It seemed like Peter had been solidified as the starter on this roster towards the end of LCK Cup, but perhaps that has changed now as Life has been off the grid for a while.
Yeah.
You know, even though it's been so long and he's gone to the LPL, I always associate Life with the weird Jarvan bot picks, the set support, those types of picks. Engage supports more than anything else, and sometimes even playing kind of off-role champions in the support lane. I don't know what this means. I don't know if you could fix a series like this, but we'll see what he's got planned. Maybe Odin and crew have a specific draft in mind here. I don't think you go ahead and just ban Jarvan straight out the gates if you're T1, but you know, his guy is pretty eclectic with his pool, so we'll see what they have for us. If it's just going to be a standard pick, then I don't know if not banning, but benching Peter here was the
I also
right play.
think if this is what you're going to do, then why are you playing Life as well? Because I imagine that Life is the guy that's more willing to pick the Anivia crazier things towards the bottom side of the map. I know Anivia pretty meta at this point in time. On was certainly ahead of his time with that pickup. But that's going to be banned away. And the Rumble, the Rise, still going to be banned. That is something that has been happening over and over again if you are second pick.
Makes a lot of sense because Bard and Nico are gone, so range supports are kind of at a premium in that bottom lane, as well as Rise was the premier mid laner that's left available. So if you're going to first pick Rise, you don't want Faker to have his hands on Anivia as a response, and you don't want Keria to have the ranged Anivia in the bottom lane if you're looking for a strong 2v2 there with like a Lulu, for example. So I think this is a really strong ban. The Varus also kind of makes me feel like they're looking for a bottom lane angle. Pantheon was left up, so just forget everything I just said, because I think Koshik is playing Pantheon.
Yeah, I'm going to write it in. I don't think that there's any way that that one is given over. I'm wondering what T1 have planned for this. I imagine that they knew what was going on. They did ban the Ambassador, seeing the Renekton ban, right? Obviously, that means that you are sort of looking for an Ambassador angle. But it then just means that this Pantheon is very clean.
Yeah, Seraphine and the Yunara lanes are very strong with the supports that are already fearlessly banned here. Set just going to look for an Annie pick, which has been rising up here in the LCK quite substantially. It feels like we finally have a new mid laner that's viable in meta and isn't just the same like 4 mid laners every series.
I feel like Annie has been fringe for quite some time, but is certainly starting to become one of our mainstays. As the Xin Zhao going to be picked up, not exactly inspiring as far as the response is concerned, but it's Ono, right? And he's pretty good at Xin.
It's really easy to play Seraphine Ashe here as the side of DN Supers and then protect it in the second banning phase.
You can also play Yunara Lulu here, and then
also great.
Like the Grand Starfall plus Wild Growth can be pretty decent engage. It looks like that might be what they're looking for.
Well, T1 can't get the Ashe Seraphine response, so you could have taken either way. And this one is more common these days. The Ashe Seraphine has fallen off a little bit here in week 2. So let's see what they are going to grab here in response. If they want to get a range support, there's not that many left available. Grab it here, but then you don't get strong pairing.
You can Jace at this point as well. And then ban Yorick and stuff like that.
And that one fan in the audience is going to be really sad.
Yeah, he's going to be quite sad.
Nor a similar situation.
Okay. I think they're still going to be banning Yorick because it does decently well into the matchup as Galio to be taken away. They're protecting Faker's pick above the top side.
Seraphine was always going to go away here with this Lulu lock-in. That's a pretty easy one here for the DN Supers.
And Seraphine Nami could actually be a pretty powerful one as they actually take away the Jace themselves.
It's really, this is not an angle where you can play Shen very well, I think, into the Gnar if you want to further double down on protecting Duck Dom in late game team fights. The Galio would have been great for closer here. Just stabilize through the Annie laning phase and then, again, be a great team fighting threat alongside the Pantheon. Double global feels pretty strong.
Yep.
So
just get behind the Duck Dom.
Nami was the next one kind of on my mind here in terms of, you know, if you're going to try to play Corki or Lucian with it to win the lane against Yunara. Now you are really limited options. Is it going to be like a Ziggs or Mel bottom lane, or what is Pays cooking here?
Mel Pike? Let's do it. That sounds fun. I don't know whether that's something they're actually going to look to do, but it would be hilarious if they went for it. Could be just a boring Corki lock-in, though, if Pays would like to stick to the tier list.
Just not a whole lot of range supports left. Callista isn't really going to fit the bill here. It looks like they're going to do Lucian Milio. How many times does T1 just give their, like, it feels like so many times when they have counter pick, they just end up with like, okay, the support and AD carry on the other side has been shown for a long time, and we're just going to eventually lock in the AD carry that we already knew.
That's a Sylas top lane.
Yeah, Sylas top lane into Gnar. Well, it could be mid.
But they did buff the AP ratio on the Gnar ultimate.
Which is very funny.
Which is Sylas buff. So we have actually seen this counter pick already work out here in the LCK as well. So pretty cute that Dudu is going for it yet again.
I want to say this is the third time here in GGT Law Park I've watched Pays lock the Lucian on 5 after the enemy AD carries were locked up a long time ago. It doesn't really feel like they've utilized counter pick well, but it doesn't matter necessarily when you know that this lane is going to do well into the bottom lane. You already had a safe blind setup for both of your solo laners in the Annie, which is then protected by the Galio ban. You had the Gnar here. And Gnar is going to do well into Sylas in the laning phase. It would have struggled a little bit more into the Aurora, but then the Sylas is going to have problems into Annie, so it's a pick your poison situation. And I mean, we have seen Sylas win lane into Gnar when the Gnar makes mistakes, but generally speaking, because mini Gnar is ranged, can kind of, you know, just space him out and harass him. It's just team fights, though, where the Sylas ends up being stronger than the Gnar because he could steal away the Gnar ultimate. So I am call my interest peaked, I suppose, in this game. The Milio is incredibly high ceiling here for Pays and Keria. Like, it's going to give the Lucian extra range, it's going to give him a lot of extra burst, but so easy to get picked off into this comp here for the DN Supers. I like the draft more.
Yeah, I do too. And it was Dudu, actually, that won the Sylas into Gnar matchup before. So let's see whether he can do it again. All right, let's see whether the DN Supers can bring us to a 3-gamer. Yesterday, we almost went the distance, but we were denied 6 games because KT were playing too well. Still not entirely sure what that means, but that is an exploration for another day. As T1 look to try and stamp this 2-0 for themselves.
Yeah, and also that end of that Bro Series felt like I didn't actually get 5 games either. I felt like I got 4.
Yeah.
It was one really interesting game in that series, and then...
Yeah, it did look like a Bro 2-0 that they then lost, which was a little problematic there. It was a drama-filled day, let's just say that. And DNS could also bring some drama in this series as well, as Pei's taking some damage, but also life. Starting off his, you know, time on the Chijijik Lol Park stage a little bit roughly.
Yeah, it's a trade of his health for Paze's. Dokdom going to get the shield well timed. And they're just going to trade some of that burst with Dokdom's Q up. And level 2 is going to be pretty huge here.
Yeah, do find it. As Slurkle does go wide, as Pays will hit the level 2 himself. Keria able to give him some warm hugs. As they are still taking a fair bit of damage, but Dokdom as well looking worse for wear. Has already used the barrier. Slurkle does go down.
Dokdom on the tightrope on this one, because he's got to know Pays has barrier here.
Yeah.
And he just trusts that Q damage is going to be enough. He's playing around the cooldowns, but man, that was a really risky play. Pays could have flashed on him and got his cooldown back and then forced it with the barrier. That was really scary.
Well, Dudu also taking a lot of damage here as Doran getting on top of the Sylas. Kingslayer is there. He has to flash to get over the wallop. And it is going to be Doran getting out of there. Flashes traded here in this top lane.
That was insane aura from Dudu. Like, I feel like Doran was just kind of confused. He was like, I think I die. I'm not sure about this. I don't like it. I'm going to walk away.
Oh, Owner actually circumnavigating Pyoshik here on this bottom side of the map as T1 moving further forward. It looks like DNS know what's going on, but there's the flash out. Both of them leaving, but they're so close to dead. Owner also in a little bit of trouble, but will be able to tank up 2 turret shots and survive. First blood over to T1.
And the jungle gap continues. Owner just with a nice rotation, like you mentioned, kind of avoiding Pyoshik and going underneath there, finding his way in. And is able to help them secure this kill. He's the one who picks it up, just barely able to escape with his life. No pun intended. And that's a really rough start here for Dokdom and Life. You know, they subbed Life in. He's playing Lulu. But the Emilio Lucian lane, once again for T1 again, it's not the best uses of counter pick in terms of how they could have like hidden some other things, done some more fun stuff, but guess what? It works when it works. It's a robust lane. It counters a lot of these scaling lanes, and Pays performs on this pick. Yeah. And when he has jungle attention here, I mean, they almost get 2.
Well, this is the crazy thing. It feels like a bit of a tri-lane at the moment as Owner comes on over. Dudu almost connects those chains to probably take a whole bunch of turret damage, which he probably doesn't want. Gnar on a bit of a win streak at this point in time.
Doran's on the list.
Yeah. And it has been doing relatively well, although it didn't into Dudu when he played Sylas the time prior. So see whether Dudu can make that one happen yet again. I think the fires are certainly a light elsewhere on the map, though, for the DN Supers. As decent polymorph there onto Pays, but he is still just running away with this. One more auto would have done it, and there is the flash forward. They do have the barrier, as Pays could have been baited, but is actually able to get himself out alive. Decent fire kick there onto Life in order to deny any follow-up, as T1, man, they are playing hyper-aggressive after that first blood.
Yeah, looking really good here in this lane, and just further denying Duckdom farm here. Ooh. This is really a very difficult situation now for Duckdom. The wave was in a terrible spot, which is why they were able to get those trades to lead to Duckdom's near death in the first place. He's going to be able to get most of this, though, with some help from Life, so that CS deficit actually kind of evening up a little bit here now. He's just about a wave behind.
Yeah, it's not too bad. And they did at least mitigate some of that pretty terrible lane state that you were talking about before. As level 6 is hit for our mid lane.
Yoshik is on a ward, so not really much he can accomplish here unless a mistake is made.
Yeah, Pays doesn't have flash, as now Dudu finds the ulti onto Dora, and he's charging up that Meganar, though. This health bar is even bigger than it already looks, and Dudu was looking worse for wear, as Ona walks over this control ward. We'll be heading up towards the Grump to try and challenge Pioshik here, but does walk back just to clear out this vision.
The tri-lane continues.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately, Pioshik can't really punish, even though he had vision there, so both junglers just walking over control wards. As this has also been a bit of a streak here.
Yeah. Tibbers took a little bit of a timeout, as we saw, but is back in the action one more time. As Faker just throwing some autos around.
Bears hibernate.
Oh dear, that's the 50 gold going over to Closer.
Yeah, not the right time of year for it, but...
Yeah. All right, well, should be Tibbers coming back relatively soon. I think was just trying to soften up Closer, make sure that he doesn't get all-in or anything like that, as Ona moving over. And Closer, you can see these trades working out for Faker with the electrocute on this Annie.
Some of this game has felt for DNS that they're hanging by a thread in these lanes, right? I mean, Life and Duckdom both basically should have died once extra more than they did. They were down to, you know, sub 50 health. They both survived those additional exchanges, Life dying the first time, of course, but this has been a dominant bottom lane. Mid lane is looking great for Faker, and Dudu had that aggressive play to trade flashes, but has since, you know, not been able to push the advantage any further. And you could just see from this early game alone, a big lead has been generated across the rift here for T1 without any real big team fight happening.
Yeah. It's certainly working out pretty well. However, I do like what DNS have in like mid to late game fights and things like this. T1's certainly a lot more mid game focused with this composition. So I do think that there is, you know, still some game to be played, but the tempo vibes will certainly feeling pretty T1 favored, and that is going to continue as Dudu dashes away, but will probably need to flash if he actually wants to escape. Does find the Crescent Guard, though, as he flashes out of the way of the Nara ultimate. Now Pioshik finds Faker as there is Closer going between the worlds. A lot of value with this ulti, as now Ona has to flash away as well. And Closer picks it up off the back end to even out the kill score.
Massive there from Closer, gets the Q2 to finish off Owner with the execute. Pays knows junglers are topside, wants to make an all-in happen here with his ult advantage.
Oh dear.
The polymorph value is real.
Oh yeah.
And so he is going to be fine, Duckdom that is. We'll hit level 6 in just a moment. Still, I wouldn't call him safe per se, but we do see Pioshik, it does have ult. In fact, Pays might be baited here a little bit.
Yeah, Duckdom is going to dash on forward. There's the ulti in from Pioshik, who flashes on in, but the cleanse is going to be there as Carrier had hit level 6. Still, they're just looking to kill Emilio, and they will be able to do so as now the Arc of Ruin comes in. The flash has to be used, and the spear just barely. Man, you just need to do like 3 extra push-ups yesterday. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man, very close. Had a lot of near misses and near deaths in the bottom lane. DNS picking up a gold lead after these exchanges, though.
Yeah.
And that's pretty massive for them because, like you said, there's a lot of scaling elements in this draft. Now, there's still a big deficit in the bottom lane. Now, what I really like about this fight here is how Dudu plays this Crescent Guard, slows this down, right? Pioshik could have ulted in, but they know Faker has prio, and he just pops Crescent Guard to buy a little bit of extra space, then goes over the wall, and they turn this into a fight on the opposite side of the pit, where this becomes really tricky for T1 to actually fight out now. And Faker is just like, all right, well, we don't want any more of this, and Closer gets the snipe. That could have been a disaster. Instead, they turn into a big win, and then Pays and Carrier overextend here. The Pantheon did not ult in that last fight. Perhaps they did not account for the fact that Pioshik could rotate down this quickly. He's got so much damage. There's not a stacked Q on this spear, but in live,
In the meantime, Dudu looking for an angle here as Doran's in trouble. The chain lash comes in. He just needs a little bit more as he finds the solo just before he gets taken out. Ona does get the challenge, but damn, that's going 1-for-1. Brilliant there for Dudu.
absolutely huge. He picks up a pretty big gold lead himself, and this is the Silas into the Gnar.
It's what Dudu has kind of made a thing right here in the LCK.
Do you remember who he beat last time? You mentioned he was the one who won last time. I actually didn't know.
I can't remember.
Okay.
I know that he won. That's about it. That's the extent of my knowledge. As Closer looking for a bit of an angle here as Faker unable to find the Incinerate. But Tibbers comes down just to defend the Annie. Closer
nice.
does have control.
Yeah, it'd be nice for Closer since Faker will have to TP and the waves are not in a good spot for Faker. As we'll watch what happened here. It's from Dudu. It's a passive here. Gets the stolen Gnar. And gets him despite the flash. Wow.
어, 저거 여기 있다.
So the chain lash damage does come in. And yeah, does manage to find it in the end.
Just barely. Also calls out the no flash on the Gnar.
And also his Kingslayer just came back again. So if he had just that little bit of extra health, he might have been able to kill Ona as well. Just with how powerful that W can be.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Extended fights. Doesn't have Conquer, but still.
Faker taking most of his health bar. The dash cannon to finish it off! And he just overstays!
Yeah, Faker didn't have, he didn't want to TP back there. The wave was in a horrible spot. And so he kind of greeted to stay. He's down on CS, right? Like, the wave management there from Closer, pretty nicely played. And it's, in fact, Closer who teleports back, and Faker's in this awkward spot where he's trying to fix the wave, and he just gets knocked down. He will have the TP to return to lane, but I don't think he's really interested in coming anywhere near Closer anytime soon, as T1 will at least be able to use this bottom side prior here to grab Dragon.
어, 얘 무조건.
Now let's check it out from Closer's perspective. Just hits everything. And that's kind of what happens as even looking at what Pioshik was doing in the middle of solo killing Faker in that moment.
I think he was kind of just, he just knew, like, I have the damage for this. Faker shouldn't stay here.
Yeah,
going for it.
Dash cannons forward and just looks away. Pretty cute stuff as Doran just crushes his way in, and Dudu says, no, not this time. Just dashes his way out.
Faker also flashed, so that's a big engage tool gone for T1. Flash Tipper is one of the best in the game.
And they don't have to worry about Drake. Of course, they were able to take that in the interim. But this bottom lane has kind of been repaired based on that gank from earlier out of Pioshik. So DNS certainly back on the front foot. We were talking about the tempo vibes being against them. Well, they have pretty aggressively reclaimed them here in this game. We'll see whether T1 can respond as Kraken Slayer now completed here for the Yunara. Doctarm will certainly be a big threat here in this game as Ona looking for the win becomes lightning onto life. Doesn't quite get there as T1 will be able to move past this turret and zone away the DNS bottom lane.
The problem with all these cool flashy plays for DNS is that their main carry, he just can't get the money. He's not farming, he's 30 CS down, he's zoned off the turret. So it looks good in some areas, but Pioshik?
Okay, does get stunned as Closer goes in, but still, Faker taking a lot of damage. The flash forward to get the stun. It's Pioshik locks down another one as Faker will go down yet again. Meanwhile, fight towards his bottom side as Pays gets polymorph, but he just waits it out. This damage from this Essence Reaver out of this Lucian, just kind of absurd.
And with Milio's help, you just kind of get constantly chunked down if you're the Yunara in this situation.
Oh, there's the gnaw back from Dudu. This play looking really cute. Not quite able to finish him off, but that is a lot of damage.
Both of those plays, like, he's able to get the kill in the mid lane onto Faker, and then, okay, Pioshik's back.
Yeah, Pioshik making his way in. There's the wild growth as the flash comes out from Carrier. A really nice one as Doctarm getting on in there. Finds the Arc of Ruin onto both of them. As now DNS looking to try and chase them down. Pays will be able to get back towards the turret, but is he safe? That's the question. Man, needed to do those push-ups, did Pioshik, as he cannot quite find the length on that spear.
Still, it's going to be such a big win here for Doctarm, who can push the Lucian away here and maybe grab some plate gold. Pays is actually going to stay. It's relatively healthy here, in fact, on this Lucian after giving a few moments time. But, like, the plays we're seeing from DNS are just wins, micro wins everywhere outside of Doctarm in the CS. Like, whether it's Closer chunking Faker down, right? And then Pioshik actually goes for the kill there, which was pretty surprising to me, but he knows he has the damage there. He is Pantheon after all. And then the play topside where Dudu doesn't kill Doran, but he chunks them out of the lane, right? And this is a Sylas with a kill advantage, with a CS advantage over an R, with very little jungle attention up here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there was jungle attention from his opponent, in fact, and he still got the kill. So he is doing very well. I think with all these tools, if we get to a late game, even with Duckdom being 1,000 gold behind now, that will matter less and less because he has such a front line to play through in this game that all he needs is one team fight where he gets a few kills, and that lead for FaZe will wash away.
And it's not necessarily like the Sylas angle where he has a, you know, Alistar ult to steal away. The Unbreakable Will is so incredibly strong, but he's got Gnar ultimate. He can throw down his own bear. Exactly right. Melio, I don't know whether that's a good one. It doesn't seem very good. But Crescent Guard is phenomenal as far as a defensive ult option is concerned. I think the hijack choices for the Sylas come later in the game are going to be pretty powerful as FaZe pushing out this bottom lane once again, and this is still a problem for DNS to solve. But it's less so as the rest of the map seems to be going pretty well. Malignant's done here for Faker as the ulti comes through from Dudu. Owner looking for an angle, but the dash cannon does get Dudu out of there. And he's just happy to absorb this pressure. Pyosik moves down towards the bottom side, does get seen on control vision, but you can see the bottom lane just going to be rotating towards closer. FaZe wanted to get rid of this Aurora who does just bounce through her ultimate.
Ooh, Faker, he does have his ult, but he cannot stay.
Yeah, there's the stun coming down as Duckdom looking to finish off this Annie. He will be able to do so. Tibbers gets angry, but isn't going to be able to do anything about this as the 50 gold goes over to Pyosik this time.
Duckdom's like, all right, you didn't give me the kill. You could have at least given me Tibbers. Come on.
Faker not having a great game here. Did have a really nice performance on the Orianna, but the Annie has been targeted here by the DN Supers so far, and plate gold going over to Duckdom.
I mean, it turns out putting the Sylas in the top lane and putting the Aurora in mid was absolutely the call for DNS.
Oh, yeah. As Doran does have Mega coming up, doesn't quite find the wallop. There's the ulti as they both just throw each other into the same wall, and Pyosik turns up exactly when he needs to finish off the Gnar. Flash out from Dudu to keep him safe. And this Sylas is really starting to become a big, big problem.
I just think that I thought we learned, like, is it just me? It seemed like my read was that Pantheon was pretty good.
Yeah.
I think we're not supposed to give that to the other teams.
That is
first
something
pick.
that everyone has been attempting to learn throughout this week.
I'm looking at the 4-0-1. I'm like, this is not the first time. Like, I'm not surprised. And I want to give Pyosik credit. You know, he had a rough game one, but he's really turned it around here. But And I love Pyosik. He's one of my favorite players, but it's kind of a Pantheon issue. You know? It's not like Pyosik is like some sick Pantheon we didn't know about. This isn't really surprising or new information. He's just at the right place at the right time. He's a world-class, world champion jungler, and he's just able to make impacts everywhere. And DNS are playing aggressive, and he is just helping finish off so many of these critical kills. And now DNS have such a lead that the Signara deficit means very little to me. I really think that it's going to not matter all too much unless FaZe can get some insane picks here in the mid game where he is at his strongest. He is on 2 items now, does have his Flicker Blade at the ready.
Yep. I mean, the thing is, Duckdom is just going to scale better than FaZe naturally as a champion, right? So they don't even really need to worry too much about it, as Life is also there to augment this damage from the Yunara. Carry a similar situation here alongside FaZe, but I think we're going to need to see some team fights and what it's going to look like from T1 and how they're going to be able to navigate it to see how this game is going to go. As the Rift Herald does come down in this mid lane, should be able to get a charge in order to take out this turret. HLE will be able to do that. So that is a second turret going over to T1.
Yeah, kind of putting a bit of a hole in the gold lead here for DNS.
Yep.
As Owner is playing very aggressively here with Faker's backup, but Faker is just not strong right now.
Yeah, Closer is actually going to be able to tag Faker as well, as he will be put down very, very low. Owner gets out of there, but Closer's Aurora has looked pretty fantastic so far this game. He's doing a lot of damage.
If DNS can keep T1 on top side here and get that free turret bottom side for Dudu, this is just a big win for them. Dudu does not have teleport, but T1 are not able to get this turret just yet. They spent a lot to try to do so, and so this is
even enemy Tibbers.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, tanking up the turret to make sure that he will have a huge wave to stack up towards this inner as well. Faker will be able to get that cannon, which is going to be fantastic, but does demand some attention.
That turret survives on the top side. I see that, but it looks like with no TPs here, Doran might be able to, with Mega here, clear this wave and then finally take it down. But, you know, T1 didn't get as much back out of that play topside as they were expecting. I think they were hoping for some kills and a big swing of gold there while they put the pressure on to take that turret out, knowing that Dudu didn't have TP. And he just barely gets it and gets away. There's no grubs this game on either side, so yeah, turret's taking a little while to go down, but at the end of the day, it's all about this next team fight for me. You know, if T1 can get Soul Point, keep Pays relevant, you know, he is the main character here, and he can be util, even 1,100 gold behind. If that Tibbers stun with the flash setup for Faker is good enough, Pays gets a kill, turns into a 5v4. This game is absolutely winnable for T1, despite some rocky starts here in sides, but that's the Dragon. I think that is going to be the big deciding factor. If T1 fight there and lose, gets you know, swept, and Duckdom gets a few kills, then I think we've got a series on our hands.
Yeah, and the Cloud Soul value from both of these teams, but largely DNS, is absolutely huge. I mean, they've got quite a few lower range champions as well as tricky champions, right? Like Closer really wants to be ducking in and out, and movement speed going to be very, very valuable there. Obviously, I'm biased, but I do think that it is going to be highly sought after for both of these teams. And T1 already with Double Dragon in hand. In a minute's time, might be able to get themselves into a really good position, despite the fact that the gold is still a little bit in favor of DNS.
And you mentioned sometimes we have these crazy tech pauses with T1. You've also talked a lot about how it just always ends up being Cloud Soul at least once in these series. And you've said that a few times, and the first few times I said, I was like, well, that's just a weird like Atlas Jinx thing. But after you said it, I've kind of been tracking a little bit.
We haven't had a Cloud Soul all week, by the way, and now we get it as soon as T1 plays.
You're onto something.
Yeah. They're always very good at it. Like, even in internationals, they're often very good at getting the Cloud Soul. Often Earth, Wind, and Fire as well. This time, not so much, as Duckdom trying to fight against Pays, who does offer back quite a bit of damage as well in a very quick burst. A little bit scary. As DNS wanting to set up for this Drake as best they can. Pioshik on vision.
I mean, it's an ardent sensor here for life. Like, they know that Duckdom is just going to be pumping damage despite the deficit in these fights because they have such great setup for him, such great front line. He's got Wild Growth. He's got both his summoners available for this next fight. DNS are ready to go for it.
Well, Pioshik going in. They're looking for the angle towards Pays, who throws down the culling, and in goes Closer. I'm not sure about that one. Bounces out immediately as there's the gnaw from Doran. Finds the angle as Closer will be taken down. Pioshik out of the fight as well as Ona picks up the double, and he's continuing to dash forward. A decent polymorph there from Life, but Ona will not have it. Still, he does go down, but he takes the Inara with him. And Dudu's fed, but I don't think he's fed enough. It's Pays that takes him down, and it only costs them one jungler.
Doran just kind of flipping the equation on Better Gnar in this team fight. The OG is the one who makes the big impact. And this is a really, really rough, and that's putting it nicely, engage here from Closer. Like, they end up getting the Wild Growth, and Closer just kind of goes in and has no damage opportunities, puts himself at 1/3 health, and then Doran, with this insane flip back, just ends the fight. It's just done.
Yeah.
And even with the Unara here, really great at these kind of scrappy fights. Like, Owner goes in alone. It looks like maybe he can kite back. He doesn't have a Wild Growth anymore because the Wild Growth was used on the engaging Pantheon, and the follow-up wasn't there. This was just a disastrous fight here for DNS, and T1 are like, whoa, this game was a close call. Thank God Doran was on the spot on that one.
Yeah.
And now suddenly it looks like, okay, T1 are in the driver's seat again.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a freebie. I'm not entirely sure what Closer was thinking, because he had, up until that point, a really good game. And now T1 going to take away the gold lead, those tempo vibes, well and truly back in their possession. And the DN Supers going to need to go back to the drawing board. I still think that they're capable of winning team fights. They just need to play it a little bit differently to what we just saw.
It could have just been as bad as Closer dies and the Dragon goes over, but because of Doran's play, they got so much more. It's a huge swing of gold, and it looks like they might even be able to get this inner here. Pays is walking the tightrope on it.
Yeah, in goes Dudu, though, looking for a bit of an angle, but he just gets blown up before he can do anything at all. The knockback onto the Pantheon as well, and now Duckdom unable to do anything. T1, I think, have just won the game. The wallop comes through, down goes Closer, and blink and you'll miss it, as the game is just kind of over.
I don't even know if it was flashed by Pays or what. It looked like Pioshik went in and the Wild Growth just missed. Like, straight up missed.
And it might have been Melio.
Yeah, it could have been. It was very messy, and that's just the game. Okay, well, good try, DNS.
It felt like this game was like really kind of teetering and close, and we were heading towards 30 minutes, and now it's just done. T1 with a 2-0 over the DN Supers. It really does just come down to win a couple of fights, and you're just gonna win.
Yeah, it's like
put that owner POM.
Yeah, no, I am. Trust me. I mean, look, owner. He had the game one. He had a decent game two. Wasn't able to make the same impact, but you can't. Doran can't win POM by basically doing nothing in game one and then losing lane to Silas and then having one good team fight. I know it was probably a huge part of why T1 won game two, but yeah, that's definitely an owner vote for me.
Oh yeah.
Look, you lose lane, you don't have a great game one, but you still have an impact in the team fight. You still make that great play. But it was more than just that. It was Closer's huge mistake. It was the wild growth that was awkward with no follow-up. The second wild growth, they got nothing when they were pushing through, and DNS fell apart like DNF. Like, that was a big throw.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. Like, we said that Dragon fight was critical. T1 could still win the game if they win that fight, but I did not mean it like that. I thought, okay, if they win that fight, they're back in it. FaZe gets a little bit stronger.
Yeah, that's what I thought,
mid
too.
Control. Not just, okay, we win that, we push mid, they make a mistake, and GG at 24.
Man, sometimes the game just kind of ends. And that's precisely what happened there. T1 are a team that are so incredibly good at doing this, though. We really should not be surprised. It is not the first time that they have just said, no, we win one team fight, and the game is just over. They're very good at understanding exactly when they can just destroy a Nexus.
And with a 2-0, that puts T1 on 2-2 and 0 in terms of the game score. So a big swing back from them.
Yep, heading back towards Legend Group.
It's the kind of series, and I read a lot of community comments after game one. It's the kind of series I think that if you're a T1 fan, you're happy with the result. You're not necessarily happy with how you got there because game one was incredibly rocky and Owner had to do everything. And then game two, not a great performance from Doran, not a great performance from Faker. It's only Paze really who has a great job with, or does a great job with Keria controlling the bottom lane, and a strong matchup there with Emilio that made you still have an in this game. And sure, Doran had his great moment there and there was a mistake, as we're gonna watch again. Like, this is the wild growth engage. There's just not a lot of follow-up here. They just kite back and then Closer runs in, and it just doesn't make sense what we saw here.
Yeah, I feel like Closer saw the angle for the big ulti and didn't realize that he was then going to put himself in the enemy team. I don't know. Seemed like it should have been a mistake because it didn't look like the right move to be made right there. Still, that is the game-ending play. As the DN Supers, they were in such a good spot before that.
Let's see this wild growth here. Because Pyoshik got it, but
yeah, he just wasn't able to be CC'd at that moment. Emilio value pretty high.
That was like the last chance they had to maybe make something of it. Like, if they kill Paze there, maybe they can defend and they'll be able to get maybe something on Baron, but completely whiffs.
Yeah.
I think a pretty easy Owner POM. I would be shocked if anyone else gets it.
I mean, if there are any votes for anyone else, I'm going to be extraordinarily upset.
Yeah, I think I will as well be upset about that.
Yeah, it's just not really a day where anyone other than Owner should be
even
getting
like
it.
GGG can Soup vote from game one, so like, of course he'll get it, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, I also, like, even if DNS won, I would be upset if Owner didn't get the POM.
Yeah.
I
might have voted Jungle if they lost, to be honest, and then made my comment to clarify what I meant.
This one's for Owner. Congrats, Pyoshik. That's not how it worked out, though. It's a 2-0 for T1, and Owner will be able to rightfully collect his player of the match, largely for that 12-0 Lee Sin performance, which was unbelievably good.
Yeah, I mean, just really quite a day saver, honestly. In game one, could have been, like, imagine if they don't have that big whiff, Closer doesn't whiff in game two, and in game one, he doesn't pop off, and, like, they lose. They could have lost the series 2-0. Yep. I'm not saying it was, like, that was going to happen if Owner plays worse, but it makes you wonder because of how much of a weight that he took off T1's shoulders in game one.
Yeah, I really kind of feel like we were denied a potential third game with how that one little team fight went. But you could hear the crowd. Owner is walking his way out, and we are getting very, very close towards that interview. And I'm looking forward to hearing about, T1 and their philosophy moving into this first round of the LCK as well, because often it is a slow start, and we'll see whether Owner does have any insight as far as why that happens. But now, let's get into it right away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Owner on the side of T1. A clean 2-0 victory for you, and you get to secure that 12-match winning streak against DNS. How do you feel? I think I'm just really happy that we were able to win today, and it was a clean 2-0. I feel very relieved. And so following your last victory, you got another POM yet again. Did you see it coming? I did get all the kills funneled to me in game 1. And yes, in the end, I did make a lot of mistakes, and so I wasn't really thinking that I would get the POM, but it feels nice. So what allows you to get all these POMs? I'm sure there are a lot of highlights where, I get a lot of really good angles to end up getting a lot of those kills. So I think that's why. How modest of you. A very humble answer. So how did you take the loss against Genji and prepare for today? I've just felt like we lost so helplessly, and I think we just discussed everything from draft and all the minor details and really took our time to sync up again. So I think that's what allowed us to get a good result today. I'm really happy about that. And in game 1, with the Orianna as the core, the key was to get the Lee Sin fed. So at the Raptors and Scuttle Crab, getting those 2 kills against the enemy Nocturne maybe was the key. So what was the gameplay or the game plan with the teammates? So yeah, in the mid jungle, we just knew that exchange in the early game would be really good based on the picks that we had. And I think we were able to set up those skirmishes, and we were able to execute everything so well. And in the analyst desk, Helios is actually really curious about this. Carius Nico had transformed into Lee Sin and then caught out the Nocturne. So was this intentional? During when I play, I actually didn't watch what Keria did. So I don't know what exactly he did, but I'm sure if he did something, it was he actually meant to do it. And in game 2, the early game was pretty rocky for T1, but the Xin Zhao did a great job stabilizing things and really set the team in the right direction. So what was your read on the lanes? I knew that we had bought Prio, and I just knew that I just have to support and assist the top side a little bit. So I was just mainly worried about that. And I'm sure that whatever happened in the bot lane, they actually did really well. So that actually made us win the game eventually. And your next opponent will be D plus Kia. Are you ready for the LCK Cup revenge? I want to make sure that we win against D plus Kia to keep the winning streak going, and I want to start off in a good momentum to get back in our normal place. And any message to your fans? I'm sure that our fans have been quite concerned with all the performances that we haven't been able to show a lot of the shortcomings, but I know that you guys are always supportive of us, and I'm really grateful. Thank you. And that's all from Owner, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
He's so humble. He's like, I didn't expect to be POM, so many mistakes.
I don't know about that, bro.
After that game 1,
I don't know about that, bro.
He's the only person in this entire building.
I'm pretty sure. No,
maybe
entire world.
Entire world. He didn't expect him to be POM.
Maybe he's just really good at playing Among Us, He would be very, very convincing. Or he'd be very bad playing Among Us and be like, it's so obvious. You get the POM, man. I will say there were shouts when this one highlight that maybe the Krug Lord Doran would get it. Even though he's had a tough year, he had the highlight play here in this moment that turned it around because DNS were running the early game. It was Pioshik on Pantheon like he did earlier in the season, getting the early lead, and then it just kind of fell apart here with Closer.
Especially in a game where, you know, you're into a Silas, you can steal that Gnarled. You're often worried about him having that big impact. Oh, that Gnarled though.
Yes.
That's the impact, you know.
Well,
and that huge pullback, and it was especially a concern playing into this comp with Yanara, Lulu, that maybe you just end up getting outskilled.
I mean,
Doran finds a huge play to just find that big team fight that really got T1 into the winning position.
For me, Doran is one of the players that if he goes like 0-15, I have no worry, you know? It's just a classic Doran. One day he'll just come back with this kind of like insane montage play. So I have no worry about him. Like, I think he's gonna be okay.
Yeah, I think 0-14, I'm okay. A little worried.
I mean, you know, like he's the guy like who goes like 0-15 or like 15-0 like one game and like second game too, you know?
No, I can actually, he's never gone 0-15. I can actually confirm that.
Thank you.
So I'm defending Doran here.
Right here. This is more what did sausage. As we take a look at the POM votes, it was Owner getting this one. Max is angry. Atlas is angry. He's angry at someone on Korean Cast. He's angry at Jonah Strong. He's angry because he said if it wasn't 13 out of 13, he'd be mad.
That's so...
Also,
I don't know.
Faker had a tough game. He had a tough game in game 2.
Yeah, I think Faker played well game 1 on the Orianna.
Yeah.
I think Pays had a pretty rough game 1.
I mean, considering it's a POM, I think Owner deserves it, you know? Like, the average performance that he had for this series is, like, just insane. The game 1 was, like, peak, you know? So I think...
I honestly, I thought if we were going to see it, it would have been about the big Doran play and we'd get, like a Doran vote. I'm not even kidding. But again, we've had series.
True.
We've had 13 out of 13.
Yeah.
And I think it's been less convincing. Like, I thought this was going to be a definite 13 out of 13. So I'm a little surprised, you know, but people are allowed to vote as they please. And at the end of the day, it didn't derail. Owner still got it.
We'll see the comment from the Korean Cast, but we don't get a Jonah Strong comment. Let's start with yours, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually, we did Amorx. Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is such a smart strategy from Owner. He locks in his own skin, absolutely pops off, and then people are going to watch and think, if I buy that skin, maybe I can play like this. The answer is no, I'm sorry, you can't. But
maybe
at least you'll look good while playing Lee Sin when you go 0-7. Isn't that what's important?
Yeah.
So you should, you know, you can get his skin, you can go play it in solo queue and try and replicate what Owner did.
Maybe that's the reason why I lost the solo queue last night. I played Lee Sin, but I didn't have the Owner skin.
That's what. Actually, that's why.
Oh man.
That's why. Wait, you don't have the. Do you not like Owner? Do you have a problem with Owner? Why don't you have his skin?
Wow, it did.
Wait, you watched T1 win Worlds and you didn't buy that skin?
Wow, that's crazy.
So it was just a montage of Owner just plays his solo queue game.
What does this comment mean?
I mean, it's just the YouTube video. Like, it's the title of the YouTube video.
Oh,
you can just search.
Yeah.
And look for it.
So you watch these Owner solo queue replays.
Yeah.
But you don't buy his skin.
Ooh, sausage.
Don't narrow like that.
I'm sausage.
I mean, you know.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it.
I mean, I'm a support player, so I'm mainly playing support, so I bought a carrier skin. But I think this time around, he convinced me to buy a Lee Sin skin, so I'm gonna buy it.
Okay, well...
That's fair, no?
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm a main support.
We will verify on Reddit's account that he's bought the skin. Don't worry, we will make sure.
1v9.
Wolf, 1v9, yeah.
If you guys ever wondered what it's like being on the desk with Ox and what did when the cameras are off, it's that. They just go, and then I'm like, guys, we gotta pick highlights, we gotta read the comments. Here's Helios with, he's the owner of his skin, no doubt.
That's pretty good.
That was
the basic.
That was good.
Classic.
You know, along the skin line, I went similarly, you know.
Yeah. Even also, without top 4 jungle pool owners.
Actually, sorry, just to quickly say for the Helios one, he didn't say like top 3 Lee Sin and Lolpark. So he's actually moved on and got a new Pomment. So I want to praise him for that. As
True.
You know,
Helio scaling.
got a new idea for once. So shout out.
I think he meant about the jungle champion pool, right?
Yeah, the meta
picks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, the Lee Sin is more for the players, you know.
All right, Prince with Helios, Umpty. This is how the best jungler goes to bottom ganks.
Ooh,
Exactly.
sensing some tension.
Sounds like some duo queue drama.
So I can
Maybe
see
some flex queue.
So no. I think they're mainly like working together in the background for the desk, just like us, right? So like Prince is the one like keeps saying they should have just ganked bot, and like they are the one. No, I think you should just follow the jungle, you know. And then like we can't gank the bot lane, but he's the knower.
You know what's beautiful?
What?
Is that here? Bot
all
lane,
agree.
Bot lane. Bot lane.
Yeah.
You know what we all say? Where should we gank?
The bot lane.
Yeah, it's just so simple.
So
we all
simple.
know. We all know.
Too. Here's Pony. He was the one that voted for Faker. When did jungler start getting Raptor without my permission?
So this is kind of a callback
yeah.
to game one where Fake was the one really shutting Pioshik down, cutting him off from the Raptors. And I think that's really why this vote came in, because he saw like, even though Ona had a phenomenal game, and obviously, you know, everyone voted for him because of that, I think he saw Fake as setting up his jungler and was like, you know, that's why he gets my vote.
He's just the king of the macro, you know, so he knows how they want to play. Like, even though they're the one getting the objective first, he knows that what they want to do reactively, so they kind of like defend the plays like perfectly, right? So that's why Ona could actually be ahead in the early game. So I think that makes sense to vote the mid lane.
You know, and this just in, you know, that was one of the dissenting votes. I actually have a comment from Jonna Strong. He says, Game 2 was a dominant laning phase, no question.
No question.
And in Game 1, when that key team fight was on a knife's edge, they found the pick onto Gwen. So
I think it's really AD carry POV. Like, really. Like, oh my god, look at the Lucian lane. Poo, poo, poo! Holy moly, that's the multi. And I got the Gwen, even though I'm AD carry. Oh my god, I gotta vote for Pace.
I have a question with it. You know this. I know this too. What role does Jonna Strong play?
AD carry.
He plays AD carry.
Ball lane. He's the ball laner.
All right. Well, we got to the bottom of it. Thank you, Pony. Thank you, Jonna Strong. And thank you, Yundo, for getting that comment for us. It is T1 going 2-0, getting the victory there and being at equilibrium. 2-2. The DN Automotive Supers looking to end their skid later on in the week.
Aren't our standings so pretty? We have the warm tones and the cool tones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, that might be the one that we are expecting from LCK. When it all goes down to the like end of the split, maybe that's the top 5 that we are expecting to have.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Still early on as Hanwha Life Esports goes up against BNK Furex, still looking for their first win of the season. It's going to be a big one. You don't want to miss it. And actually, you know, we were talking about G-Sun's Lee Sin earlier. Well, we have a little clip here from General Umpty that might help. Let's take a look.
시즌이 지금 전 세계적으로 선풍적인 인기를 끌고 있는데요. 엄티 시범이란 LCK와 치즈직을 접목한 롤 교육 컨텐츠입니다. 2달 동안 엄티 시범을 받더니
Why is he wearing a do-rag?
저 엄티에게 하루
All right, come on, Dan, let's get up. Let's do the workout thing.
엄티의 세계로 들어가 봅시다. 따라만 하세요.
Flash, minion, yummy. 15-minute game over. Yeah, post-game interview, smite. Oh, teleport. Don't forget the spin on the teleport. Yeah, demolition. All right. Mid, roaming. Enemy down. Charm. 대박, which is awesome.
보고 끄지 말고 내일도 보고 모레 또 보자. 그럼 안녕.
All right. Okay. So you can check out Umpty's 15 minutes over on Chijijik at the LCK Chijijik website.
Wow. That was impressive.
We'll be back with Hanwha Life Esports against BNK Furex. See you after the break.
2대1이었던 승부 예측을 뒤집고 DRX가 정말 딱 기다려라 칭찬 보이스 들어간다. 누구도 몰랐던 3대0이 나왔고 그러면 녹심의 여정이 LCK컵 이후에 완전 새롭게 태어난 거 아니라는 지난 경기에 극찬이 있었는데 2연승 1주차 기분 좋습니다. 레이즈끼리도 오랜만에 이 자리에 온 만큼 다 보여줘야죠.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Genji, T1, KT, Hanwha, Bro, Nongshim, BNK, D+, the DN Automotive Supers, Kiwi.
Wait, what did you put? So wait, hold on. So you guys got that on tape, right? Like you guys, the audio went through, right? So I can rip up his paper now and tell him he's an idiot. Right?
Wait. We're supposed to be overreacting. If you put Nongshim sick, did you even react to what we've seen so far?
Yeah, that's supposed to be an actual reaction, not just fantasy mode. What did you write?
He wrote everyone's predictions in, and then in Degon's sideways, he wrote absolute delusional nonsense instead of writing Degon's predictions in.
I mean, I don't think it's absolute.
Actually, wait, hold on.
I think
sorry, I misspoke. He wrote Degon's predictions in.
자르반도 길게 하는 올수 있어. 확인. 싸워볼래?
Well, he is going to be spotted, and there's the kick into the Q, and no avoiding that. Zeus doesn't use any sun.
이거 미드 갱각 나와 이번에.
일단 대놓고 내려가.
칼부에서 넘어서 볼래?
오케이.
TP here is going to delay. He's going to be caught big time here. Has his flash. No opportunity to use it, an owner.
나공 없고.
볼수 있나? 유나 볼래?
I think even if he flashes back, they still get him. Got a little play down here. The bubble on Aguma. The wild growth is there, but he is solo. As down he will go. There's the shutdown for Pays, and now another kill as owner.
나 빠져.
야, 이거 전력 타봐.
좋다.
Get any damage on the scout? He's gonna get the Rift Herald and says, I'm going back in. And now he's gonna go out. So uses that to escape on the top side as King is getting on in. Showmaker was trying to make a play and he got played on. As down he will go. They are gonna get disengaged on a Tatum, but he is just tanking it up. No problem. as only Scout goes down.
Extending mini ARAM now being set up. Rebuttal comes in and Canyon gets the double impale. Finkler is obliterated and Kellen follows through the three-man Empress Divide as Chovy is just moving to the top of the mad movie as Gen G look to put a stamp on their first 2-0 of LCK 2026. Round and do a whole bunch of work if given the opportunity, is now Gen G. There is a little ward there, so I think KT knows what's going on. Is now Keen running after BDD. Let's see whether this 1v1 will be won by the Rise or by the Varus as he goes golden and BDD. Oh, flash out from Keen and he outplays him.
That was so close, so clutch.
Weaver's Wall comes in from Faker. Does bring her effective value there. There's the Paranoia Wild Growth combo into the backline, but Cuz just explodes. The all-out does come on forward. Great polymorph onto Ona, who will get taken down and now aiming. It's diving forward. BDD getting work done as well. But Pays could be the Quadra here for aiming, and there it is. Could it be a pentakill as well as it's... Good.
To go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the close when I lift my mark into the stone.
화이팅! 화이팅! BNK 화이팅! 화이팅! BFX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we are ready for our final series of the night. The first one, T1 just kind of finished them off in pretty clean fashion in the end there. It was a quick series. I'm not expecting that for what's about to come. Wolf?
Yeah, I'm not either. I want to tell you guys that I think Hanwha Life are the stronger team. They have the stronger roster. Kanavi popped off on Kha'Zix recently. They'll win it, right? They're the fan favorites. Most people are predicting them. But I can't tell you guys that. I don't trust. I don't think they're going to get it done. I think a very struggling BNK right now is going to win tonight. Like that's what I feel like is going to happen. That's what I predicted to happen. Just because I'm not ready to trust Hanwha Life yet. They keep getting these leads, and then the game gets a little bit weird. And, you know, a strong team like BNK might even actually be able to go toe-to-toe with you in the early game, and then what happens? You know, we haven't seen Hanwha have an early deficit, really. I mean, there was that one Gideon game where Kanavi had a bit of a struggle, but they were able to bounce back. BNK are 0-4 right now.
They are not looking fantastic.
And yet,
at
I'm
this
like
point
still
in time.
I still don't trust Hanwha, you know. They're 6 games up.
So it is a battle of our two teams that picked up the wooden spoon in both LCK Cups thus far. Of course, the first year it was BNK FureX that were last place, and then it was Hanwha Life Esports, and now they are facing off against one another. The craziest thing is that Hanwha won the first one, and FureX were second place in the second one, as Kanavi, the king of Kha'Zix, certainly looking fantastic in the debut of this champion for this season.
You know, this game, to me, was Hanwha Life Esports kind of figuring out how to play through Kanavi a little bit, because they kind of figured out, hey, you know, sometimes the team fights later on are a little messy. We're not so good there. What if we just win the game through Kha'Zix only and we never team fight? What if Kanavi just kills all the champions by himself all the time and we never have to 5v5? That could work.
Yeah,
that could be quite strong.
Kanavi has been doing a lot of pretty good things here in the LCK. The problem is, a lot of these stats are like at 14. At 5,
at 8?
At 8, yeah, those are the stats that probably look pretty good. DPM, certainly something that he has been doing a lot of. The problem is he's been doing damage per minute to the enemy team and his own team in a lot of these circumstances. This guy has one mode. It is go in, and it's for better or for worse. As these jerseys for BK FureX looking absolutely sleek
really
right
cool.
now.
The retro vibe is what I'm all about, so feeling very classic. I do think that Raptor and Kanavi are very similar players, except Kanavi is like Raptor if you turn the dial all the way to the right side.
Yep.
And so it's going to be really interesting to see where the Kha'Zix priority lies here between these two teams. We've seen a lot of Hanwha Life Esports struggling to play around Kanavi's playstyle, right? And you know, Kanavi even said in his interview, he's like, I'm trying to play a little bit towards my team's playstyle. I didn't see any of that, actually. I saw them trying to keep up with you, and, you know, sometimes it doesn't matter because you just kill all of the bad guys, and if the team is a little bit slow, it doesn't matter because you already won the game. I don't think that this team necessarily can't adjust, but they, to me, haven't looked like they have adjusted, and that makes them look relatively predictable. But if they can continue to get early leads, like that's most of what League of Legends is about, frankly. Like getting early leads, usually you don't lose those. If if they can work on what happens next in the mid game and in the late game, and how to team fight 5v5 and turn that into extreme success, then this team could win the whole tournament, right? But I haven't seen the evidence of that just yet, and I think this team is incredibly strong early, and it has 5 incredibly strong pieces, which is why at the very beginning of week 1, I reminded everyone, this is a super team, you know? This is a team that has some of the best talent you're going to get out of our big 2 in T1 and Gen G, right? I mean, this is an extremely powerful roster, and their standings in LCK Cup didn't reflect their power level even necessarily either. They kind of got a little bit ganked by the format, but I am still wondering what the ceiling of this roster is, because I feel like we haven't gotten anywhere close to it.
No, not yet. I feel like they've got a little bit of super teamitis at this point. Sometimes super teams are put together and they just don't really work.
More often than you think.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much success. So I'm hoping that they can turn it around, figure out exactly how this team is supposed to work, as Zeka hitting 400 games. Pretty impressive stuff, moving up to 7th place, about to knock out Fly. That'd be a little bit sad.
Oh, knock him out, just knock him down a peg.
Yeah, just down 1.
Closer's coming though, so you know, maybe 2 pegs coming soon.
Exactly. Vikler a little bit further away, as he hasn't been here in the LCK for all that long. Taking a bit of a hiatus to go over and do some stuff in the LCS as well. But you can see pretty serious on Vikler at the moment. Gumyushi as well, making sure that he is well and truly prepared getting into this one, as it is a bit of a test for the bottom lane of HLE. FearX do have Diablo and Kellen, and even though the start hasn't looked very good, they are still very formidable.
One of the things I wanted to mention about BNK is we spent a lot of this early pre-draft talking about Hanwha Life Esports and how I'm not ready to trust, and you know, there's a lot of synergy issues. BNK had a really rocky start against Bro, but then we're able to almost come back and beat Gen G, similarly to how DNS almost came back and beat T1 in that series that we had just earlier today. Like, the team fought incredibly well. And Kellen is looking good, you know. I'm starting to feel like this team, if they are all playing together, they can win almost any team fight, because they're 5-man unit, their communication, it feels like they're a true unit, a true team. And I feel like, unfortunately for Hanwha Life Esports, they play through their gold leads a lot and their wallets a lot, and they have not felt like a 5-man unit. And that's part of why I give BNK the edge here, because they will punish you if you're all on different pages, if you're coming in to a Baron, to a Soul fight, not fully ready. Yeah, this team will punish hard.
The problem is they got 2-0'd by Bro.
Yeah.
So
that was a while ago, but yeah.
I'm not quite ready to trust FearX either. That's why I'm going to say that this is going to be a messy 3-gamer and flip a coin in game 3. That's kind of where my head's at the moment, as rapid fire ban of the Varus is going to come in, as the Karma is already taken away. I think this makes a lot of sense into Kellen, but it does mean it's going to have to be Karma and the Rumble as the first couple of bans. Rise is often what we see banned as well, but this is interesting because HLE have first pick.
Yeah, I think
they're banning the sort of must bans.
Yeah, I think the Pantheon is, you know, you could just write it down now.
Yeah.
They could have banned it first. I don't think it was really a secret. Actually, surprisingly, Hanwha will ban it themselves, so...
What's the first pick? I guess it's a mid lane pick for Zeka.
Rise, a little bit less...
Maybe they thought they were second pick because they're red side. Because these look like second pick bans.
Yeah, especially the Rumble. Well, they're going to get the Orianna here, and we'll see if Vikla wants to play Rise into it, because they banned the Anivia wanting to play Rise, and then he just picked the Orianna. They'll deny the Jarvan, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and they'd already banned the Nocturne as well, so the Orianna is less deadly than it could otherwise be. Obviously, there are other things to play. Kanavi can play Kha'Zix again if you would like to.
If you pick a strong bottom lane here, you know, you can have some flexibility as Kanavi. Like, the Kha'Zix works well with the Orianna. We've already seen that. But instead, they're going to get the Xin Zhao for him, so a bit of a different look for him in this game, as they'll get the Blind Jace for Zeus, which always feels great. I mean, with his nameplate on.
Yeah, with the fact that it's Zeus, I think you're allowed to do this. I still think the clear is probably going to Yorick it. And it does provide a pretty strong core for FearX. With the fact that they can play
through.
Yeah, and Rise as well is pretty good in his side at the same time. So 1-3-1 certainly an option.
I wonder if he's got anything else in mind. Guess not, because this is the stock standard counter pick so far this season, and in the LCK we don't really think outside the box too much, do we?
No, and like Zeus literally just hard carried a game as Yorick into Jace.
Yeah.
Only you know, a few days ago. So I understand why this one's being locked in. Clear certainly going to have to play it pretty well, but this matchup has looked pretty good for the Graveskeeper.
I think Clear has really come a long way as a player. You know, I remember back to when I was saying Chronicler was overhyping him, but he has lived up to the hype eventually here.
Yep.
From those old DRX Challengers days. His Bard will get taken away in exchange for the Nami. So, two strong laning supports here. One that empowers the AD carry, the other one that really helps you push and win lane and works incredibly well with Jarvan, as we've seen in the past, is going to be gone.
Yep.
So picks like the Seraphine could just be banned safely here.
Or they could just try to pick it up themselves. As the Nautilus is taken away, does mean that they can possibly go towards the Ashe Seraphine if they would like to. Otherwise, Lulu is up. Yunara Lulu lane could work out relatively well. I do think that you have to pick the Lulu first in that instance, because otherwise Gumayusi just plays like Aphelios, something like that, that can also work alongside the Lulu. The Jinx, something that Guma has always been pretty good at.
I think it's either Seraphine or Lulu here. The problem with picking the Lulu is they can play Seraphine into it.
Yeah.
And then you're not going to feel great about it. So this is very awkward actually for BNK right now.
Kind of concerned about what they're going to do here.
This is not a strong position in my mind. You want something that scales. You could just go Sivir and do something completely different here, I suppose. That's not really a Diablo pick, though.
Yeah.
And they are going to be the ones that pick up the Ashe.
So we have seen Ezreal Seraphine. I never want to see it again. Thankfully, the Ezreal is banned, so we're not going to. Gumayusi just thinking about zigzagging this, though.
He could also try to play Jhin, but it is really tough in this situation. I don't think they have enough damage. I think they're just going to try to face for... Oh, it's Guma.
Yeah.
These two champions for Guma have had different results over the years. The Jhin has had a much better result for him than the Ziggs.
Towards the end of his time on T1, the Ziggs was actually working as Delight, thinking about going for a pike, and he locks it in. All right, well, Kellen probably still going to play the Seraphine because the Ashe is already locked away. They could decide to do something else, like Ashe Lulu could be a thing if you want to add a little bit of extra defense.
Ashe Renata and a lot of other matchups would have felt okay as well, but I think you could still play Seraphine. You have a lot of ways to extend your Encore.
Yeah.
And you're going to empower the Jarvan and the Ryze as well in team fights. Rakan into Pyke Ziggs. Doesn't feel great. Rel's buffed, but also doesn't feel great to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Still, they wanted to have a little bit of a different flavor to what we saw in the Ashe Seraphine obvious choice.
So, because they have the Ashe arrow, following up on that is really easy for Jarvan, as we've seen in many games so far here in LCK 2026. We've also seen that just straight up engage with Ashe can work really well when the enemy team doesn't have that many consistent damage threats. And yes, Jace and Orianna do a lot of damage, but they don't do it consistently over time. And Ziggs, on the other hand, doesn't necessarily do that either, right? He has a lot of upfront burst damage, and in longer fights, sometimes can get a few extra rotations of spells off, especially with that new Rocket Belt build. But I think that if you kill one of these carries, the fights become a lot simpler here for BNK, and I think that's why they decided, rather than going for the Seraphine for the lane dominance, because they're already playing into Ziggs, they're not going to have that same amount of control. They just wanted more engaged. They wanted more ways to kill these squishy threats, because there isn't a great front line outside of this Xin Zhao here for Kanavi, and they're just going to play through team fighting. And how they have won so many fights, despite, by the way, being 0-4, they've won a lot of team fights, has been through good engage, so stylistically, I like this, even though it's a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, and I also really like the top lane matchup. I think that Clear should eventually be able to nullify Zeus in this game. I think there's a little bit of a timer on Humble Life Esports, but we know they are very good out of the gate, and they might be able to just carry that one through. But let's see what happens as we get under the rift for game number 1. All right, hopefully the FearX fans are able to get it together for the fan chant coming into game number 2, because that was a little bit of a blowout. I think that HLE, certainly with their fans at full voice here today, See whether that's going to be enough to give them the energy to pick up the win. As Wolf already has announced that he feels like FearX are going to be able to pick this one up. I am entirely unsure. I'm not going to lie, but I do feel like HLE should win.
I feel like HLE should win, but I can't predict it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's fair enough.
It's sad if they lose, you know, to an 0-4 B&K, but I thought that there were other matches this entire year this roster should have won, they did not, and so it's a little hard for me to trust. I feel a little betrayed by Hanwha Life Esports' performances early.
Yeah, understandable as well, as Ward's going down all over the place here in this bottom lane as Kellen looking for the all-in. Delight wanting to offer a bit of damage back, but doesn't find the Bone Skewer. And so FearX looking pretty good here in this bottom lane, getting some control early.
Relatively even trade here, but a slight trade up for B&K. Pot was used for Diablo, and Guma didn't use his, but they're just zoning, getting level 2 here, where the Sorrel becomes an even bigger threat.
All right. HLE, I mean, obviously it's a Ziggs lane, right? So you're not exactly going to be doing the most in the early stages, but I don't quite understand how the Pyke is going to warp it, and has already used the Ignite here in this lane so far.
All right, so also Raptor getting a little bit of the aggressive pathing here, and is going to come over now and try to defend his blue buff.
Yeah, might actually get here in time as well, as Kanavi does have Smite, so should be able to take it, so never mind.
Well, it's going to be close.
Yeah, and in he goes. Kanavi does smite that one away. And so it is a blue trade between the two junglers, but Kanavi already has his red, so I think he's a bit more combat ready than Raptor is right now.
So he wants to go after this back, as did not end up getting like a massive lead or anything off of this, but had he lost that buff, it would have felt really nice for Raptor.
Yep.
Two aggressive early game junglers, but the Jarvan arguably a stronger impact in ganking in this early game. See if Kellen also is going to be fine here.
Just going to flick back Kellen here momentarily. A fair bit of damage as the satchel is also going to be thrown out, but not quite enough to get any kills or anything like that. No summoners going down for the FearX bottom lane. As Raptor now rotating over towards his bottom side finally, actually leaving his Gromp up, which is kind of crazy. As Kanavi going to be able to collect the bottom lane scuttle, as that was what preoccupied Raptor away from his Gromp.
Yeah, see that extra buff lead over to Kanavi right now. Or extra camp lead, I should say. And gonna come over here for a bit of a challenge. See if he wins both smites. Nope, just a little too slow.
Yeah, at least Raptor able to lock that one down for himself. His Krugs are up, but his Raptors have also respawned as Kellen rotating in at exactly the right time. There's the crash down as the Rune Prison also comes on through, and Kanavi just trying to audaciously charge his way out. The flash forward to try and catch Zeka as well is unsuccessful. However, they still pick up that first blood. FearX looking really good in this early game, and we said already, this is HLE's forte. If they don't win here, it's going to be a rough time.
But also, I think in some ways, somewhat of a predictable path there from Kanavi, and they saw him.
Is Zeus going to be okay? As there's the flash forward from Clear. He feels like he's got this. The flash out from Zeus, but he is still behind enemy lines.
He hasn't teleported yet, so if he gets out, he'll be okay, but not feeling great.
Yeah, there's the teleport out. So Zeus will at least survive, but it's going to take a fair bit of time. Clear had already teleported, so that is actually a decently big deal.
Yeah, but still, I mean, he is going to get this wave, and Zeus is going to take a while to get back to lane. So there's a slight gold. He picks up a cull, actually, on this back, which actually makes a lot of sense with the tier buy. Just knowing, okay, this matchup's a little tough. You can see he's going to lose some of these minions here on the wave that I was talking about there, since he didn't have the TP to get back. And this early game has been pretty nice here for B&K.
And Clear also saw the cull and then immediately said, no Ruby Crystal, I'm culling as well.
All right, we're just, we're investing in the future.
Shockwave going to catch the rise as Vikla will be able to hold Delight in position. That sidestep was gorgeous. Making sure that Bone Skewer wasn't going to connect. So Delight, no joy this time.
Both supports making a pretty big impact in this mid lane early.
Yeah. They did get the ghost out of Vikla, so there's at least that. Still, I think holding onto the flash, a big deal here for the rise.
That feels great. Diablo without a support down here for the moment means that Guma is going to just be chilling here and push this in. Clear these waves really easily. As you can see, he's set up for it. And this early game is going to quiet down. Well, Maybe not, actually.
No flashes, no knock-up as well, actually, as the Morning Mist is also going to go astray. Clear really thought that Raptor was going to be able to land that. So did most of us, I could imagine. As Delight doing a fair bit of damage here. Does have a slight level advantage over Kellen for the moment.
Yeah, it was a bit comical, unfortunately, there on the top side, because it could have actually turned into a big problem, as we're just going to support all combat until the jungler shows up.
Yeah, until we're out of wards, I think is kind of the way here, as Raptor going to rotate over. The flash out from Kellen pretty immediately, as there's the stun from Delight. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do anything at all, though, as a Realm Warp to deliver Vikla, looking for this kill onto the Pike, as the Ashe needs to start roaming up, but she's going to get blocked by Gumayusi right now, as Delight so close to dead. He does get the orb, dashes away, and Vikla's able to pick up the kill in the end. Throws some flux at him and takes him down, as now Kellen looking for Zeka here. Flash is up and available, but certainly he doesn't want to use it to get out of the way of a Rel.
But, you know, so is Vikla here. The fact that Vikla held his flash that entire time and still felt confident he was going to kill Delight is very impressive. Ends up picking up the kill, does not flash. And that was a very near escape for the Pike in that exchange there, but ultimately it's another kill on the board here for BNK.
Yeah, Vikla picking it up as well. This Rise starting to get accelerated. We've actually seen some Rises have a decent time in the Orianna matchup as well. And so Vikla only further feeling better about it.
This kind of really felt like in the beginning of this fight that HLE were in the winning position. But so many flashes expended here, the double stun goes through. But it's the Realm Warp that allows Vikla to cheat the prio, right? And get past Zeka here. That really is the game changer. And gets rooted, gets over the wall, but unfortunately still is taken out. Final auto there, the flag in the pit.
Yep, really nicely done. Make sure that the pesky Pike is actually able to be taken down. Speaking of which, Delight now moving towards his top side. Kanavi in the area as well. It's clear. Don't know whether he's... Okay, never mind. Delight is just going to rotate in. Does get the stun as there's the Ghoulie Wall, but I don't think Clear is going to survive this one. The Maiden also just going to be summoned so she can die. 50 gold over to Zeus. That feels fantastic here for HLE as they take back some control.
And the worst part about it for BNK is they were rotating up to try to defend the play, and because they're too slow, there's no cross map for them. They can't gank Guma, they can't get a dragon. They just lose, and now are losing a numbers game here on Grubs.
Yeah. Zeus moving down. Teleport is up for Clear, so he's teleporting straight up towards the top side. These Grubs will be taken, though, as Clear not an aggressive position on that teleport, not towards any of these wards or anything like that, as Diablo going to trade his barrier for the Mega Inferno Bomb, as Guma is just going to shove yet another wave towards the Ashe. This is precisely what HLE want to be doing.
Yeah, just like that, you know, they end up winning out the faster gank topside there before Raptor could impact, and then they end up turning that into a Grubs win. Clear has to TP to the top wave, loses some minions, finds himself 10 CS behind, and Diablo can't do anything alone in this lane assignment against Ziggs, right? He's just 1v1ing against the enemy bot laner who is just going to be able to push faster than him and push waves in and harass him in the lane. So BNK went from some really good and proactive plays to just kind of getting out-read on the map here, out-rotated, and in lane assignments that just, they can't bail out, right? That's 3 Grubs here for Hanwha, essentially for free on the play. Ziggs picks up a plate, I believe, on the bottom side, at least pushed in a massive wave. And he did, in fact, get the plate you can see on the mini-map there now as well.
Bit of extra money. As Delight going to get himself out of here. Hextech Minefield would have been helpful as well. But Vikla will shove this wave in, and we have a Mountain Drake up and available. There's a reason why we haven't seen an attempt on it. That thing is pretty tanky. Still, Raptor rotating down. Kellen already in position to try and make a play. Is Kanavi going to have his back stopped, but Shattering Strike is not going to quite find it. As Diablo searching for where this Ziggs has ended up. And it will be Raptor just starting off this dragon.
And then finally, looks like first Drake will go over to Raptor here. So there's not really a way to contest. Guma shows up, he has his bomb in 5 seconds. No way they steal. Delight's gonna get some vision here. No way they steal. Guma's a big Drake stealer.
He is.
I don't think he's gonna even toss it.
No, I think Raptor certainly with this one in the bag. So they will be able to take the Mountain Drake. And it will be a Cloud up next. Mega Inferno Bomb is in a spot that it can be.
If you were going to do that, might as well toss it at the dragon.
Yeah.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, actually, good satchel. And he has to flash to get out of the way of the arrow. So now Gumushi is without a lot of tools in this bottom lane.
Great timing on this one, too. I mean, just teleported back to the lane. If he ends up getting caught there, would have been a massive win for BNK. But it's still a pretty big win, like you say, because of the tools gone. His teleport is gone. His bolt's down. He satcheled away, but had to flash the arrow. So Diablo has flash advantage. So Kanavi is just, you know, this is what he does.
Yep,
I don't even know if I need to commentate it.
Stuff as there's a Bone Skewer to come on forward, flash out to avoid the stun as Delight's in trouble. He actually flashed the shockwave away. Oh, bit of a disaster there. However, HLE still in this fight and Zeus rotates down. That means the FearX have to get out of there. The shock blast just barely misses as Vikla stays alive, and another flash will allow Kellen to escape as well. Narrowly avoiding it.
I don't know what else to say except I think BNK are very lucky.
Yes.
What happened there? In so many ways. Very lucky. Very fortunate.
Oh, Delight will discover Kellen. And the Bone Skewer does go a little bit wide. Yeah, back to your regularly scheduled programming after what was a really weird time in the jungle.
Because, I mean, that's what Kanavi does, right? He goes in, he knows where the enemy resources are, and then he punishes you. He goes in, he knows how strong he is. He's very good at judging those types of situations, starts taking camps away. And then the fight for BNK to try to contest their own jungle was not very realistic. And luckily for them, Delight ruined the shockwave, because I think this would have been way worse if he did not do that. And then the shock blast nearly takes Vikla out. Luckily, Vikla was able to survive and then clear that wave, so he's okay. But this is still a problem here on the top side. This Jace pick has not been shut down.
No. Clear needs to hit more of the morning mists. Unfortunately,
needs to kill
he's
more
not able
minions.
to do so, as the arrow is just never really going to work, from what I saw there.
Yeah, the follow-up Realm Warp as well was a scary prospect, but now is it in fact Vikla who's in trouble with Delight roaming down.
Well, right now, he is underneath this turret. Some crystalline overgrowth will grab a plate for Zeka. Still, it's a very healthy rise with a catalyst, so I think he should be all right. Bone Skewer goes wide, and that is definitely going to be the case.
Yeah, this is a bit overforced.
Yeah, Shockwave just to soften him up, and also to kill some minions. And HLE will claim a bunch of tempo, but not too much more than that.
I'm trying to figure out why Zeka committed. I mean, the ultimate there gets some damage done. He's going to back, but I thought maybe there was going to be a follow-up, or maybe Guma ults from mid, but just going to be Vikla backing after the wave is cleared. Nothing crazy here. Not the longest cooldown on the shockwave. And unfortunately, Zeus has just been unchained here. There was that one attempt to collapse, but then they were too slow. And he's just been able to... I mean, early game, Jace can go toe-to-toe with Yorick if he plays it well and he gets some resources, which is exactly what we saw. And now he has a bounty on his head. They so desperately would love to take him down, but they don't have the bandwidth to actually shut him down right now. So he's just been able to control this entire side lane.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even have to TP to get to the bottom lane right now, and he can TP into a skirmish here. He can do whatever he wants, frankly.
And his color's cashed in as well, so he's just got a huge lead. You can see Clear goes back, can't complete his first item just yet. That Trinity Force, he really wants it. As Kellen should be okay. He's not exactly a prime target to engage on right now. And all right, FearX just going to be playing pretty defensively at this moment in time. Kanavi's spotted out on that ward as Vikla going to need to run this one off. They do spot him as he walks back, but they spot that he is safe.
Raptor is just kind of getting the runaround here by Kanavi.
Yeah, Bone Skewer going to connect onto Kellen here at the same time as the Magnustorm going to have to be used defensively as an arrow. He's going to come on down. Great knock-up, though, from Raptor as they lock up that kill. Somehow Kellen stays alive for such a long time as Diablo in melee range with this Titanic Hydra Kanavi, and is just going to get taken out. Still, Raptor is in a decent spot. Needs two more autos to take him down, and he gets it and flashes away. The bouncing bombs avoided as it looked like it was in slow motion.
Guma might be in trouble.
Is looking for him, exactly. Shockwave is going to come on through, and that is going to be Zeka shutting him down as Clear is just going to get 1v1 by Zeus at the same time, even though it takes a little bit longer than you would have otherwise expected. Another 50 gold on top of it.
Is that just like, it feels like in just a split second there, the game ended. You know?
Possibly. If it wasn't HLE, I would agree.
a little bit shaky. But the reason I mentioned Kanavi giving Raptor the runaround is Raptor just hasn't been able to find any proactivity on his own. Like, he's 3-1, is 3-0-1, and he had a great early game. But Kanavi got Zeus the massive lead he has, which is taking over the game. In this skirmish, he was first in the fight, and yes, Raptor had the last laugh in the end, but like, does it matter? I don't think so. As Zeka shows up, he has Shockwave, Guma gets away, and Hanwha Life Esports are just more proactive on the map. And yeah, I mean, it's a gold lead for Raptor, but Kanavi is doing a lot in this game, and he's looking to potentially get his first Dragon of the game now on the bottom side, where they've had full control, where Zeus took that turret out solo.
Rift Herald might be the trade here, as Kanavi and Zeus are a little bit preoccupied right now with the Dragon that you just mentioned. Still, HLE is at full health. A little bit worried about fully committing to this, as there is a rotation over the whole gang, getting themselves into position as Ox. You really need to pay attention, man. That's too many
two in a row
Chemtech souls that we've had so far today.
Well, not in a row, but two back to back today.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb does come down. It's a fair bit of damage. The arrow is going to connect as Kanavi could be in trouble, but that's the lockdown on the enemy jungler, and everyone's dying. Diablo, nothing he can do. He tries to sidestep, but that is death from below, and HLE wipe 3 of them out. They steal away the Rift Herald, and this game is really starting to roll down the hill for HLE.
Yeah, that gold lead just basically tripled. I don't understand what B&K thought they were going to be able to get there. Fully,
killed is probably what they should have assumed.
Look at Vikla's items. Yeah, he doesn't really hurt them.
I'm trying.
Exactly. You know, you have to squint really hard. Raptor is basically just 100-0 at the beginning of this fight. Zeka takes him out here. Kellen is trying to engage, but for what? I guess he's just trying to peel for the rest of the team to get out, you could argue. Yorick isn't here, but even if he was, he's Yorick, and he's 2,000 gold behind. I just don't think that they had the ability to take the Herald fast enough for that to be the call there, as Vikla is also kind of in danger.
Yeah, we're going a bit of an engage Herald angle here as well, as they're looking to try and get on top of Gumayushi, but he's just sidestepping so beautifully. Down goes the Jace, however, and Kanavi is just, that was kind of comical, as speaking of which, Clear is also just dead. Trade of top laners is going to come on through, as if at first you don't succeed, just mount Shelly and try again. She just gets smote and dies though, so that, look, I don't know, man.
Diablo had arrows, so my eyes were kind of glued to whether he was going to be able to get a punish there or not. But he does not. He still has his arrow.
Well, now HLE looking for a little bit of an engage here. Flash out of the way from Guma to avoid the arrow as... All right, Kellen, not entirely sure about that one, as the Shockwave going to pull 3 people in, and there's the death from below as Delight picks up the kill. Just barely is able to tank up the turret at the same time, but he says, thank you very much for that one, grabs the extra money.
This is such a Hanwha game.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, it really is. Kanavi here goes in for the wraparound.
He's like it's his sniffer dog.
And then Zeus...
Like, ooh, what's that?
Yeah, Zeus is like, that's so true. He's like chasing the laser pointer. He's a cat after laser pointer. But like, Zeus is like, I guess I'll follow Kanavi. And this is like, Hanwha's 7,000 gold up, right? I don't think they can throw this game. But when you watch moments
like
that...
challenge?
Yes. But when you watch moments like that, you're like, I think that's a moment where Zeus is trying to follow Kanavi's playstyle. He gives a shutdown over to Vikla, but Vikla is just so far behind anyways in this game. Like we mentioned, he doesn't have items. It doesn't really necessarily matter. And then, of course, instantly Hanwha are like, whatever, we go again, and just push the turret.
Yeah.
And don't care about the Ash Arrow. And now they're just going to group as 4 and continue to dive. This is what this team has figured out. They just have to dive all the time, no matter what Kanavi's playing.
Well, Kanavi's going in. Vikla is just going to get thrown around like a ragdoll. That is a last hit with a dash cannon. Looks pretty cool there from Zeka. It was also a very nice shockwave at the same time. And HLE are just so incredibly strong. 9,000 gold. And I take back my slander of Orcs as well, because the Dragon Soul is so irrelevant in this game.
Yeah, no. Also, I looked back at the Hanwha Life Esports roster, and their player cams will come up in just a second. You can see Zeka right there. None of them are wearing swimming caps, but they're only diving.
I was wondering where you were going with
And
that one.
I just, you know, in Korea it's actually pretty poor etiquette to go to the swimming pool without a diving cap or a swimming cap on.
Yeah, that's true.
In fact, you know, they'll get you for that. They'll come and tell you and give you one of the hotel ones.
Yep.
Which you're always a little bit concerned about the cleanliness of, but that's why you got to bring your own. HLE, I mean, it might be too shallow, but I don't see any no diving signs on this rift. There's just no defense here for BNK. They are just getting completely blasted.
Yeah, I mean,
at every turn.
If there were lifeguards here, they would have stepped in already.
Yeah.
You know, HLE, what they're doing should not be done around the pool. That is not safe. As they are now looking to try and wipe out this last inner turret that's left remaining. Some crystalline overgrowth has certainly built up, and so this should only be a matter of a couple of autos and then a satchel to take this one down. Probably more than a couple, but still it's going to take only a few seconds. There are bounties up and available. There is a satchel to lock down the inner turret, and I think Baron should be on the cards here, and I don't think that FearX can get anywhere near close. That was redundant.
No,
near close, didn't need to do that.
They can't get anywhere near close nearby around it.
Yeah.
Buy it.
All those things. Clutching at straws here a little bit here, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, because this game is over. Delight looking for an angle, and FearX, oh, here is where they make their last
York's ready to team fight.
Let's do it. Brings the Maiden in as well. We're making it a 6v5. And Kanavi taking a bit of damage here. Gully Wall comes down. Kanavi turns that into an engage opportunity. As Zeka with the orb on top of him, trying to make something happen. It is going to be the FearX disengage, though, as Yorick realizes that he's a split push champion, and Clear moves down towards the bottom lane. Bone Skewer comes in, and that is going to be an attempted engage, but Kellen's dead before he can do anything at all, as Raptor is going to get thrown away there. It is Clear finding an angle towards Gumayushi, though, but the Shockwave picks up two, and Clear is in so much trouble. Death from below comes down, and HLE, yeah, they lose one, but it does not matter at all. Zeus finishes off the ace, and I think that should be game.
4,000 damage for the Yorick, though. Teamfight Yorick, he did the most in the fight.
Hey,
there you go.
That's not a good thing.
I think you're picking up what I was putting down. Is like, look at this flank angle here for Clear. They really want to get onto Guma, and unfortunately for Kanavi, as he goes in at that exact same moment, there's no peel here, so he goes down. But he's not the only problem they have to deal with, and Kanavi is just so tanky at this point. You know, he and Zeus can eliminate the Ashe. The burst damage is there. Delight there for the follow-up. And it's just a wash, unfortunately. If they were in a closer game state, that wraparound onto Guma might have actually meant something. But, you know, 12,000 gold behind at that moment, not so much.
No. And the inhibitor turret went down towards that bottom side. They do at least keep the inhibitor alive for the moment. Kellen? Question mark? What are we doing? That was, he's
level 7.
He's extraordinarily dead. Wow, yeah.
He's a cannon minion.
That is one of the largest experience leads I've seen in my life.
He's 0 and 5. The rel pick, you know, I was like, look, if they just kill Guma, it could work out. They've got a lot of engage.
It's that guy that disconnected a while ago because his internet went out. He comes back and he's like, I can lane everyone, it'll be fine.
He's the guy who dies, True Sharp Barrage in the fountain.
No.
Oh, no.
Thankfully, they solved that, so you can't just farm them if they're disconnected. Still, we do have just more massacring being done here by HLE as they take down the inhibitor. Here's a last-ditch effort, but Raptor is just going to evaporate, and Vikler is very, very dead. Zeka picks up a double kill, and Clear and the Maiden are going to try their darndest to stop this game from ending, but I have a feeling it is absolutely going to in the next couple of moments.
Is doing a lot of work here. They're trying desperately to clear these waves, but the second one's going to show up, and I think they should be able to end from here.
Some of these health bars are relatively low. I just don't think that it matters at all, as these Nexus turrets are not long for the world. There's a shockwave flashed by Clear. As where did Kellen go? I'm not entirely sure. Wasn't paying attention quite enough, as everyone is now dead, and that is the Nexus taken down as well. HLE, utter domination. One of the largest gold leads that we have seen all season long, and FearX probably just looking a bit bewildered.
Yeah, well, when you fall that far behind early, We don't even. Was there a mid game in this game? Like, or did we just live in the early game?
Yeah.
And we just dove constantly. Did Delight skill his ultimate? Did he hit level 6?
He did. We saw the screen go boom.
Yeah,
quite a few times.
He did not quite get to do the gaming.
Kellen. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Delight certainly
I meant
to press R a few times.
I meant to say Kellen. Delight did the gameplay. Kellen did not.
Yeah.
Well, back to the drawing board, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't think going for the experimental Ashe Rel lane is what's going to work out.
I guess,
but not wanting to pick Seraphine into Pyke does make some sense.
My biggest thing was that Raptor was just never where he needed to be outside of those very early plays, and Kanavi, especially in that top side play that got Zeus ahead, just warped the game so substantially.
Yep, and Zeka also having a great game on the Orianna as well. And a lot of people have said if Zeka steps up, this team's going to be incredible. And let's see whether they can keep it up as we move to game number 2. The Space Though first, we'll be breaking down that first game before we get there. We'll see you soon.
얹을 수 있어? 해도 돼. 봐봐. 바로 봐. 보자. 끝내자. 필요 없어. 라인 끌지 마라. 애쉬 노공이야. 라인 끌고 와. 미드라인 온다, 미드라인. 가져가야 돼, 이거. 애쉬 노플이야. 애쉬 노플이야, 이거. 애쉬 노플? 애쉬 풀 없어, 이거. 내일 풀공 생각해. 멈추지 말아봐. 나 좀 쳐볼게, 일단. 좀 쳐볼래? 나 좀 칠 거기 애매하고. 내가 쳐볼게. 나 쳐, 멈추지 말아봐. 알지, 10초. 괜찮아. 내일 한번 끌게. 내일 못 걸었고. 유링 노플. 타워. 애쉬 알아서 잡아. 민영아, 킬 먹고 싶다며. 나이스. 잘했다. 야.
자르반도 길게 하면 올 수 있어.
확인.
싸워볼래?
Well, he is going to be spotted, and there's the kick into the Q, and no avoiding that. Zeus doesn't use any, so.
이거 미드 갱각 나와 이번에.
일단 대놓고 내려가.
칼부에서 넘어서 볼래?
오케이.
TP here is going to delay. He's going to be caught big time here. Has his flash. No opportunity to use it, and Owner.
나 공 없고.
나 벌써 유나를 볼래?
I think even if he flashes back, they still get him. Now the play down here, the bubble on Aguma. The wild growth is there, but he is so low. As down he will go. There's the shutdown for Pays, and now another kill is Owner.
나 빠져.
야, 이거 전력 타봐.
좋다.
Get any damage on the scout, he's gonna get the Rift Herald and says, I'm going back in, and now he's gonna go out. So uses that to escape on the top side as King is getting on in. Showmaker was trying to make a play, and he got played on. As down he will go. They are gonna get disengaged on the tail, but he is just tanking it up, no problem. As only Scout goes down.
overextending. Mini ARAM now being set up. Rebuttal comes in, and Canyon gets the double impale. Finkler is obliterated, and Kellen follows through the three-man Empress Divine as Chovy is just moving to the top of the mad movie as Gen G look to put a stamp on their first 2-0 of LCK 2026. And do a whole bunch of work if given the opportunity. Is now Gen G. There is a little ward there, so I think KT knows what's going on. Is now Keen running after BDD. Let's see whether this 1v1 will be won by the Rise or by the Varus as he goes golden and BDD. Oh, a flash out from Keen and he outplays him.
That was so close, so clutch.
Wall comes in from Faker. Does bring her a fair bit of value there. There's the Paranoia Wild Growth combo into the backline, but Kunz just explodes. The all-out does come on forward. Great polymorph onto Ona, who will get taken down and now aiming. Is diving forward. BDD getting work done as well. But Pays could be the quadra here for aiming, and there it is. Could it be a pentakill as well as it's...
Good.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Well, if Hanwha Life Esports keeps up this form, they're going to be great in Vietnam. Again, one of the two teams you'll be able to see facing off against Kiwoom DRX for the Kiwoom home front. Digon here alongside Oxenwood did as Hanwha Life Esports dispatched B&K FearX, who are not only looking for their first series win, but their first game win in the LCK in 2026. It has been a tough go for the Foxes.
Yeah, they have not recovered. Looking rough, trying to find that first win and still struggling. HLE though, you know, there was that question, how is this team going to adjust? Are we going to see Kanavi calm down? Or are the team going to match his aggression? We've got the answer. We've got the answer.
Yeah, and also I think their bot lane kind of showed up with their draft as well. Okay, so this is the pick that the only picks that we can actually follow Kanavi, you know? We support with the Ziggs ulti, and then Pyke, he's the fastest in support. So I think this kind of like draft theme is all about Kanavi, just getting him the advantage, all the advantage in the early game, and I think that definitely helps.
I also think it was super cool seeing the Pyke specifically. Like we've seen like Mel Pyke and now Ziggs Pyke when there was a threat of the Ashe Seraphine, and it stopped them from going toward that because you're worried about the all-in potential, the base potential that can actually be a problem. So instead they go for the Rel, and it just didn't really hit the same in this situation. So I think ended up in a really good spot because they had that threat. We also ended up in a situation where we had the Yorick into the Jace. We've seen this a lot of times before. Didn't work out so well this time in comparison.
Not against
seen the matchup before.
Not against Zez though.
Yeah, he held his own in that matchup.
The God of Thunder showing exactly why he got that nickname on the Jace. As we take a look at some of the plays that shaped the early game, it starts off here on the top side of the map.
So a big thing here is that Kanavi ended up going for the Titanic Hydra first, not the Sundered Sky. So less sustain, but so much burst, so much sustained damage as well in this fight. And he ends up surviving for so long in this melee and just doing so much damage. And I think it really actually caught them off guard, him just pumping out all this damage. And it's actually very lucky that Raptor even survives here. Raptor was actually pretty fed going into this fight. They had an early lead, and if not for just a slightly askew bomb, he could have gone down too.
It's not gonna done yet, and Vigla tries to like cover there, but he's gonna die as well on the bot line. Meanwhile, he's playing the counter matchup Zeus, but it doesn't matter. He's just gonna get solo kill on side lane, just like that. And it was just so clean.
Yeah, and it was a misplay from Clay. He misses the glob, and then the wall comes down, but Zeus jumps over it. And, you know, it's a matchup we've seen, especially post 6, the big advantage for the Yorick, but Zeus playing it well, and a bit of a misplay from Claire. And suddenly you see that passage of play, considering they had a good early game, things really started to fall apart.
So based on the way how Kellen react to their play, I think they kind of wanted to take the fight there. But as you mentioned, I think because of Kanavi's build, Kellen didn't expect that burst damage, and then the fight was not even close. So I think it's just Kanavi style once again, hitting the LCK.
So then you got to see the lead that Hanwha Life was able to take from those fights. And in our second highlight, which happens just a couple of minutes later, they get thrown around like a frisbee to BNK Fearex at the Herald.
Yeah, so this one really, I think they'd already been put in a hole a little bit. This one ends up making so much worse. They get so much damage down for the Ziggs already with the ultimate. They try and commit the realm but don't actually follow it through. And Kellen just gets exploded in the offset. And it never really felt like BNK Fearex put up much resistance in the situation.
Doesn't make any sense to engage on Xin Zhao, who has the ultimate on. So Kellen, even though he tries to engage on the jungle, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, now BNK potentially looking for 0-3 right now at this point. So now I think right now they have no winning plan. They don't have any single winning lane at this point. So I feel like they need to figure out what they were good on. Again, winning bot lane. I think that's all. I think they should just draft for it, try for it, and just try to like make a plan for it. But right now, nothing is going well.
I mean, nothing's going well, and you got to remember this was our second best team going into first stand.
Oh yeah.
And obviously they did suffer a rough defeat, but they also went 5 games with BLG, who won first stand at a point in that tournament. And it's just crazy that this was the team who was second in first stand, won 5 games with BLG, and now can't even get a game win back in the regular season. It's the same team. It's the same roster. It's the same lineup, but nothing is going right for them at the moment.
Yeah, I think the concern is that, you know, earlier we were kind of being a little bit more critical of Vikla having a tough start, but in this game, it wasn't just Vikla. It is a comprehensive kind of problem that they're trying to figure out. And on the opposite side, Hanwha Life Esports, we were asking those questions of them after their game against T1 in week 1. What is your identity? Figure it out. And they figured it out here in game 2 so far.
Yeah, I feel like part of it is, especially when you start to get on a losing streak, you start to play worse, you start to second guess yourselves, and you start playing not to lose when you need to play to win. And I feel like that's kind of the direction we've started ahead. Kanavi's playing to win.
Yeah.
I mean, no
Definitely.
matter what, he is playing every
He's going
moment.
in, bro.
He just sees an opportunity. He's like, I win these. And even when he doesn't, he goes in with that mindset. And I think that's the issue here, is that BNK Fearex don't have that mindset right now.
We've touched on it. It is our first stand representative, BNK Fearex, the second best team at the beginning of 2026, staring down the barrel of an 0-3 series start, a 0-6 game score start, and maybe a resurgence of this Hanwha Life Esports roster filled with experience, world championships. Let's see if they're able to achieve more of that here in game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I do want to just illustrate a difference. You know, BNK, they went to first stand and they got swept by G2. Do you know who didn't get swept by G2?
Hanwha Life
HLE.
Esports.
They won first stand when they went there, and so maybe that is the difference that we're seeing here today. But the other thing, and this one I think is going to, you know, make people understand a little bit more.
I'm ready.
Rise Group is just better. And FearX really want to be in the Rise group. Okay?
Yeah.
That's the other thing that you could look at. It's not going very well. They have chosen second pick here at the same time, so we will have regular blue side, red side as far as right of first selection is concerned. That is very good. I feel like Fifth Games have been doing this over the last couple of days, and that's pretty nice.
A noticing trend.
Yeah. All right.
So if you're PK, you know, you were able to catch Kanavi a little bit off guard, you know, in the early game. Raptor had a great start there. But maybe you just, like, I don't know, you just draft really defensively, okay? You don't draft to scale because you're going to get blown over, but like you draft to play for mid-game. You know, go for like a Lucian lane for Diablo maybe. Where you can have some power there. Draft for a little bit of mid-game power. Tank in the top lane for clear. Difficult to dive for Kanavi. You know, something like that. Maybe that's the way to play it, as we'll lose the Nocturne here for Raptor. No jungle bans for Kanavi here on the side. I was going to say, the Pantheon has to be banned.
Oh, yes.
As that one will be the first and last jungle ban in the first phase. And Zeka will just lock in the Annie. Simple as that. Diablo loves to pick Ezreal whenever he can. This has been true throughout his entire career. And it's safe into dive. It's safe into Annie. They get the Nico. Good start here.
Yeah, I kind of like this. I was wondering what they were going to pair with it, just because, you know, the Bard isn't... Oh, actually, Bard was available, so they could have gone with that if they would have liked to, but the Karma is not there, which is the obvious one alongside the Ezreal. Instead, it will be the Nico. This is a pretty powerful lane. But HLE, they can now respond with anything that they want. They can actually just send a bottom lane in if they would like to. Interested to see what Gumayusi does want to play, as Bard Jhin could be the option, which, you know, doesn't exactly excite me, but we'll see what they do want to pair alongside this Bard. It could be the Jhin, though.
They will need a little bit more than just an Annie engage, I think, if they want to play the Jhin. But there's a lot of different champs that Zeus can play for it, so...
It's going to be Jhin.
You knew it.
Yeah.
We thought it might even be Jhin last game, and ultimately, Guma's going to play it here in game 2.
Aurora?
Answer, yeah, the Aurora, or maybe even if you wanted to play Galio, you could here.
It'd be an interesting one. I feel like Galio is better with a hyper carry in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird situation for the Ezreal, but I think it still pairs well with the Nico. And maybe he has something else in mind. Could even save until later. He does enjoy Mel. I do not enjoy Mel here. Kind of a similar idea. When you saw that look on his face and when he went to type something in, that's when I knew something weird was coming. But I thought it was going to be like Mel and not Hui.
It doesn't feel like a Vikla champion, just from the outset, but I'm ready to be proven wrong, as it does mean that they now have a lot of keep away, right? I know the Nico just kind of goes against that a little bit. You do want to be going in with the Pop Blossom, but you can use it defensively as well. The thing is, they're staring down the barrel of a Jhin Bard, which is really, really good at playing into these poke-style compositions and finding angles. Tempered Fate can be really, really powerful, and then the follow-up is always there from the Jhin. This could be kind of playing into HLE's hands, is what it kind of looks like to me. But Lee Sin going to be taken away into Fury as well. We are getting rid of junglers.
Maybe a Kha'Zix ban to follow? It's not the greatest Kha'Zix angle here for Hanalife Esports, but works decently well with Jhin. Wonder what else they would consider here. You know, the safe top lane Jace is banned. They could ban the Gnar.
Yeah.
If they want to have a counter there for clear.
Maybe just keep banning junglers, but instead the Gnar is going to be taken away.
Let's see what this final ban will be here, because both of these drafts are pretty face up on what the bottom side of the map is trying to do. And the jungle pool is limited a little bit right now, so jungle counterpick actually is a kind of a thing here in these two drafts. You know, like the Trundle is looming, for example, which can be really annoying for Jhin to play into. Ezreal can follow up on. Vi, actually, shockingly, we hadn't mentioned it, still available in this position now, no longer.
Now, what is... Okay, never mind.
Well, we know why you banned the Gnar now.
Yeah, so Kennen is there for Zeus if you would like to play it. That's a Shyvana, as Kanavi might be looking towards the new and improved, almost, pickup here as the Vayne for Zeus. We have seen Keen try it At first stand, it didn't quite work out. However, we did have Perfect find some success.
Is that Ambessa jungle? Or Ambessa top lane? Ambessa's not been doing a whole lot of winning here in the LCK.
Apart from in the top lane. In the jungle, definitely not. Not looking great at all. But she's been okay in top lane.
So it's cool that you could flex this, but you're not really flexing.
Yeah, and also you're picking it into Renekton.
Yeah.
Which is
I think it's going to be
really
the jungle
not
pick. I think Zeus has something else in mind.
Ambessa Kennen?
Like, both of those picks, or the Kennen and the Vayne can work here, but the Kennen is going to be the opt-in. And this gives the counter pick here to Raptor. I wonder what his game plan is going to be, because there's already a lot of engage here. They can play a lot of keep away in this draft. Oh, Maokai is actually so sick here, to be honest. Like, you just keep the Ambessa and the Kennen away from you and just play through the Ezreal range and set up for Hui poke. I actually really like this.
Yeah, it does kind of work. It means their mid jungle is kind of not great, but you can play through top lane incredibly effectively, right? This is a bail clear out of what could be a difficult matchup type scenario, and I think he needs to be there. Otherwise, Kennen just runs away with this.
And bottom lane could be quite self-sufficient here for Diablo and Kellen, as long as they don't mess it up.
Yeah.
You know, obviously it's Delight's Bard, which is pretty well known at this point. There were some rough games on the way to his Bard career, but Guma obviously playing one of his best champions there in the bottom side, so that 2v2 is going to be really important. And we'll see how Vikla does playing keep away here against the Annie. Hui has so much range, and we'll see what build he goes for here as well. But the Maokai ultimate seems like, of these 10 champions, like it could be the most game-changing tool that anyone has. But if you mess it up and you are caught by Kanavi, because guess what? He's gonna be looking to go into your jungle. He's gonna be checking you all the time. He's gonna be saying, oh, you don't have your ult yet, or your ult just went down. I'm gonna get on top of you. I'm gonna look to 1v1 you. I'm gonna look to kill you. You have to be careful about that. And as much as the Maokai ultimate is great in team fights and great for this composition, we could just see another snowbally Hanwha Life game where the Maokai playing keep away is only temporary, and eventually they're gonna get you.
Yeah, and I think that the draft has only played a little bit into our series thus far, right? I think that HLE really just kind of clobbered them with better positioning and better play in game number 1, and let's just hope that BFX can wake up and bring us a full series here in game number 2. All right, BFX fans finding their voices a little bit here in the second game. It's certainly good to see as they also take down their first ward. Look at that.
Nice.
Not bad. As Vikla, I don't know how many games he's played on the Hui thus far, but I don't remember too many of them. So I'm interested to see how he's going to perform here in this game number 2.
Kind of associate Hui with, weirdly, Chovy and Bulldog in LCK. Yep. And not too many other players picked it up outside of when it was first released and was kind of hot for a little bit with some of the safe builds he had back then. I'm going to check Vikla's stats on this because I am also curious about it. It feels good for the draft, but does not feel like a Vikla champion, as you've said multiple times.
Yep. As Blooming Burst, not really going to find the angle here, as Gumayushi not taking too much damage, but same can be said. Double heals being thrown out on both sides.
It's his 12th time playing it. He is 5 wins, 6 losses.
All right, could even things out in theory. As level 2 going to be gained by both of our teams here in the bottom lane. Nothing going to come of it, though, as we can see. Looks like Diablo is having a pretty good time thus far. Kellen, not so much, as he takes a lot of damage. Cosmic Binding going a little bit wide here as Delight looking for a meep slap. And Zeus, this is, you know, his signature champion, and it's in Kennen's signature matchup as well. I imagine that this is not going to be a good time for Clear.
No, it's really not. There is a lot of signature champions for Zeus, but this is the electric-y one, the lightning bolt one, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of the thing. It's not his debut champion like the Gnar, which he's had incredible games on, or the Jace that we just saw is shut down the W here.
Yeah, it's just never feeling like a good time. Call the Meek onto the minions, and yeah, Clear just gonna have to weather the storm. He is farming relatively well. This Pyroblast gets a stun onto Vikla.
Hui has really good wave clear. He has really good range. He has decent burst. but he is very vulnerable, and there's a lot of engage on the side of Honda Life Esports. They have the Kennen, obviously, the Ambessa can engage from range, and the follow-up with the Jin is always going to be there. So Vikla needs to play and position incredibly well, which is what Play wants to do, which is why they picked it. But if he messes up even one time in a critical moment, it can be game-losing. As now we're ganking the Renekton.
Yeah, okay.
Swimming caps on.
Let's see whether Clear is going to be able to navigate this one. Minion Wave going to be crashing forward. And he wants to get on top of one of them, but it's not going to work out. The slices, the dices don't quite come through. Kanavi has to flash, but he will definitely happily do so, and that is first blood going on through for HLE.
He has teleport. Zeus went cleanse. So, you know, it's not going to be the worst possible situation that the Renekton could have ever had, but a very successful dive here on the top side. Clear doesn't flash, actually. Watching this again, you know, the turret aggro onto Zeus first means that there's really nothing he can do here. Kanavi is forced to flash because of the ramp of the turret.
Yep. Would have definitely died if he took that next shot. And, of course, turrets are just really scary this stage of the game. And so understandable. Still making that dive work, you know, like it was level 4, something like that. As Vikla is going to discover Delight. Zeka moving over with stun in hand. They're not going to engage on top of the way this time.
Yeah, it turns out Kanavi doesn't afraid of turrets.
No. He possibly should be more afraid of turrets. However, not in this instance. Certainly playing very well thus far. As Raptor just going to wander past.
Yeah.
And we'll find Kellen.
I'm nearby. Please leave him alone.
Yeah. Delight over here as well. And we'll be leaving. So just back to the laning phase once again. Clear just residing in the reeds.
Yeah, he is. He's just watching his lane be in a bad place.
Yeah.
There. That's quite far away from where I want to be. Got it.
At least gets level 5, as the Shuriken Toss not going to quite connect. Still, Zeus will retain full control. Moves to about 12 CS in the lead as Tibbers comes down. Vikla taking a fair bit of damage here, and Tibbers is just going to usher him out of the lane. And HLE just kind of winning all over the place this
Ready
stage.
for another dive in the top lane? It's been a while. Kanavi's not known for this, so it's quite interesting to see him do it again.
Well, let's see. See if Clear actually uses his flash this time around as he slices, dices, wants to pick up the wave, and actually gets a whole bunch of his health back with the Q. Another wave is conga lining in, though, and HLE are looking to try and do it again. As Zeus moves past, there's an early flash, and Clear creates the distance in order to keep himself alive, but he is not farming that wave.
Yeah, what's for Dragon? He flashes and loses the wave. Like, he doesn't die, but he might as well have, is what it feels like.
Oh, great Deadly Flourish is going to connect. It's Kellen! Just explodes!
Yikes! Oh, God, Kellen is having a bit of a tough one today, but it's a great punish there from Guma.
Yeah, and Diablo was kind of winning in the lane as well, and this is really going to put a dampener on that one. The Drake is at least taken, but that is the only good news here for Fearex.
I don't even know what to say about how this game is going. It is looking like a tragedy, a train wreck. It's all coming up HLE. B&K aren't getting anything, especially not minions in the top lane.
Well, Clear is wanting to try and find an angle here. Zeus with no cleanse available. There is a Dominus here from Clear, so able to use that in order to get a little bit of value. But Zeus is going to pick up this wave and will retain that big lead. Has actually gone Berserker's Grief, so might actually be going for the AD on-hit cannon. Kind of cute.
Pretty interesting. It's something that he's known for.
Oh, that Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, it's good.
And I didn't even think he was in turret range as well, but the turret also got mad at him.
Yeah, he just was not ready to get his ankles broken there. You never really are you, I suppose?
No.
It's not really something you plan for.
Yeah, you don't opt into broken ankles. Just ask Dagon.
Yeah.
Knows all about it. That's all right. Zeka is, you know, you will probably lose the lane as the Annie ended the way. He just has a bunch more range. Annie not known for her fantastic laning.
But it just doesn't matter, does it?
Nope.
Because the Annie is really just set up for the rest of the big damage you have elsewhere. Zeka's going to get ulted.
Yeah, ulti does come on through. It's a fair bit of damage here, as Zeka will be down to about 400 health, but just kind of walks it off.
If he can survive until his TP comes back up, He is going to be feeling good. And Kanavi's here. Raptor is a Maokai, so I don't want to speak too soon, but I think he's fine here.
Well, let's see. Nature's Grasp not going to be used. They're just going to try and get control of the wave and give Vikler a decent back.
Yeah, and Zeka's just going to be like, all right, well, I guess I'll catch this. I got TP, no dragon.
Okay, Raptor looking for the angle here. Bramble Smash is going to throw Delight towards his magical journey. And now they're going to try and grab onto Kanavi, but they'd already broken that portion of the root wall, and they will just wander their way out.
Got him, though. He didn't get his cannon.
Hey, there you go. I didn't even notice. What a huge positive.
Yeah, it's a big win for BNK.
Well, there's the grasping more. Zeka taking a fair bit of damage, but does throw a bear back towards Vikler, who has to flash. Just didn't have the cooldowns.
Kanavi was there, so if he gets stunned...
Oh, there it is! Comet picks up the kill! And Vikler just snipes him.
All right, well, that's the range I was talking about.
Flash!
Yeah, he just did not... I guess he just didn't see it coming, as Diablo might not see this coming.
Well, I walked towards the trap. There was a lot of stuff there to try and kill this Ezreal.
Kellen, help!
Yeah, Kellen is going to move in. 2 of them, in fact. As Diablo is at least able to make it out with his life, but not with his barrier. The heal comes through. Kellen going to have to try and block a few of these. And good footwork there from Diablo will avoid the curtain call.
You know, we just have to turn this into a comedy movie for BNK. You know, they gotta stay positive about something.
It's feeling like a dark comedy at this stage if you're talking about BFX, though. But let's check this one out from Vikler's perspective.
Can I get him?
Yeah, flashes, and then die.
He says die.
And he gets him.
And says Annie no ult there at the end. All right, well, that worked out. He was in very large amounts of danger had he gotten caught by that stun in range of Kanavi's ultimate, and instead he just basically blind snipes Zeka because he knows exactly where he is.
Beautifully played. And HLE still have a decent advantage, but if FearX can get themselves to a mid-game with any semblance of control, I mean, this composition, like you mentioned, already has a massive amount of range. They can approach if there is setup from HLE. That is what Nature's Grasp kind of gives you. Maokai has always been fantastic at that. Throwing saplings in as well is always a way to get over to areas that would otherwise not be allowed to be coming on through. As okay, here's a public execution onto Vikler. He kind of misses everything and just dies, as now Delight finds one of the Kellens, but not the right one.
So that's what would have happened if he didn't flash the stun last time I was talking about. He didn't have flash, so died this time. As Kanavi was like, just try again.
Oh, Kanavi's also now looking for Kellen as he's looking to steal away the Gromp. Diablo and Kellen moving on in. As HLE, they just want to steal this one away, but Raptor does manage to get the smite. Diablo looking for some of these Mystic shots, does manage to find them. As Captive Audience hits a clone. Zeka is spending some time here in this mid lane with Vikler walking his way back, but will be able to get a plate or two.
Clear decides he's going to go top lane here. And I think they have enough control over the Drake to where this should go over to Raptor. And now that's going to be a 2 Drake lead here for BNK. So that's in the positives column. It's hard to call it a column right now. It's just kind of a single item list. But
yeah,
they do have that. It is Cloud Soul, so that's pretty good for their composition as well.
Yeah.
Good to deny from HLE, I would also say.
Oh my goodness, that was a lot of burst damage. As Gumayushi looks at Diablo, and Diablo has to kind of leave. True Shot Barrage, though, is going to at least offer a little bit back. And Diablo still has a 15 CS lead, feeling pretty good on the Ezreal despite the slight gold deficit.
All right, well, you know, see what Delight can get done here.
Yeah, Tempered Fate going to be avoided here as Vikler runs fast on that ground that he created. There is a Tibbers down as Vikler gets half of his health bar removed, but it's not going to be a true engage here from HLE.
This is a very, very tricky fight for BNK to continue to force. I mean, even with Raptor's ultimate, I think they should just play this cautiously. The lead is not as big as maybe BNK think it is right now. It's only 1,800. It's just that they have a huge deficit in the top lane.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, Clear is basically not playing the game and maybe will never play the game here, but don't throw everything else away right on this scrappy skirmish, BNK, or the game is truly lost. I think they're realizing that as Vikler picks up even more gold, killing Tibbers. And they're going to control a lot of space. There's no dragon up.
Oh, Zeus finds the stun onto Clear. And with all this attack speed, this cannon really is able to stack up those marks of the Storm. And looking for another plate as well. He will be able to find it. As at least Clear does complete his quest. There you go.
When you go for 80 cannon and you're on this island in the top lane, it feels really good when you're playing into a champion like Renekton, where you're just like, all right, well, I just keep hitting you. I don't even need to press buttons. I'm going to continue to harass you. If you try to come at me, I'll use my buttons to keep you at bay and then keep hitting you. It's very annoying if you're Clear, and there's just so much on the bottom side of the map that needs attention to where Raptor can't really patch this hole on the top side. So I think this is a great build, a great adaptation here from Zeus. Picks up the Kraken Slayer. You know, we saw players like Rich loving the Gunblade in this matchup, but he is just changing that narrative. So we have a TP here from the cannon.
Yeah, Clear actually looking to try and get on top of Zeka, and then immediately dices away. Does manage to get the ulti off, but he's still extraordinarily dead. And Zeus turning up in the nick of time.
Didn't even, maybe it was on cooldown, just didn't even clear that big wave. That was very bizarre. He like walked up to clear it and then just didn't press Q.
Yeah, probably wanted to.
It's very strange looking.
Was not allowed as Deadly Flourish connects as Gumayusi finds a 4th bullet for Diablo. Doesn't have too much after that though.
All right, well that's another big win and at a relatively low cost because Zeka's up here to answer the pushing away. And this looks like it's going to be first brick here for HLE. Just no one to answer, no response whatsoever. And Vikla is going to be met by Delight pretty soon.
Tempered Fate is going to hold him in position. Spiraling Despair does come down as there's the Pop Blossom, connects onto 2. The Nature's Grasp comes down at the same time as the Bramble Smash is going to clear up the Annie. Still, they do manage to take down the turret, but there is the snipe from Vikla once again to lock down the kill.
I apologize for not being familiar with Vikla's Hwei abilities in his champion pool. Again, not the greatest win rate on it, not too many games played, but he's looking very confident in the game so far. And that was a really good bait there in the top side of the map as, you know, Raptor and Kellen were lurking. And they just outnumber them and end up getting a win back. They do not get the turret, but should be able to put some pressure on it afterwards. So Raptor is on the wraparound here, but also critically Kellen on the top side, unseen.
Yeah.
Heralded live.
And Raptor actually flashed in order to get in there as well, not wanting to walk around, wanted to get the best angle for the Nature's Grasp, and that's a really, really nice snipe. Unfortunately, walking the wrong direction was Delight, as the Rift Herald loses interest in the battle, as Fearex will be able to pick her up once again. Raptor will be able to get on in there. Kanavi, will he be able to get the smite? There it is, Raptor smited early, and Kanavi just steals it away. The eye probably won't be picked up, but that means that Shelly is just not going to be gracing us with her presence as Delight goes in, the magical journey, and there she is.
Just barred things. And the news doesn't get better here for BNK.
Yeah, could something go right for this team? That's the question, and I think the answer might be no, as Zeka throwing fireballs at this crocodile.
They're looking for their second turret of the game. This is just a really hard time right now for BNK. 2-Dragon lead might lead to Soul Point here because they have a lot of control over the bottom side of the map right now, but it means they're going to have to kill Zeus, who has Cleanse and Flash and ult, and he's Kennen, so he could buy a lot of time here, in fact, for Kanavi to come over and contest. The Dragon spawns in 8, and it almost just feels like BNK don't have the opportunity to even get a Dragon secure off of this. So they don't have TP for Clear, he's heading over, so you're going to have a big 5v5 fight. Let's see how they play this, because this is where their comp can shine. With this Maokai especially to buy space.
Yeah, holding position is certainly something that this composition can do, but if they get engaged on, it can be really, really rough, and Shelly's going to get involved as well. Tempered Fate deals with the Dragon for the moment, as now the Pop Blossom onto 2 is going to come on down. The Public Execution is not going to do anything at all, as it's Diablo that locks that one down, but Kellen is dead at the same time. Clear also getting in amongst it as Zeus looks for the ulti and tries to find these autos at the same time, but he'll get smashed back into the enemy team and taken out. A gorgeous team fight as it's only Gumayusi left alive, and that may not be the case for much longer as Diablo, he will get distracted by the minion wave, but now he's at 3-0-1 Ezreal.
Yeah, and this turret will survive despite the Herald coming through there from Delight. So we're going to go back to the steal. This is... Okay, hold on.
I like how he's being quiet, even though they are in different comps.
He's like, got it. Nice. I was hoping we were going to see Delight go in for the steal, but in this fight here, his ace is on the flank, but he's AD Kennen, so his damage isn't really there, but he hesitates so long. Kellen's the one who pulls the trigger first, and even though it's a really cool turn here from Kanavi to try to maybe get something out of this, he goes down instantly, and Clear ends up doing a lot of work here. Zeus flashes to try to get the kill on him, and he is successful, but now he's behind enemy lines here. His ult does no damage, and Guma, you know, I guess I'll say the thing, yeah. He's Jin, so, you know, it's a bit of a Bart line for me this tournament, but, you know, it's factual. Like, he hasn't died yet. He's far away from all the action, but he is Jin, and so he can't fix that. The gold lead has all but evaporated now, and it's still only really this AD Kennen who's the major player here for Hanwha Life Esports, and I don't know if that's going to hold water in further team fights, especially because BNK now have Soul Point, and this game suddenly got a lot more interesting.
Yeah, the fact that he is AD Kennen means that this lead is nowhere near as impactful. As you say, certainly in side lanes it's a scary thing.
It's not a team fighting Kennen though.
No, it's not. As Delight will be able to avoid the big boom boom that Vikla was about to dish out.
And Hanwha Life have kind of been the team that wins the game before team fights are that important. You know, they've been all about just win the game early. They can't team fight us because we're 6,000 gold ahead, so we just kind of look at them and they die. Now they kind of have to finesse this one, as Kellen will avoid the ult.
Yeah, it does use his dash cannon in order to get out of the way of that one. Proto Belt high value, as they've got two of them. Just kind of the meta at the moment, as Zeka will be able to find a fair bit of damage towards Vikla, but then needs to run away with that Molten Shield movement speed.
I've been converted. I think the Rocket Belt is pretty strong. I think it's pretty sick. I think it's super stat efficient, and Vikla is going to be a little bit healthier because of it. Has a little bit more cooldowns because of it. I'll see how we can use it outside of dueling and Annie.
Well, that is going to be a decent grasping maw, but does not quite find much else. So no Q, nothing much more. So Vikla will be able to back away now. Another minion wave is coming on in. But the gold lead is just slowly slipping away for HLE. And this is the problematic part, right? They had a very good early game. This is something, I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record, I think.
I mean, we all do, right? It just keeps happening. Like,
yeah,
it's not your fault. It's not my fault. Is it like Hanwha's fault? I don't know, because they keep winning with it, so maybe they just keep the pattern going?
Maybe we could find different ways of saying exactly the same thing. I know that's kind of our job. But we're going to need some more variants.
By the way, Zeus went Hexplate.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it means
is that
press
good?
ultimate more often.
It doesn't hurt them, but if it holds them in place, maybe that's enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's good CC.
It's decent damage stats-wise, I guess, as well.
Yeah, just going for the base damage there, I guess. But, I mean, Clear is still going to have a really bad time, because Zeus using that as self-peel is certainly what he wants to be doing here in a side lane on this cannon. Yeah, Clear just cannot play the game.
No, he's not really doing it, but the other, you know, damage threats here are so far for BNK, so maybe it doesn't necessarily matter, because if Zeus makes the same impact in this team fight, 3,000 gold ahead because he can't team fight that well without AP, then maybe it just doesn't matter, and we're looking at a 2,500 gold lead for BNK on their carries that is more relevant than the 3,000 gold lead the Kennen has. That's what that last team fight really said to me, that we had around the Dragon. We're potentially going to have a soul fight here in about 45 seconds. Clear has teleport this time. He is a level down, which is really unfortunate for him, but I mean, the Maokai is on 2 items. This is a really key moment here for BNK to solidify their lead, grab that soul, and just continue to win team fights from here on out.
Yeah, and if they get Cloud Soul as well, I mean, it's massive self-peel ability.
Yeah, it's good for the Renekton.
Yeah, it gives Clear the ability to go in, but also just gives the rest of the team the ability to get out if they need to. They're going to be running real fast on the Rift. Still, 10 seconds until that Cloud Soul does come up, and Raptor is somewhat caught out.
There's that TP from Clear. He buys an item.
Yeah. The saplings are doing a fair bit of work. As you can see there, Raptor lands one, and Kanavi taking a lot of damage, finds another one as well. He's going to have his health bar halved.
Clear's just going to zone Zeus away, and Zeus can kill him on the 1v1, but it'll take a while. So he's just like, all I have to do is be near you, and your 3,000 gold lead means nothing.
Well, Tempered Fate is going to be able to catch the Ezreal, but he does manage to buffer the ulti. Speaking of which, in goes Kanavi, looks for his angle, steals away the Dragon as Kellen tries to stay alive, but it's not going to quite work out. That's a beautiful shot from Gumayushi, and now into the backline goes Zeus. Clear, wiping them out, though, as he picks up the double on the Renekton. It's the revenge of Clear as FearX pick up the ace.
Huge win here for B&K. Very classic Kanavi to go all the way in, gets the steal, which denies the objective, but their gold lead is gone now, and it's a team fight win for B&K, and suddenly this Renekton is actually a little bit more relevant in this game. Diablo still deathless. They could not kill the Ezreal. Amazing shot there from Guma, but it's just not a team fight winning shot, right? And they did get the objective, right? But it gets harder and harder to team fight, I feel, from here for this composition as we'll watch Kanavi again make magic happen as he is able to use this to get through the Maokai ultimate and then wins the smite fight with the help of Guma, because that's just what Guma does. He dies, and then you watch it from this perspective, he goes down, but Kellen is in the front line here denying Zeka entry, so he's not really using his CC onto Diablo, right? Diablo is totally untouched. Clear is not being CC'd by anybody. Zeus has already used all of his buttons, and he's just a rat who's pretending to be an AD carry. Diablo's the real carry, and
there was a Jhin going melee into a Renekton, which was not necessarily what he wants to do, as Vikla trying to get himself out of here, and in fact tries to go back in, finds so much damage onto Delight, who has to self-ulti and then immediately gets taken out by this Ezreal. Diablo has, by the way, a 700 gold bounty on his head. He's 6-0-3.
He's got 3 items. Doesn't even have his Endless Hunger. He went for Shojin's third.
All right, well, Kanavi looking to try and do it again as there's the curtain call one more time. The flash from Clear to deny Zeka the entry, and they're going to be able to take him out. It's a double for Diablo. He's legendary in this game, and there is that young prodigy that we wanted to see. And 3 on the floor for HLE, and FearX are looking to make this a 3-gamer.
B&K said no flips. Absolutely not this time, as Zeus is trying to get this turret and get out, and he almost gets away with it, but Baron goes to B&K. They get on top of Zeka, who's flashless, so the flash commit there from Clear, absolutely worth it. Great tracking of the summoner spells. We're going to go all the way back here to Delight's attempted collapse onto Vikla. He gets the speed up here, and then turns this one around. Delight tries to peel, and they get the Maokai ultimate, which is actually kind of a big win here, but they're without their Bard ultimate. The Bard ultimate here could have denied or delayed this so that they could play this slower. Don't have it. They don't have their Bard, and Clear just destroys the enemy mid laner. Kanavi is also trying to go in for the steal, and he gets blown up before we're anywhere near smite range.
And another bit of an unsung hero is Raptor, who is stealing away Raptors, exactly his favorite thing to do in the game. The 1-1 and 11 on this Maokai. Remember, there were so many jungle bans thrown his way, and this Maokai has looked fantastic. They're now 4,000 gold in the lead. Like, the swing is just so HLE.
And it is like, last game we saw exactly 0 team fights, right? Like 0 real 5v5s. When it came to 5v5 fights here with the HLE, we were like, nothing's going B&K's way. The Renekton is not even playing the game. But when we start team fighting, B&K were like, you guys don't seem to be able to do that. We're really good at that.
And they're going to be able to take down the turret. Okay, this is a big teleport play from Zeus. As the Tempered Fate goes wide, FearX just holding position as, I don't know about that one, Delight. That was not what he really wanted as Pop Blossom gonna connect as they look for Kanavi. He's held in place by the Nature's Grasp, and there is the Crocodile once again, destroying this Annie, as Gumayushi is just, you know, he's still in base trying to defend, things like that,
He's
but
Jhin.
there is just nothing he can do. I don't even know whether it's Jin's fault as Diablo just eviscerates him. And it's just the cannon that is left alive. Clear is fighting him right now. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here as, Zeus will be able to pick up the kill and gets himself a turret. But that is bounty gold picked up, and that is not the good way that the bounty gold comes on through, because they're looking to try and finish this game right now as Delight is just so squishy in this game. Kellen is very dead, but he just gets executed, and FearX with this gigantic Ezreal should be able to just finish off this game and bring us to a game 3. 12-0-4 on Diablo in this game as he picks up that double. Zeka coming out of the fountain just to give him even more kills as he's arcane shifting around. Raptor keeps himself alive just for the style points, and the curtains have been called, but unfortunately not the direction that Jhin wanted them to. As, oh my god, the Mystic Shot does 50% of his health bar, and down goes the Nexus, and we're in for 3 games.
We're in for 3. And it was a great comeback, a great turnaround, great team fighting from BNK. The Kennen, probably Zayas maybe regretting building AD with what happened in this game. He got such a lead, but he could not impact fights. He could not get his flanks to make a big impact. And we saw the Maokai work exactly as it said it was supposed to. Vicla's performance on the way was incredible. Not only in team fights, but also in sides. In that last flank where Kennen is trying to get around, as soon as he's marked, Vicla fears him instantly, denies his entry into the fight, and they just say, no, you're not going in. But Diablo and Ezreal, they picked it early in the draft. This is his comfort pick. He loves this pick. He loves to outplay on this one. Dies 0 times, and with a lot of help, pops off and carries this game. You can see the gold graph until about 22, 23 minutes is completely HLE favored, but this has happened more than once here in the LCK in 2026, and BNK get their first win of the season.
Yeah. And they might be able to turn it into a series win as well, as we are at the final game of the day. FearX maybe now with some wind in their sails, but it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break this one down, and we'll have the final game of the day. We'll see you soon.
삼타 칠 때 웬만하면 공 쓸게.
그리고 나 아래 내려가고 싶긴 하다. 바텀 치는 거 이거 막아야 될 것 같긴 한데 다이브.
이거 하고 내가 미드 할게. 바텀 내려갈래?
확인.
이제공. 아 바드 녹음.
괜찮,
바드
괜찮.
공 받았고.
애니 미드 간 거 같은데 그냥. 아 이제 이겨 안 끌어도 안 쫄게. 아
디테일, 디테일.
야 바드. 야 봐줄래? 따라줄게 위쪽. 나 봐줄래. 따라줄게.
야 뒷라인 맞긴 했어. 야 뒷라인 봐봐.
아 여기 볼게.
우리 미드라인 살리던가.
미드 가서 하면 끝날
미드라인
듯.
살린다.
아 걔는 좀 쳐갈게.
바텀 라인 써도 돼 얘들아.
아 미드.
미드라인 쓰자. 미드라인.
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray. When they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite. I'm unbreakable. Can't hold me down. I'm unstoppable. I feel it now. Nothing can stop. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That is what we wanted to see out of BNK FearX. Maybe not some of the early game parts, but Diablo popping off on the high skill cap Ezreal? Yes. And usually we save these years for a series win, but a first game win?
That's been a while.
Some ears.
It's been a while.
It's been a little while.
It's been some time. Good to get that one in. The Diablo pop-off, love to see it. And a game that wasn't, as you said, the early game took a little bit of convincing to get over the line, but some great team fighting, I think, came out from BNK FearX, and something we've really missed seeing from this team.
Yeah, even if I am not a big fan of like Ezra and Nico in the bot lane, I think they kind of like smashed it really well in the bot lane. They had such a good pressure, and also, as you mentioned, I think they had such a great team fight with the Maokai Nico ulti. The value was insane, and also I really just like the theme that the FearX had for the draft is that you actually have the winning matchup in the mid lane. So I think some of you guys might just consider it as a bad pick when the Hui comes in. But I think for me, getting the pressure and priority in the mid lane against any mid pick was really a strong point for the BNK FearX. And I think that helped a lot for the team. And I think the way how they played around the mid lane was really good also, because they kind of just play for the mid lane, Vikla, that he could have the easier lane. So I think even though HLE had the Jhin Bard, which is such a great pick for the support for the mid lane, they couldn't really manage to hunt down the Hui correctly.
Yeah, I also feel like the cannon, we saw the on-hit cannon, and, you know, it just further makes lane more difficult for the Renekton, but, you know, AP cannon is already a good lane in the Renekton, and then it just weakens your team fighting by a considerable factor, I feel like. And it felt like they needed that extra oomph in the team fighting, because we really saw BNK FearX come up big when it came to those 5v5s.
Yeah, it started slow here for BNK FearX. Got the solo kill in the mid lane, did Vikla. But then after that, both of our highlights come at the Drakes. It is the first one here at the Drake number 3, where it starts off dicey, but BNK FearX clean it up.
So I think one thing is that BNK FearX do a great job of peeling, but also the target selection isn't amazing from the side of HLE. You see Kellen is actually blocking the Jhin shots, and when we see the Zeka stun come in, Diablo actually flashes it away, and then Zeus goes in for his ult just to finish off the low HP Renekton. This whole time Diablo is just free hitting, he's never been touched, he's full HP and gets a triple kill, and I feel like you knew going into that the Ezreal was going to be a major threat. Only really Zeka tried to go for him, and because he flashed that stun, he was fine, and then it felt like they were kind of, okay, let's just chase kills. They never really committed, so we need to kill the Ezreal.
Yeah, again, you know, talking about what the target is, because Hanwha Life Esports has been follow Kanavi, but this time it felt like, you know, now that there's a more mobile target, they weren't on the same page here, Ox.
Well, surely in the next fight, they focus the Ezreal, right?
Surely, right? What did?
I mean, the issue is they are just having too many CCs. So even though you dodge one, I think you can't really go into the target. So now here you had the bar ulti on Ezreal, but you couldn't really reach it. Even though you get the Drake here, so you kind of cut off their Drake streaks. But I think it was still rough to the target down, because Hui is still there for the deal the damage.
And there was a point where Zeus kind of like went in and just kind of ignored, like past the Ezreal.
Yeah.
And again, if you were AP cannon, maybe you could have just sat on the Ezreal and exploded him, but he kind of went, chase the fight, chase the kills, deal with the Ezreal later, and he was super fed at this point. And I just think that you have to deal with him as a priority. I do think there was good peel, right? The Maokai ult disruption, and also Kellen again on the Nico stopped the Annie from getting in. But I think if you let this Ezreal go untouched, this is what's going to happen every single time. Diablo had free reign in these fights.
Yeah, quickly, we wanted to point out the Annie and kind of what the journey was. Why was the Annie not able to play here, we did?
So yeah, what I'm trying to explain is the main theme of the mid Annie. So if you are picking mid Annie, I think you are the one getting the priority and the pressure to help the sideways. But the issue is Vikla having the winning matchup and him getting covered by jungle and support, able to Zeka to just stuck in the lane. And as a mid lane Annie, you can't even be able to get the prior, like enough of prior. So I think that's the main reason why HLE, even though they had such a strong early game team comp, such as Jean, Bard, and Ambessa Annie, because of Vikla playing perfectly, and also you can see Maokai just covering all the time the mid lane. I think these kept happen. That kind of made HLE really rough in the situation and cannot be able to use the mid Annie pick correctly. And even the solo kill from the Vikla helped a lot for the team. So I think HLE, I don't think it was a draft issue, but I think it was such a great idea from FearX and the mid laner.
And honestly, Hui can be really annoying. We don't see him that often in the LCK, but just being able to spam your abilities and just hit the whole wave on repeat, on repeat, on repeat is so frustrating to play against.
Yeah, thank you for that breakdown, guys, as this time a pocket pick for Vikla and a comfort pick for Diablo was key. Will B&K FearX find their first series win? And we'll have more questions about Hololive Esports. Let's find out in game number 3.
Yeah, this is going to throw the standings in turmoil if FearX are actually able to come out on top of this one. But it is not over yet. Game 3 hasn't even begun, and HLE could be able to turn this one around. First pick has won so far in the series, but we know in Game 3, a lot more has been taken away, and sometimes counterpick is more important. And so I think that it's going to be pretty even playing field.
I think the most important thing for B&K to do is to ban Varus. And a lot of Guma's pool is gone, right? Like, he doesn't have the Jhin, he doesn't have the Ashe, the Ziggs is gone. And if you feel like you can play Yunara into him, he has shied away from the Lucian a lot recently. They banned the Varus instantly, but they did in the previous games as well. They're just not going to let him play it. And I wonder where he's going to go here in this game.
Corki. He's going to play Corki. That's what I think.
That seems like probably the best bet. For Hololive Esports, as Pantheon will once again be banned.
I feel like this is the only series where Pantheon has been consistently banned.
It's like, thank God, too,
yeah,
man.
Finally.
Jeez.
But one last ban to come through is going to be
they banned the Yunara. They're like, I'm not dealing with all that. We're not laning into that. We're not going to play around that. I don't like that. No.
Yeah,
which
good call.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I think Hololive Esports are kind of on the same page with me on this one. Nami taken away, so if he was going to play Corki, he won't have the Nami to assist.
Yeah, I actually think that's kind of a cute move, as I think they had the same idea, but they wanted to at least nullify the Lucian a little bit as well. Of course, you can play Lucian with a bunch of other things, but the Nami is certainly the best one.
Back-to-back comfort here for Zeus. Had the great counter pick in Game 1. This is one of the safest blind picks in the meta. Jace is already gone. Played that one earlier on in Game 1.
What about
feels
the
like a strong first pick.
counter pick?
I'm going to say don't do that.
Oh, okay. Diablo is thinking about picking up the Lucian.
This just feels, when I think about this third game and I think about Fearless, I feel like it favors Diablo so much over Guma in the bottom 2v2. And, you know, maybe Guma could go back to an old classic and play one of his best ever in the Aphelios, right? But this is Diablo saying, are you going to play Zeri into this? You know, we're incredibly good at these Lucian comps. It's part of why they got to first stand in the first place.
Yeah.
As they get the Aurora pick as well, which is flexible here. Very strong start. Now, finally, Vi is going to be considered. They just go for Ahri Vi here, it looks like.
All right. I mean, Zeka, this was his debut champion. Something that he has a lot of comfort on. See whether it is going to work out, though, as Vikla, with it face up, can decide to play the Aurora into it. Of course, the Aurora could be flexed towards the top lane.
This situation here in terms of draft makes the Milio so strong because you know that what's left here for Guma to play is going to be anything that, you know, you want to burst down with Lucian Milio. There's no Nami. They banned that. I think that was pretty tricky, pretty smart, eliminating the Corki lane and saying you've got to play a bit of a slower, more scaling-oriented pick. You ban Yunara. They can play Zeri Lulu, right? Like, that's a classic, but it's something that they don't really enjoy to play.
Yeah, it's not necessarily...
And it can be banned as well.
Yeah, it's not Gumayushi's like main champion. The Zeriat's always been a little bit aside from his champion pool, but could certainly be something that they do opt towards. I think the Aphelios is still there, the Jinx is still there.
It's also kind of an awkward draft to play one of those scaling picks in.
Yeah, and also you play it into a Lucian lane and you're just asking for trouble, as there is the Nautilus to be taken away. Not going to allow both of those targeted CCs to come on through.
Is it time for Guma to bring out the Neela again?
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I don't think so, but
and
it would be
hopefully
good
not
for
a
the dive
Senna
now.
either. Maybe it's a Callista angle. Community has always been all right with that one.
Yeah, Callista Renata is not easy to play here, but definitely feels like it could go toe-to-toe. Maybe they'll just ban the Callista in this spot here, B&K. Caitlyn also pretty strong.
Yeah, Silas ban is telling me that maybe they wanted some sort of Alistair angle.
It's also good into the Gnar, as we've seen. Okay, the Alistair is going to be banned. That was a good read here from B&K.
Yep, denying that one. Delight has, of course, been able to take over games on this champion.
And it's a front line that they might sorely need if Guma is going to be playing one of those scaling picks.
One last ban to come through. Try and deny top lane or jungle. The Poppy just going to be taken away.
Poppy really good into this composition here for Hanwha Life Esports. Even though it's kind of a weird pick in this situation. I'm kind of looking at these two drafts feeling like B&K have a full dive composition, and Hanwha Life Esports are going to kind of end up with half of one, right? Like that's why I was kind of joking about that Neela pick, because they have the strong bursting 80 carry lane to follow up the Aurora and the now Nefiri setup here, whereas Ari Vi as a duo really strong. Okay, all right. All right, okay.
All right, well, Draven is certainly an option, but I don't know whether he really wants to do it. The Xayah Rakan could be coming on in here.
It is comfort for both.
Yep. I mean, this is Delight's Rakan. He's phenomenal on this champion. And honestly, when Gumayushi moved over to HLE, we should have seen this as being a big thing that they can now lean on, because Guma has always loved the Xayah in any matchup with any lane partner, but Delight is the Rakan guy. So this is kind of their signature lane.
Oh,
okay, so the Mel will mean that this Aurora is heading towards the top side of the map. My God, this lineup is so squishy. It is absurd.
Yeah, really no front line. This looks like an HLE draft.
Yeah, it really does.
The front line is the diving jungler, and we kill all of the champions. Who needs tanks? They're all dead. It's playing into its own dive, though, and it has the safety of the Xayah, which is going to feel really great into what they're trying to set up here. Now, I'm not a big fan of Xayah into Lucian, because Lucian just keeps hitting you after you press R.
Yeah.
But it is really strong into Nefiri. It's pretty good into Aurora. The metal damage, though, is going to be something that I think they really have to account for, because this draft here for B&K, while it doesn't have a front line, it just has damage forever.
Yeah.
4 of these champions will hit you hard, and they will keep hitting you. So if the Lucian runs out of buttons, guess what? There's still an Aurora, there's still a Mel, and then Lucian's buttons come back up. So they basically have to control this game from start to finish, but if they can hold the tempo and play a Hanwha Life Esports style, you know, we talked about how both these teams have similar play styles, they can win this game. Guma is on comfort. Delight's Rakan is where he really made a name for himself, where he cut his teeth on Breon back in the day.
Yeah.
So this is a banger draft setup here for Game 3.
Yeah, I'm really interested in how this one's going to go, but the FearX composition is without fear at this point, with how incredibly squishy it is. We'll see whether they can continue going forward, as HLE a little bit more reserved. All right, here we are into the final game of the day, and possibly the very first win for FearX in the LCK for 2026.
And to double their game wins for the tournament?
Yeah, absolutely nuts.
Just like that?
Well, let's see whether they can actually make it happen. As HLE, I think that their composition is a little bit more robust than what FearX have, but there is certainly a lot of firepower here. You can see already FearX trying to use it.
I agree with what you're saying. Like, I really look at both of these drafts, and I think that in terms of well-roundedness and, you know, what you're looking for in a general draft, especially in Game 3 of Fearless, where you're like, okay, do you have good engage? Do you have solid, consistent damage? Do you also have CC threats? You know, do you have someone who could side lane? Like, they kind of check all the boxes. But matchup-wise here, in playstyle-wise, I kind of like what BNK have. I think that if they lose control of this game for even 1 second, they won't like it anymore. But
No.
they have all the tools, right? Like they're like, okay, Zaya, you can press R, but if you can press W, and that's on a very shorter cooldown. And I'm safing into Vi, so I can play very aggressively around that. You know, Vikla has rebuttal, which is going to feel great into Charms, for example. They have Milio for anti-CC, so playing this Ahri is going to be very tough when Milio is around. So there's a lot of good things here, matchup-wise, and what BNK have put together in this draft. But I agree that the more well-rounded draft's on the other side. Here comes Raptor, level 3.
Yeah, looking for a dive, as let's see who they're going to target. They're looking for Gumayusi, who flashes to try and get out of the way, and there is Raptor just getting rid of the turret aggro, and out they go. Beautifully navigated here from FearX, as now Delight trying to get himself out, but now he doesn't have the help of the turret. Bleed does come through, but FearX will let him live for now.
A lot of minions denied here, but they don't get the fast back because they chased for Delight, so that's actually a pretty big win here.
Yeah, they pull the wave as well, so the minion wave is actually going to get taken down by the turret, although I think that the casters were out of range. Still, probably going to leave the wave in a pretty good state here for FearX as they make their way back in.
Yeah, that was really good for BNK. The play was great on it. It's an early Sheen buy for Diablo off of that.
Wow.
That's a big problem for Guma. But this is, I mean, I was joking about it, but quite literally, I have W, you don't have R yet, you're not level 6, I dive the turret. Angle for Nefiri, because you can just reset the turret aggro. It's very standard, we see it all the time. It's why this is part of her kit. And there's just no recourse there. It was a very elementary setup. Crash the wave, dive the turret, kill the carry. And now it's a 500 gold lead here at 3 minutes for Diablo. Playing, in my mind, his second best pick next to Ezreal. Oh, that's a root.
Yeah, fantastic snare to come on through there as Vikla looking for the angle onto Zeka. Wishes he had the ultimate.
I would have flashed to try to kill. I would not have been able to resist.
Well, Delight is over there as Zeka just uses that Foxfire to try and run the heck away. You can understand why, as he will be looking for the reset. Does have teleport, so can make his way back to the lane, as Kellen is going to take a lot of damage from Gumayusi, but isn't going to be dying just yet. And that gold lead has now stretched to 1.3k at 4 minutes, which is kind of ridiculous. That is going to be Grump secured by Kanavi, but doesn't find the Vault Breaker as Raptor just flips over the wall and will look to make his way out.
It's the tri-lane angle again, but this time it's BNK who have massive control down here. Even Diablo's poke is trying to add up a little bit here, but Kanavi seems to be pretty good at making sure he can secure these early game objectives. It's been one of his strongest points, and defends his Grump. As Diablo goes in.
Yeah, not sure about that one, but they do get the fire kick onto Gumayusi. That actually buys them a lot of time here, as there is the dash out. He avoids the pullback, and Diablo keeps himself alive, but so does Gumayusi.
Yeah, let's not get too fancy here, Diablo. Starting to get a little worried. Kellen backing him up there. They have so much trust in each other. You can really feel it.
Honestly, like, that fire kick was so necessary.
Absolutely.
To deny that from Gumayusi. Both barriers were used in that exchange as well. Diablo still has flash, Gumayusi does not.
Kanavi has a big farm lead and actually has a level lead right now over Raptor, but Raptor's still going to challenge him here because they have mid-prio. This bottom lane is on such a nice edge.
All right, Raptor does find the double daggers. Zeka was thinking about looking for a charm angle as the grand entrance is going to go wide.
Diablo doesn't have barrier, and he's a little bit low on mana, so he needs to be really careful here. Yeah, just a few of these feathers landing, and maybe he's in kill range as Raptor's coming for a second pass.
And let's see how FearX actually play this, as in goes Diablo looking for that angle. There is the knock up as he doesn't press the flash button as Raptor looks for the angle. Fire kick comes in, the flash from Diablo, but he didn't have the passive. They go 1 for 1 as both AD carries die, but so does Raptor, and it's a double for Delight.
Getting a little bit too aggressive down here on the bottom side for BNK. Luckily, though, for BNK, both of the kills go over to the Rakan, so Guma ends up with neither of those, which is really important there. It does pick up 2 assists, so it's not all bad. It's not looking great for this Aurora pick, but
Yeah.
This is a top lane Aurora, as only Doran is, I believe, the one in that list who did that.
Yeah, it's been on a bit of a loss streak. We did see it lose in our previous series as well, in pretty colossal fashion in the hands of Closer.
We might as well just change the position name of Hanwha Life Esports from jungler to counter jungler with how Kanavi's been playing. And in this game, 15 CS up here, taking away 4 extra camps effectively, as he has not been ganking as much, but he's been the benefactor of that failed gank on the bottom side alongside Delight.
And also with Raptor falling down, it does take him off the map for a little while. You can see now tidying up his bottom side as we're going to check this fight out one more time.
They could have been happy with the exchange here, you know, but Diablo flashes and fails, right? And that's the really painful part of this.
Yeah, and I mean, if he had the passive, if the Light Slinger was there, I mean, Gumayusi was dead, but he just did not have it set up. Zeus is looking to kill clear. He does go stealthy, but Zeus has got a minion wave here between worlds. As there's a flash and clear outplays him! God, that was so good! As now an engage towards the bottom side as cease and assist is going to be used. Diablo gets engaged on, but he stands his ground. Kanavi's taken out, but it's a double for Zeka, who finds a beautiful angle. Now Vikler is finding his way back in, and the overwhelming damage from this Mel is looking fantastic as Delight goes down as well. It's a double as Vikler looking for even more, as Zeka should be able to make his way out.
It's a rocky early game here for HLE. I mean, they've been able to get some big wins, right? Kanavi counter jungling, taking away the enemy camps. But, you know, plays like this felt like they were a freebie. Like, this felt like it was done. He goes invis and then sets up the ultimate here. Look at the angles. He gets the slow, dodges the boomerang.
Wow.
That was
and even
really well
he's
played.
in awe.
Yeah.
And then down here, you know, in these early scrappy fights, you're playing into the Fury, you're playing into Mel. Now, Mel isn't here, but they're not able to actually win the early part of this fight well enough to actually get the Ahri's resets to be the bigger factor, as Mel is just like, oh man, I'm going to get them solo, I'm going to blow them up. Delight here goes down to the passive. Nothing Zeka can really do here.
Yeah. FearX fans, I could understand. That's probably how you're feeling. As it's a bit of a trust fall in this game, especially with this composition, but they are making it work. Raptor is on the grubs. We'll be able to get at least the first one, as Kanavi was thinking about coming over. Does scry the little doggo.
Thought Zeus might get that with a house. It was pretty close, but does not quite secure that one as Kanavi shows up here and be a 2 for 1.
Yeah, it does manage to get one of them, but the smite was there for Raptor, so he does take the third. So 2 for 1 in exchange there.
TP here for Delight to rejoin the lane, but this lane is in tatters. Essence Reaver is ready for Diablo, and Guma is sitting on components.
Oh, now they're looking to see whether they can catch them off guard. As the Ardent Blaze, but Delight just battle dances his way back out. Gumayusi did actually do a lot of work in that last fight. Yeah. Obviously, in the end, just exploded as Vikler made his way back in, but the Feather Recall as well as the Feather Storm really setting things up to do a lot of AoE damage, as now the culling does come on through, but Diablo is not quite able to fully make this one.
His flash is so close to coming back up. He wants to just put as much damage in as possible before then. He knows he'll have flash advantage, but not as much as he was looking for there.
Yeah, good little steal here from Raptor. Denies the crab. And now Delight just being tricky. Know that he knows the limits of the Rakan, absolutely, but it is still a little bit scary.
Kanavi still half a level up, still up, you know, practically 4 camps here, but it doesn't necessarily matter in this early game because everything else has kind of fallen apart. And it's 2 kills for Zeka, you know, believe it or not, but I don't know if he's going to make the same impact through the mid game as this Mel will, especially if this bottom lane keeps getting put down. Kanavi's on his way down here.
Yeah.
And I think that this drive, I mean, they should have been under turret. The wave is in a horrible spot.
Yep, in goes Raptor, looks for the angle. Featherstorm is going to be claimed.
Okay, now there's an angle, maybe.
Potentially, but he's pretty far away, looking for a potential lane gank option just to try and deny any further aggression.
There's so much vision here. There's a vision, and there's a ward in the Tri-Brush, one in the Pixel in the river. Kanavi's going to try to avoid all of it and come down here and make this happen.
Oh man, Diablo doing a lot of work here with that Essence Reaver. But are they going to take the bait? That's the question. Looks like the answer might be yes. And I think they know that they're playing a little bit too aggressively to not have someone lying in wait, so they do not take it. And BFX just going to play around the information that they had. That's a Zeke's now completed for Delight, though, as the Essence Reaver is also done here for Guma. So that is some decent
value.
spikes.
Yeah, getting some value out of the early kills he got to put that one together pretty quickly.
Yeah, Elliot comes in, but having a look at Vikla in the mid lane. Both of our mid laners are 2 and 0.
It's the Diablo classic to go top lane as this two-man gank with Kellen. We've seen this a few times this year from this squad, and it can really catch off guard the top laner who's being pushed in. It doesn't have vision control. They're doing the full wraparound control vision setup here. Zeus does not have flash. It's so close, but not yet available.
Oh, the culling comes down. He's still just Mini-Gnar, and there is just nothing he can do. Clear gonna lock down another one. And now you can see BFX just looking to rip out all of these plates.
It's basically a way to guarantee first brick as well as a ton of plate gold, because on the other side, the turret was so healthy here that there's no way that Guma and Delight can actually just burst that one down. So they win the race here. Diablo gets more money.
Well, they are actually going to go for a reset before that turret does fall down. But like you were saying, I mean, Gumayushi is able to get another wave in, so might be able to do something. And they are a very long way away from this, and Diablo is going to stick around just to make sure that they do claim this first brick, like you were saying.
Zeus
there it is.
Couldn't decide if he wanted to go bottom there or go back topside in TP, so he has actually not been farming for a while after his death. Just kind of happy feeding a little bit, as it's a pretty unusual situation here with the AD carry going there, then delaying his back, then going for the delayed turret. Some mind games here for BNK. The gold lead here is still relatively small, as man, Zeka's having a roughie.
Fantastic rebuttal. Zeka gets taken down to half health.
Gets ulted to stop the back.
Yep, Vikla just buying as much time as possible. They keep that bottom outer turret alive as well.
And when I say Zeka's having a roughie, I don't mean he's playing bad. It's a tough game. The Mel performance here from Vikla after an incredible Hui game is just really annoying to play into.
Yeah, and this is one of the picks that Vikla had been playing throughout the LCK Cup, and first stand, things like this, found a fair bit of success. As in goes Raptor, immediately gets knocked up though, and I think the doggo is in trouble as he does manage to go untargetable, flips over the wall, flashes to try and get out, but Zeka is able to follow him. Still, Raptor gets so much of his health bar back. The charm goes wide, and in the meantime, they're looking for a little bit more. Finally, Zeka is able to lock down that kill as Diablo thrown into the wall. It's a double for Zeka. This guy's Ari starting to pop off. We were talking about him having a roughie. What about a quadra kill as the Orb of Deception comes in and the punch for the Melio takes him down, and now Vikla is alone to try and keep himself alive underneath this almost dead turret already. Down it'll go. He does have the rebuttal, but he is extraordinarily dead. And that's what you get for pressing the ultimate to deny a back.
This is a full ace there to come through for Hunter Life Esports. And BNK just not been happy to hold on to this lead. They want to push the advantage further. And like I said when we talked about the draft, they cannot let go of this game for even a second. So they want to push the issue here. But Guma gets so far back before he ults that Raptor puts himself in no man's land. And even though he is Nefiri, he cannot get out. Zeus shows up here with Mega. And now you're just unfortunately unable to get away. This comp is too sticky. Zeka's playing Ari. He's going to get resets. The Gnar does so much work. And Vilka just isn't big enough or really in position to help peel or push these health bars lower. His turret has no health. And I think this might have been the end of the game for BNK, because they could not, I mean, if you run out of steam with this comp, it's really hard to get it back, get map control back. They're down 2 dragons. HLE are now 3,000 gold ahead. A massive swing that may be difficult or impossible for BNK to recover from. At least they are able to secure this Herald.
Yeah, they'll get that, but like you were saying, I mean, this composition was going to be difficult to play at best, but after losing that fight, man, it's going to be a real rough time. However, I mean, this series has taught us a few things, and has also kind of reiterated what we already know.
A little reminding.
That is that anything's throwable, and also anything's winnable if you do manage to just outplay in team fights. We know Diablo is so good at this champion, as Clear looks for a little bit of an angle, does avoid Zeka as he makes his way down, as HLE did get a charge but was unable to take down the turret.
And, you know, they can't get the turret here, but they were set up for a potential dive, but HLE play it slow, they play it safe. Turret survives. Zeka comes in there, isn't able to get the charm, but he was definitely ready for the punish, and they just have to leave. They cannot stick around any longer. And so we kind of reset to a game state here where now this Gnar is starting to be a little bit frustrating inside. Will finally get his first item here on this back. Cole completed a while ago. And, you know, he's picked up a gold lead with the extra alone time, the extra farming he's gotten. Kanavi was able to pick up that kill. Has been obviously out-farming Raptor. And the one gold lead, right, the one constant you thought for sure this game BNK would never drop is that 80 carry lead. But even Guma picks up the advantage there as Vikla is going to be fine here. But the next dragon is Mountain. It is a Mountain Soul point for Honda Life Esports if they pick it up. And into this comp for BNK, it is a death wish if they let that go over.
Yeah, you are just not going to be able to get through them. They're already going to be tankier. Even though they don't have a true tank or anything like that, Zeus is going to be basically unkillable, and he will do enough damage to, like, 3-hit everyone on FearX because they are just without their defenses. Still, I mean, they have a lot of damage.
Buy with those extra shields when the soul is complete with their passive. It's just really, really tough.
Well, Clear was looking to do something tricky. But doesn't quite get there, and Diablo just throws down the Cullen to try and get rid of them.
They want this turret. Kanavi isn't here yet, but he could come for the punish. They get it, but will they get out? I think so, because Raptor's got this under control, so bit of a BNK clap.
Oh, really nice charm connects onto Raptor. Takes half of his health bar already. 2 items done for this Ahri.
10 Dark Seal stacks. He is really popping off. You know, we said he was having a tough one. It was getting a little bit annoyed, but he never died. Never gave a kill, and it popped off in that last critical team fight where they got the ace. They're going to give this dragon up, or at least with a late contest here, practically a give.
Yeah, late invade to come on through towards this as the quickness doesn't quite get the work done that it wanted to, but they do manage to take down the dragon. Delight battle dances his way out as Gumayushi finds the feather pull. They're looking for the angle. Yes! Oh my god, the Gnar! And the Wallop as well, and HLE will destroy them in the team fight. Only Clear stays alive, but there's nothing he can do. They'll take down this outer turret and be able to pick up whatever else they'd like.
Very huge Gnar there from Zeus. My god, we had one from Doran earlier. And what is it with these top laners who swap places?
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. It's such a late contest here. Zeka's on the flank. Like, there is not even like 1% of control here to BNK. And Delight doesn't end up getting exactly what he was looking for here, but Guma definitely does. And the Gnar follow-up is insane here. Kellen gets out, but nobody else does. The follow-up is crazy.
The 3-man wallop after the Gnar as well. As we check this one out from Zeus' perspective. Look at the Gnar bar as well. My goodness. No flash required.
Yeah, no flash.
개맛있다. 이거야.
Yep, delicious. Absolutely. As HLE have found Raptor once again, you're not allowed to farm your jungle, my friend. As Diablo just trying to get some damage where he can, but now they are 6,000 gold in the hole, and the soul point that we were talking about being devastating was picked up in before that fight even occurred, as Clear is getting harassed underneath his turret. Zeus is pretty low.
3 seconds on ult.
As there's the flash in and the flash out from Zeus.
Oh, if he gets his ult up just 2 seconds faster and, you know, uses it to Pac-Man his way back to the other side, ping-pong in and take Zeus out, could have been huge, but didn't have it. Trade of flashes is not enough.
Oh dear, Vikla trying to stand his ground. Does have a decent amount of defense with the Melio around, even if the health bars aren't large. Zeka can rotate down if you'd like to, denying an entire wave here. As Guma will be able to deal with this.
Soon to be a full item up on Diablo. And Diablo's burst just doesn't hit the same right now. They're on soul point with this mountain picked up as well. I just, you know, we said it, and I don't want to overstate it, but I don't know if this comp has ins anymore. Like, it had to control, you know, start to finish, never let it up, and now if Diablo can't dash through and use all of his buttons and proc his passive and blow somebody up, then the Lucian doesn't do anything. The Mel is sitting on 1.5 items versus 10 you know, Dark Seal stacks here for Zeka. 2 items in, massively fed. Like, what do you do? How do you actually come back? I don't think you can, not even the classic Hanwha whoopsie throws are going to be enough to get you back in this one, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need to conga line in as there's the quickness from Delight. Holds two of them in place. The ulti from Kellen to try and buy some time as there is the kill onto the Melio. Diablo is the next one that's focused down. Zeus able to hit whatever he would like. Finds the Gnar, smacks clear into the wall, and now Vikla trying to deal with Kanavi, but I don't think he has enough rebuttal to deal with this one. A few punches to the noggin, and down he goes. Another ace for HLE, and they'll look for the Baron.
Well, this one was certainly off to a great start for the Foxes, but FearX are not going to take home their first series win. They got their first game of the tournament, but Hanwha Life Esports predictors like you yourself who expected it to go 3
I have to admit, it was more the coin that did the predicting. I didn't quite know how this series was going to go, although on paper, probably should have been HLE. They just haven't been all that trustworthy so far this season. Maybe after this victory here, we'll be feeling a little bit better about their prospects moving forward.
The ultimate irony for me in this one is, and it shouldn't come as a shock, but I think to everyone watching this, they probably will agree with the sentiment, is BNK kind of lost this game the way that Hanwha Life Esports have lost so many of theirs. You know, but their comp needed them to keep the foot on the gas, you know, the pedal to the metal. Like, basically, they needed to put a brick on the accelerator in order to win this game. But eventually, Hanwha Life Esports were able to outfight and defend and shut them down. And a few overextensions. Now, you could argue whether they needed to do or not. I think they could have played a little bit slower. Do them in. Hanwha Life Esports winning against their own style here.
Yeah. And the composition certainly working very well in their favor, but it's the gameplay more than anything else that's been really, really good. There's the charm back, though, as that's the shutdown from Vikla. FearX, can they actually find the team fight? That's going to be the question, as that's a brilliant ulti from Delight. Locks them all up, and now it's Zeus' turn to carry. They've got two solo laners with a name that starts with Z, and Zeus is able to help clean this one up. Gumayushi is able to lock it down on the fountain, and that's yet another ace in trade for Zeka.
I mean, it doesn't get more comfort across the board here for champs for this team as well. Zeus on Gnar, Kanavi on Vi, Zeka, Ari, Guma on the Xayah, and Delight playing his...
It's like it's their greatest hits. We're just watching the greatest hits.
It is literally greatest hits album for this squad, and they play one of their best games yet. This is just a stop.
23-8 is the kill score. Reminds me of game number 1, to be perfectly honest. They focus down the Nexus, and HLE, despite dropping a game, will be able to come out victorious over FearX.
Really strong performance here from Hanwha Life Esports, and it made me question my doubt in a weird way, if that makes sense. Like, even though the series kind of went exactly the way we thought it would, even though you and I predicted different things, that last game was something a little bit different. You know, that last game was a little bit different in terms of how they play their own style. They went for comfort picks champion-wise, but they knew they could pilot this composition into the dive comp of BNK and have the longevity that you pointed out many times in draft. Their comp was more well-rounded, and it shows a little bit of growth here for Hanwha Life Esports. And for me, I know they just beat the team that was before this series 0-4, but I think this was actually strong opposition. I think this was an impressive win. I mean, it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think FearX's loss to Hanjin Breon was not what you'd like, but obviously they were probably going to lose to Gen.G. That team is relatively good, and this was going to be a tough ask against HLE here, who are doing their very best to bounce back after what was a difficult early start to the season and a very difficult LCK Cup, with a lot of expectation on the shoulders of all of these players.
And there's nothing wrong with the start here for Hanwha Life, and they absolutely can bounce back. It's just the way that it looked at LCK Cup, and then when we came into the beginning of LCK, we were like, has anything changed? I don't think so. That's worrying, right? Like, you have such high expectations as an LCK watcher for these 5 players. And when you watch them play in this game, where they absolutely turn this game around, beautiful team fighting, insane mastery of all 5 of these champions, they're playing in comfort, you're like, yes, this is what it was supposed to be the whole time.
This is what was promised.
And it just hasn't been. And so even Hanwha Life fans who are probably reveling in this win wish it were a 2-0 and probably are wondering if they'll maintain this form for their next series. But I see it as a pretty good step in the right direction. The wins we saw from them this week, back-to-back, looking much better.
Yeah, and my question for you, Wolf, is who the heck gets the POM?
I was really hard, and I don't
I
even
just
feel
write
good
a
about who I
Z.
chose.
Just write a Z down. Or a Z if you're in Australia. I was really struggling to work out which one to say at the very end of that last game. Because I think Zeka or Zeus are pretty good calls. But maybe it's Zeka because he's
there was
some rough ones prior? I don't know.
There was also the Kennen game that did happen in the series.
Yeah, at the same time the Annie game happened. So I don't know.
I will tell you guys I voted for Kanavi. I think he had a pretty good counter jungle game in Game 3. Game 1 ran the show. Game 2, they didn't win it, so
maybe it's not included.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a really tough vote. Like, you could vote for Delight almost even. Zeka will get it in the end.
Yep. 8-0-9 on the Orianna is a pretty good performance. His Orianna was actually fantastic, even though it did sort of live on the sidelines a little bit, but that's often how Orianna sort of works, unless you're Faker. And in that last game, really did just hard carry.
I was impressed with his Ori performance, but, you know, he was, in a sense, not able to really pop off until he got really ahead from that one team fight in the bottom lane, but he took that gold and did wonders with it, and he never gave up control of the bottom side of the map.
And it was a counter pick as well for Vikla into it as well. He wanted to play the Mel. They did the weird switch up of, oh, we're going to play Aurora top lane, actually, haha. The problem was that left them with a really wonky composition in the end, and even though they made that sacrifice in order to get the counter pick, it didn't work, and Zeka still outplayed it. So I think that adds to that level of deservedness. But Zeus also had a really good series.
Yeah, I mean, I did kind of forget about how dominant his Orianna was in Game 1.
It was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago, but ultimately, I think you could have given it to almost anybody, even Guma having a great Xayah performance there in the end. But Hanwha Life Esports, growth shown this week. That's, again, the thing that I really take away from this. They beat D+, but looked incredibly dominant there, and then are able to close it out against B&K. So maybe the slump is done. Like, maybe the inconsistencies are starting to wash away. Again, played similarly to how we expected, but I think showed some maturity. And, you know, when we watched Kanavi's interview a few days ago, looked like he's really saying the team is gelling together better. I could really feel it in this third game. So, yeah, again, that's the hope.
Yeah, and let's now hear from Zeka.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations! Now, you guys met each other in Caspa Cup, but it's actually been about 10 months since LCK Round 2 last year since you guys played them. And you secured a win against FearX. How do you feel? Yeah, I actually don't even remember what happened in the Caspa Cup, but it did feel like it's been a long time since we played them, and it was kind of tricky, but I'm just happy that we were able to win. And along with the win, there is another great news, which is 400 games in the LCK by you. So, how is that like? Thank you so much. Yeah, I played 400 games, and I hope that I can keep playing well and score a higher win rate. So how many games do you want to reach? Maybe twice as much as I have played already. I'll do my best. And in Game 1, we witnessed your solid Orianna performance. We saw how great your synergy with Zeus was with the Jace Orianna comp. So how did you feel about that? You know, for Zeus, I mean, I'm pretty close with him personally, and also we just know how to play the side lanes really well. So I think just the way that we're able to stay on the same page, it really helps. And looking back, what led you to having a 3-game series today? You know, there are moments where we had the edge, but I think some moments we ended up playing a little too passively So I think the feedback was basically, no, we just have to be more proactive. In Game 3, you pulled a classic comp with Ari Vi and Zaya Rakan. So what adjustments did you make? You know, we didn't have prio early game with this comp, so as long as we were able to sustain and drag it out, we knew that we would actually win the late game. And after that early game, it was a massive comeback. So at which point did you feel like you were heading towards a victory? Yeah, after, you know, the Ari got some kills, I think that actually gave more support towards the jungle as well. I think we were definitely able to take the most advantage from that point onwards. And Kanavi actually has said that, Zeka, you don't avoid fights, just like him. So it actually feels like the team meshes together and clicks really well. So what do you think about the mid-jungle synergy? Yeah, I think we have actually built and improved our synergy as compared to the beginning of the season. And yeah, our style is we just go in and there is no backing out. I don't think it's 100% yet. But I think we are more than halfway towards our goal. And your next opponent is DN Supers. So what is your mindset? You know, given that Pyoshik is in DN Supers, I want to make sure that we win against them. And that's all from Zeka, and back to the desk. Thank you.
A little DRX World Champion love there from the Super Soldier himself. He and Hanwha Life Esports get the hashtag HLE win in a 2-1 fashion. It was a little dicey there until a moment around 13 minutes and 30-something seconds where they ended up wiping them, and Hanwha Life get the victory here, guys.
The more I watch HLE games, it's so enjoyable, I think, except the HLE fans. Because like it's kind of riskier, and I think when we compare it to like last HLE that we remember is like more stable and play with the macro, but right now they are more with the aggression, especially with the Kanavi, Zeka playing really aggressive together in the mid jungle is helping them a lot.
You know, Zeka spent time in the LPL, and I feel like kind of, you know, Kanavi's come in, said we're gonna play very aggressive, super. Zeka's like, bet I'm down for this. You know, he was, you know, back in his career and still does, plays a lot of melee champs, played very aggressive, and I feel like those two are just syncing so well. Finally, on the same page, and you're seeing on display.
Yeah, I love that. We're awakening the LPL within him. By the way, thank you, dear Ayaya, for the wonderful interview and those insights. As it is an 8 out of 13. Couple shouts to Delight getting 2, Zeus getting the stream votes, and then Ian Cass going with Kanavi, which Wolf, I liked the Kanavi vote. Right?
We also considered the jungle as well, right?
But you know, the mid lane getting the shout here. What did you think, guys?
Yeah, I mean, a decent spread. I think there was obviously moments for everyone. I think as well, even though Zeka had great moments in game 1 and 3, game 2 struggled a bit in that lane. So I think obviously opened up the floor for some alternative votes. But I think his game 1 and 3 were very strong. And Wolf obviously talking about Kanavi, 10 out of 10 with his diving and counter jungling. Really having another strong day. Didn't get the POM, but obviously did last time. But I think just always on the forefront of what the team are doing.
It was not like fastest, you know. I think I felt kind of slower. Kanavi is much faster than this, you know, like from the last game Kazakhs, you know. I still remember those insane moments. So compared to that, I think today was more.
You're getting spoiled with it. You know what? It's like we're watching Usain Bolt, and you're like, well, I've seen him run faster than that.
Oh, only 10 seconds? Wow.
All right, Ox, you got yours. Shout out the Super Soldier.
Yeah, Super Soldier, Zeka in fight and form, and I think, you know, Zeka's a player who struggled a bit, I feel like, with Fearless, but popping off today, you know, the Orianna having a great performance, and the Ari as well, really taking over these games, really having a good impact, and just looking like that level of play we saw from him when he was at his best. So I hope this level of form is maintained, because this is such a fearsome mid-jungle duo if they keep playing like this.
he is just a Giga Chat. So when Zeka was born, the nurse cried, not him. That's basically how it is.
How did you know? How did you find this out?
I mean, you can already see it, you know, like that's so normal. I think when you can literally see it from his face and like the shape, you know, like he's got shape. It's the Giga Chat. And I told you, as long as Zeka plays good, HLE looking really strong. What do you mean, guys? Why? Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with you guys? All right, I'm gonna just start off. Okay, so the reason teammates can play aggressively, yeah, I mean, sure. But you have the Giga Chat in the mid lane, you know?
Oh, you're going back to that? You wanted to move on. You want to go back?
But again, you know, you have the Super Soldier in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's what I said.
What's the next one? D. If it wasn't Delight, there wouldn't be. If it wasn't Delight, there wouldn't be Game 3.
But they were 1-0 up.
If it wasn't Delight, there wouldn't be Game 3.
But they were 1-0 up.
So he 1v9 the game 1? Right? That's what he meant, right?
But normally, if you're the team who wins the first game...
Is it like sarcasm? But he voted for him.
You're going to win the second game.
Yeah, because normally it'd be like, you know, BNK FairX were the ones who took to the game 3.
All right, maybe we need some comment from the extra comment from Omti, but
it wasn't Delight.
Yeah, we'll interrogate him after this.
Yeah. Maybe
Wasn't
he's
Delight.
being passive aggressive.
Maybe lost in translation.
Maybe.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he meant about he saved the game at game 3.
I see.
Or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If it wasn't Delight, it wouldn't be Game 3. If it wasn't, it wouldn't. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll figure out.
Yeah. We need easier to understand Pommen's like
sausage
with
Pommens.
his was really straightforward.
But mine was great, I think.
I think yours...
It was so good.
Yours left us speechless.
What do you mean?
Chat, was
Because
it
it was
good,
too good.
or was it sausage?
Because it was too good.
Was it good or was it sausage? Yeah, one more time.
I just feel bad for the nurse.
I want to know how Wadid knew this.
I mean, he witnessed the Zeka. She witnessed the Zeka. So she.
But how do you
blessed
know
him.
that she witnessed the Zeka?
I mean, you can't even.
Why did the nurse cry? Was
You
she
can't
okay?
even. You can't even see it.
Was she okay? You know?
Is this content?
I'm so confused.
I mean, okay, so for the context, it's just one of the Zlatan meme. Yeah, sure.
This is the Zlatan.
All right, you guys are just gamers.
You know,
Didn't watch the
Zlatan
football.
came out.
All right, just go.
Yeah, Digon doesn't know much about
Boomer.
Football.
Soccer.
Weeps.
We're gonna have a problem.
All right.
Oh, wow.
We're gonna have a problem.
Can you show Dan's face? Dan's upset. He's mad that I called it soccer in a Dan accent.
We should just end the show, honestly. Yeah.
Before we do, it's time to take a look at the updated standing. As Huddle Life Esports jettison themselves up to second place, and BNK FairX will continue to search for that first series win. Made progress, got a game win, had an early lead in game 3 with a creative draft, but just cooked a little bit too much.
I mean, they at least got a game, so that's an improvement, but
Oh no.
to be the only team not to have a series win yet, the only team left, this was one of our representatives at First Stand. I keep saying it because it's still crazy that they're in 10th place right now. And if I'm being honest, they haven't had the hardest schedule. They frankly have not had the hardest schedule, and yet they're in 10th place. So it has not been a good look, and they are struggling still to find that first win, hoping that they can get it sooner rather than later, because if they go the first 2 weeks without one, it is dire straits.
On a positive note, like I think at least Vikla had such a great performance on his Mel. Like he was dominating the lane against Zeka, even though like Zeka played so good this game. So yeah, that's a little bit of hope right there. But yeah, it was kind of disaster, you know. Like I still remember the team fight on the bot lane. that
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
Raptor goes in.
No. Well, let's look forward to tomorrow's Saturday showdown that got way more interesting. It is Nongshim Red Force, who looked good in a loss. They looked good. It was a feisty game against KT Rolster. And then Kiwoom DRX stealing a game away from the bros, stealing the series away from the bros. They got their first win, are riding high. That is our Saturday showdown. And then afterwards, D plus Kia versus Gen G. These two squads with caliber and class, and Gen G looking to continue to be the class of the LCK. Thoughts on Saturday showdown?
I think, as you said, with the recent matches, could be closer, but still, I think Nongshim should be heavy favorites going into it. But a chance for an upset is there.
Interesting matchup, and definitely it's such a pleasure to watch Lazyfield performing good on that team. So probably they might have chance if they can play through the strong point.
Yeah, how quickly things could change for Kiwoom DRX if they go 2-0 this week. Same thing for Nongshim if they go 0-2 this week. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for watching. The Saturday Showdown is tomorrow, same time, same place. You don't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more action. Bye-bye. 승부 예측을 뒤집고 DRX가 정말 딱 기다려라 칭찬 보이스 들어간다. 누구도 몰랐던 3대0이 나왔고, 그러면 녹심의 여정이 LCK컵 이후에 완전 새롭게 태어난 거 아니라는 지난 경기에 교찬이 있었는데 2연승 1주차 기분 좋습니다. 레이즈필도 오랜만에 이 자리에 온 만큼 다 보여줘야죠.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.